NFL Draft, brought to you by TSA Jobs on 710 ESPN Seattle. Come on, man!
Sure is. 710 ESPN Seattle Draft Special. And it's Mike Salk here, Danny O'Neill, Jake Heaps, Dave Wyman. We're all hanging out at the Seahawks facility, and we'll be with you guys for the next 3 hours. Draft starts, or I guess resumes, in about an hour at 4 o'clock. And the Seahawks, with pick 37, that's the 5th pick in the second round. They should be on the clock, we're hoping, around, 4:30, 4:45, somewhere in that range. So here we sit. LJ Collier's a Seahawk. They've got 8 more picks to make now over the course of the next few days. How are we feeling?
So let me get it straight. The Seahawks traded back twice. They picked up a total of 4 extra picks, and in between chose a guy nobody projected them to pick and picked him a round sooner than almost everybody had him pegged.
It's strange.
You know what they call that here, Danny?
Tuesday.
You like that joke,
I
don't you?
do.
Yeah.
That's a go-to.
It's exactly what they do every year. And, going through and looking at all the players, and you look at, we talked about it, that, if you look at GM's mock drafts versus, what usually, everybody in the media and everything pieces together, the Seahawks, and I think most teams, are vastly different than everybody else. So, yeah, that's no surprise that you were going to see that. Also, I think we were talking about this before. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go get the other guy, the guy on the other end at TCU, Banogu, who just had it. We called and talked to him. Great kid. But I was watching all the stuff of Collier, and then all of a sudden I'm like, hey, who's the guy on the other side? Oh, yeah, that's the kid we talked to. So, you just never know what's going to happen. But I think it's been said a million times, and probably by me, that they know what they want, they know what fit they need, and they go get that specific player. And I don't think that there's a team in the NFL that has a better understanding of what fit, what's the description, and then a guy like John Schneider who is able to go out and directly identify that kid.
So what was it about this kid? Why LJ Collier? What do you think more than anything else drew them to him?
I think there's a couple things. One, right off the top, when they talk about Seahawks, the biggest thing that they want to look for personality-wise is they talk about the word grit, right? You hear that constantly. And what is that about? And it's about, one, does he have the ability to overcome adversity? And this kid's story is remarkable. Being from such a small town where no one makes it in terms of playing professional football, that is just out of the realm of possibilities.
Monday, Texas.
Monday, and not with O-N.
No.
M-U-N.
And it is.
Right?
It is.
Why is that significant, do you think, Jake?
Because
it shows how out of the way it is.
How do you
shows
spell
how
Monday,
remote.
right? How remote, how ridiculous is that? Spell it right, please.
It's a regional pronunciation of the day of the week.
Exactly.
What day is it? Monday.
Monday.
That is about halfway between Lubbock and Dallas, population 1,500.
Yeah, and you heard him talk about it. No one makes it, and everyone's telling you, no, this isn't your future. This isn't what you're going to do. And the only people that really believed him, and from what he talked about, was his dad. And then finding that ability to have self-belief in who you are. And as an athlete, that is the number one thing. You can have a great support system. You can have everybody telling you how great you are. But if you don't believe that deep down inside, you're never going to make it.
Well, you could hear it. We had a chance to talk to him this morning on Brock and Salk. First of all, awesome interview. I just really enjoyed him. And I'm not generally big on interviewing, especially the college kids in the morning.
Yeah.
Because they're generally not awake. We had Vita Vea on once, and he took an 8-second pause before answering a question. I get a little nervous when we interview college kids.
Maybe he fell asleep.
He may have. We asked him his favorite thing to do in the football field. He waited 8 seconds and then said, play football. It was those are not always my favorite interviews. And yet this kid was poised. He had been up. He said he saw Avengers at 12:15.
Which is a 3-hour movie.
So he couldn't have gone to sleep before 4:30. We talked to him at, 10:30 his time, and he was awesome. He was on it. And when you talk about grit, Jake, you can hear it here, cut 13. It's on his mind all the time.
With the 29th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select LJ Collier, defensive end, TCU.
Is that one my bad, Curtis? Do I have to say 13 a little bit earlier for that? I'm sorry.
When you get your shot, and a lot of people telling you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to dig deep in yourself and believe in yourself. No matter what, through all the odds, overcome everything, and believe you can do it. There's going to be times where you can't eat, you can't sleep, you're going to cry, But you have to believe in yourself at the end of the day, and that's what I did. I went through a lot, but I never gave up. I knew what I wanted. I knew I could play at this level, and I'm going to prove that. I proved a lot of people wrong, and I'm going to continue to prove people wrong.
You heard John Schneider last night use the term heavy hands 3 different times to describe him. You see how he's built, 270 pounds, 280 pounds. He was a defensive tackle as opposed to playing defensive end early in his college career. They wanted a guy that was going to be powerful and tough to deal with on the inside. He's not a fast twitch outside pass rusher. And in that way, the pick was a surprise because I thought that was probably that's the vacancy that's open on that defense. That's the glaring hole. Right now you've got Jacob Martin and Cassius Marsh, who Jacob Martin's shown a lot of promise, and Cassius Marsh was fairly productive, but Jacob Martin was a 7th-round pick who we don't know how much to count on, and Cassius Marsh has been traded, waived, and now released by the San Francisco 49ers. So there's no guarantees there, but I think they like the fight that he has. And if anything, I would say this is going to be Pete Carroll making the comparison to Michael Bennett. I think you're going to have a very feisty kind of guy who is a handful and makes a mess of the inside.
Yeah, can we hear cut number 6? Because that's kind of what I thought right away is he looks like a Michael Bennett type, and Pete talks about it in cut number 6.
The guy, I saw the name pop on the TV, that he's a lot like Michael Bennett. He has the versatility and the style and the penetration ability. He's really slippery, terrific pass rush makeup. And so we're going to fit him right into the scheme in that regard and look forward to that. I think it's going to work out great.
Yeah, the versatility part of it. Brian Baldinger did a really good breakdown of him and just going through and looking at some of the different things that he can do. And
He's
one
got
of the
some
things,
energy, by the way.
Intense breakdown.
Yeah. It's kind of corny. He was like, against the Mountaineers. You know, he's kind of gets into it. But I love him. I think he does a good job. But one of the things he had was, you know, he can do pretty much everything. And one of them was coming off the edge. And the thing you want to see is a guy at a 45-degree angle that's able to turn the corner, basically. And it's hard to do, especially full speed. And that's what he was doing. He also took on a double team and beat it. Then a tight end comes to block him, and he just crushes him, which I love seeing because a lot of times guys will in the NFL, I think there's a trend to try to run around blocks.
Yeah.
And he just smashed him. So he pretty much does everything. And I think if you were to ask me if I was going to be a scout and evaluate him, I'd say he's got great timing on knowing when the guy is light on his feet or when he's heavy. And I've always said, you know, I think D-line, O-line play is kind of like judo, which it's push when pulled, pull when pushed. And if you have a sense of where, if the guy's light, you know, you'll see a guy set somebody up with like a pass rush move, and then all of a sudden they get light on their feet, and then you just bull rush him. And I see a lot of that from him, that he has really good timing. And so, yeah, he's talented. I think you can line him up. They want to line him up inside as well. And then 5 technique, you know, on the outside of the tackle. And on that strong side, I think he can do a lot of things, and that's why I guess, you know, the Bennett thing is what is, you know, why I think that is such a great comparison there.
Well, and I think it's important for them to get that kind of player, because what they were able to accomplish, and I talked about it at length yesterday, was the fact that they want to get depth. They want to acquire depth and get that aspect of being able to say, okay, if we want to really stop the run, we've got the pieces to do that. If we want to get after the passer, we've got the pieces to do that. When they were in 2013 and 2014, if you remember, if they wanted to rush the passer, they would go with their pass rush package, and they would move Michael Bennett in. They would have Michael Bennett, Chris Clemens, Cliff Averill. They'd have their bevy of guys that could do everything in every situation. So to now have LJ be able to play every down and no matter what situation is going to still be on the field, to me, that's really key, run or pass.
Let's talk a little bit about how they reached that point, because at number 21, the pick that they ended up trading back to 30 and then to 37, talking to people around the building, this was a draft in the first round where it went off as the Seahawks predicted/feared, in that they had about 15 guys that they thought, hey, we'd like to, if they're there at 21, we're gonna look at taking them, and those guys were pretty much gone. There was a shelf, in other words, and once they got, and it wasn't even like it was close. Once it got to their pick, they knew they were trading back, and the reason is there was a run on defensive linemen, and it was a historic run. There were 10 guys that were chosen, 10 defensive linemen that were chosen among the first 20 picks. And Schneider said it yesterday afterward. He said we kept waiting for the offensive linemen to come off, and it just never happened.
Yeah.
The board didn't break their way in that regard, And I think they kind of knew it. They have a term called upsets, which is when somebody that they don't predict or don't expect to be in the 20 picks before them, there weren't many upsets. And there were a whole lot of body blows, which is when they've got a guy that they've got on their board that ends up getting taken off. But when it came to that second pick, I think that the Seahawks were very, very comfortable and confident in having Collier as their choice, and they didn't want to lose out on and take the chance that is he going to be there at 37? Is he going to be there later? And you heard John say that they almost made the second pick at number 30, that was a last-minute deal with the Giants. So anybody who thinks that them trading back cost them a defensive lineman, that they took a risk and didn't get somebody they wanted, that's not how this draft unfolded. The guys that they had targeted or would have considered at 21 were gone, and if they were going to get one of those guys,
John used the term body blows.
Yeah.
I mean, he said as it unfolded, we call them body blows, and that's exactly what it came down to. Is they felt comfortable. They were in a position. They knew exactly who they wanted, who they identified. Once they got to 21, we were all kind of maybe on our feet for maybe Montez Sweat, but he wasn't a guy that they identified as a Seahawk.
So what's interesting to me, and we are here for the Seahawks draft special, we're getting ready. 4 o'clock, the draft starts. Dave Wyman, Jake Heaps, Danny O'Neill, I'm Mike Salk. And I was listening to what you're saying, Danny, about where Collier will play. The idea being that they're trying to replace Frank Clark in some fashion. They just dealt one of the better players on their defense.
I think that's, not that it's more likely than a player that it's bet against the field, but I think if you ask me to pick one position that they're going to go, I would say defensive.
Do they trade down before they do that?
I think they're picking at 37. I think that they're picking at 37. I think that they've already moved back once, and that would tell me that they felt pretty good about the player that was there and think that they'll still be able to get – I think they're going to pull the trigger at 37.
I think it also says a lot about how they feel about the 2018 draft, and this is going to be important going into this season. And Pete mentioned it last night. He mentioned Jacob Martin, Rasheem Green, and actually he threw Quentin Jefferson in there too, about where sacks are going to come from and where pass rush is going to come from. So, if they're as confident in those guys as they seem to be, then maybe we won't see an edge rusher. Maybe it'll be a safety or a corner.
Maybe they add it through free agency.
Yeah, exactly. So coming up here, I'm still waiting for them. They've taken one linebacker since Bobby Wagner. And I know Jacob Martin was technically considered a linebacker, but he's not. And it's Kevin Pierre-Louis in 2014. Other than that, they haven't had a draft choice at linebacker.
You think that scared
them
them
off?
I'm
kind of upset about it.
It scared them off.
Do you feel
Kevin Pierre-Louis was so tired? Yeah, we're going to do this again. That didn't work out.
KPL was a really good football player. He wasn't a great linebacker, and he just didn't have the sense for it. But it's a position that sadly is starting to sort of dwindle. You usually have two out there, but
you say that, and yet you look at this team's defense right now. Which group is the strength of it? Isn't it the linebackers?
Yeah, but I mean, how long is it going to last? Because you got Michael Kendricks, who's drafted right before Bobby Wagner, and then you got KJ Wright, who's even older.
Right.
And so, I love.
Are you saying the linebackers are going to go extinct?
No, that'll never happen, Dan.
All of a sudden, they'll just be extinguished. There was once this position that was played. It was between the defensive line and the
linebackers are the smartest, the most handsome, the most intelligent, the toughest, the most badass on any team. So why would you
on the defensive side of the ball? Let's just be careful.
Yes.
Yeah. On the defensive side, let's not go the
we
whole
had
team.
We had to get another quarterback in here. We had one yesterday.
I know.
Yeah,
Is
we
it troubling for you?
We
to have
can't
to
let
sit
you
next to
run
each other?
wild, Dave. All right.
Need somebody to balance things off, and so we'll make sure you guys sit next to each other. Maybe even move those chairs a little closer together.
Perfect.
Keep pushing you guys.
Like it's not a priority. Like I don't think it's an emergency. I don't think it's an emergency to get a corner.
What
either.
is the priority?
Well, I guess it's pass rush. I think it's also wide receiver. It's funny, you talk to quarterbacks, and having a big-bodied guy really means a difference. It means something to them, more confidence. And I'll ask you, Jake.
Yeah.
I mean, look, all things being equal, and I love that, Doug Baldwin shake. I think he's got the best release off the line in the NFL. But you're a quarterback back there, and you're throwing up a 50-50 ball. You want a big-bodied receiver, and they don't really have that right now.
Absolutely. It's one of those things that really it's more of a security blanket, and it doesn't need to be 6'5". There's guys that can play at 6'1", that can play big and can play physical and have the ability to catch the ball and be a guy that when you throw the ball up, that it's either him or nobody. Now, the other side of this is that the Seahawks have been able to get it done without those kind of guys, and it's been more about separation. The fascinating thing about it is you would think that a big-bodied guy would be needed to be successful in this offense in particular for Brian Schottenheimer, because it is big-time play action deep down the field, vertical. And what they've been able to do is be able to have Tyler Lockett run down the field and create separation. But I would love for them to be able to get an X receiver that fits more in that prototype. And here's why. Not that it's needed, but the reason why I would love it is because now you've got a guy that can run slants. Right now, you don't have a guy that can run slants against press coverage that you feel really confident about, a guy that can really catch in traffic. You got Tyler Lockett, who can get separation, who has an uncanny ability to catch a go ball, but he's not going and getting up and grabbing it for you. There's a difference in that.
Two things I'd wonder about that, though. First is that the defense was the problem last year, not the offense. And is the slant, is that Russell's strength? Because I feel that
Famously, no.
Yeah, I mean that
Famously, no.
That might be a misconception.
It's the worst
about
play
that,
of his
but-
life was a slant,
Oh,
and no one's ever going to let that go.
That's not on Russell.
Well, I'm aware of that.
Russell
It's on
had
the-
nothing
it's
to
on the
do
play
with how
caller.
that
That's
thing.
all
Well,
did
he
for
threw
them.
they had a chance to set a record last year with was it 9 or 10 turnovers?
Yeah.
And it was on a slant that he threw. So.
With David Moore. And,
I'm so.
and,
I,
so
you
I mean, there's
quarterbacks,
that.
man.
There's
oh,
that
I need a tall
reliability.
receiver. Why don't you guys want someone who's open?
We
Like,
do
I would
want
think
people
I would
that are
rather have the
open.
guy who's open than the 50-50 ball.
You're right. You do
That's
want
just
those,
me.
but you need to have a variety of guys, and why not be able to have different guys in situations that can do it all?
They have
And-
enough small
and
guys.
I think they're covered in that aspect, and you're going to lose one potentially with Doug Baldwin. I think they're due for somebody that kind of fits the more prototypical mode. Now, it's not, again, if they
You're
pick
just salty. You wanted Nikhil Harry yesterday.
I
You've
did.
been salty
I
ever
did.
since.
I am very
You're
salty
salty.
about it. You're right. It was a and on top of it, it was a dagger in my heart that New England picked him at 32. To me, that just confirmed that Nikhil Harry definitely is a really good player.
It might be my bias because I watched Nikhil Harry here at Husky Stadium, where he was pretty much a non-factor in that game.
Yes.
And looked at it. It always scares me when you look and say, this guy looks like a game-breaking wide receiver, and then you look at his stats from the previous year, and you're like, I don't know. He wasn't the best receiver in the
But
conference.
don't
He
you have
wasn't
to
the most
look at who's
productive
throwing him
routes.
the ball? I mean, some of
But
the
Andy Wilkins is okay.
He's not particularly great,
No.
especially at throwing the
But
ball.
he was all they had too, and my point was yesterday was that Washington knew exactly who they needed to stop. It was Nikhil Harry. He's the only guy on that team that had the ability to break the game open for them offensively.
Let me ask you guys more of a big picture thing as we get ready for the draft to kick off again at 4 o'clock. Do you think there'll be when we look at this on Monday, will we be looking at a theme? Like, hey, a couple of years ago, we looked at it. It's okay. The Seahawks tried to rebuild their secondary. They went out and got 4 guys in the secondary. Last year, they seemed to be. It was very important to them to get back to their identity, and they got a running back, and they were trying to get tougher and stronger and meaner and all that. Do you think that we'll look at this and say that these 9 picks all have a common theme when it's all said and done?
It's a good question. I'm not sure exactly what we'll be saying after this because I could see them taking 1 or 2 more defensive linemen when it's all said and done. And especially an edge rusher early here in the 2nd or 3rd round. And if that was the case, then to me, it's about, okay, you need to acquire depth and you need to try and find this pass rush and sack numbers by committee, pressure by committee. But also, I think that safety, getting a playmaking safety is important, and getting a receiver that can get some major production. They've got some very specific needs that I want to see them address.
I think it's a good question just because I'm looking at they don't follow any kind of form or anything. It's like they have the players that they want, and it's different than everybody else because it fits their scheme specifically. I mean, how do you explain Trey Flowers last year? I mean,
he's an anomaly, right?
He was a safety.
Yeah,
he was a safety in the 5th round. So. Yeah, the theme thing, I guess, I feel like that would indicate that they follow some kind of form that other teams follow, and they go around and pick different guys up. They moved up to get a punter last year. That was the other thing. So I remember everybody, we had Lawyer Malloy at the draft thing, and he looks at me and he goes, "What, they ain't got no more offensive linemen?"
And yet it sort of fit their game. Like, I could argue that does sort of fit a
lineman.
theme. Like, the Seahawks, if you want to play a ball control style and you want, like, where the ball is on the field matters. Having a good punter and a good kicker is important.
I just think that's an opportunity that just came up out of the blue, and that they didn't maybe necessarily expect, but they knew that they wanted it. And what did they get? They got a great weapon, man. I mean, the defenders, that's the first time I've ever seen a middle linebacker go down and celebrate the punter. Bobby Wagner, and it's probably a preseason game, I think, where, this guy, I mean, the defenders love that. They love that he's able to pin the ball inside the 10, 5-yard line. So, but I mean, I think that just popped up, and I was like, whoa, we have this guy here, and we could move up here and grab him. And he made a huge difference.
I want to try and speak this into existence today. I want John Schneider to be aggressive today.
Why?
I want him to be aggressive. I mean, they've always been able to find great value in the later rounds.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still some really good talent when you look at the board right now and where it's at, and particularly at safety, receiver, and you still have some pretty good, interesting pass rushers on the board right now. I would love to see them use their 3, 4th round picks that they have, maybe leverage a couple picks from next year and get back into the 2nd and 3rd round. Second's probably too high of an ask, probably in the 3rd round, but I'd love to see them get another crack at it.
See, I want to see them take all of those picks. They've got 4 4th-round picks right now. I want to see them take there. And you ask about the theme, Mike. I wonder if we're going to see a restocking of the front 7. Frank Clark was traded, and that was not part of their offseason plan. That was very clear yesterday from Pete and John. They wanted to extend him. That was their emphasis. That was their mission. And the economics just got out of it, exceeded their threshold for what they were willing to do. Are they going to restock the front 7? Are they going to use? They've now taken and essentially gotten 4 picks because of what they were able to do. Are they going to use that to try and replace Frank Clark, not with quality, but with some quantity?
I would say that would make sense, and that wouldn't surprise me. I also tend to agree with Jake a little bit, too, though. I would like to see, we've seen them trade back out of the 1st round, but then trade back up into the 2nd and 3rd round. We saw them trade up for Tyler Lockett. We saw them, I believe, trade up in the 2nd round for Jaron Reed.
Yep.
So, I mean, John has been much more aggressive in this area of the draft, certainly than he's been on day 1. Day 2 seems to be the day where he targets some guys and sees some value and finds ways to use some of the day 3 picks to really help himself in day 2. And I would like to see that. I think they need some impact guys. If you don't like the word stars, fine, I get it. It's not about their star power, but it's starting to rebuild some of those guys who are feared, who are all pros, who are Pro Bowlers year after year after year. And Dave, maybe it's at linebacker, maybe it's at safety. Jake, you mentioned safety. I'd love that. But I would think that would be the next thing that this team needs. You got your quarterback set. You've reestablished your identity. They've made the changes they needed to make, I think, in the assistant coaching ranks. Now you just need some young dudes to go out there and wreak havoc.
Because they've never been able to find those stars in the 5th round?
No, they have. They certainly have. But I would still argue, and maybe I'll play the role of Jim Moore since he's not here, that you have a better chance when they're a guy you like more in the 2nd and 3rd round.
It's true, but there's also the philosophy that the volume of picks.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
And
I
Schneider
love that.
being the volume pick shooter.
Yes, and I like volume of picks. I mean, I think they did the right thing yesterday. I'm not in any way critical. I love the day they had yesterday.
Yeah.
Get one guy at 29, trade back for more picks, give yourself more options. But I would like to see maybe 3 picks today instead of 2. Maybe it's another 3rd rounder or another 2nd rounder. I think they'll get some really good value there.
Yeah. When was the Malik McDowell trade? I'm sorry, they all run
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I remember talking to people in the building. They felt like they had 7 second-round grade picks, or 8, I think it was. And so they just value things differently. So being aggressive, and I'm like, well, what does that mean? Does it mean trading up? Does it mean, it might mean trading back and getting more, because if they find a guy they think is a 2nd rounder that's in the 4th round and nobody else sees it, maybe they trade up for that. But yeah, it's just my favorite part of the draft here. I don't like sitting around and seeing him trade out of things and then, okay, we got to come back tomorrow before we get a player. I love watching Pete and John up there at the front of the room describing the guys. And one of the things about Collier, I know it sounds corny, but he's a football guy. Like John's description is he's all ball. And he loves it. He loves everything about it. And the more you get into the kind of salaries that these guys are getting, the more important it's going to be that you need to be a guy that absolutely lives, breathes, and loves football.
More guys from Monday, Texas. I think that's going to be the key for Pete and John moving forward. All right, hey, if you want to be alerted to everything going on here with the draft, text draft to 710-710. You'll get exclusive Seahawks draft alerts all throughout today and tomorrow. We'll be here with you guys till 6 o'clock. Draft starts at 4, and then from then on, and of course now as well, we are at 710sports.com. We've got our Draft Lounge video all set up so you can hang out with us here at the Seahawks facility. All of our coverage of the 2019 NFL Draft brought to you by TSA Jobs. Coming up next, from a guy who will one day be in the Hall of Fame, obviously, and LJ Collier, to a guy who's already there. John Clayton will come over to the sports desk, tell us what's going on. We'll do that next here on 710 ESPN Seattle.
710sports.com.
Yeah, we roll on the 710 ESPN Seattle NFL Draft Special. We're about a half hour away from the draft resuming from Nashville. Mike Salk, Dave Wyman, Danny O'Neill, joined by the professor, John Clayton. And John will be with us every hour at the half hour. So we'll talk to him again at 4:30 and 5:30 as well. John, we're about a half hour away. What are we picking up? What's the chatter today?
Well, I guess the big one is trying to get Miami to complete a Josh Rosen deal. Apparently, they started talking today. The offer was a second-round pick, 48th pick in the draft. The Cardinals came back and wanted to get a draft choice in return. It looks like they're not going to be able to get a draft choice in return. So it looks like Rosen is likely headed to the Miami Dolphins. That's going to be...
That sounds like a great fit.
Yeah, because, I mean, you love this guy.
And I love the Dolphins and the way they've handled quarterbacks since Dan Marino. What could possibly go wrong here?
Well, no, but see, the thing is, remember, they're trying to be an American League tanking team. They're going to apply to get into the American League. And it's like, who better to take you to the first pick in the draft than the guy that took you to the first pick in this draft, Josh Rosen? So you can see that's going to be one of the things going on. The other one is a lot of trade talk at the top of this round. And the main guy getting a lot of the interest is Byron Murphy. You know, there was only one cornerback taken in the first round. That was DeAndre Baker, who went to the Oakland Raiders at 27. And so look at the stack of players that are up there. And this is why Indianapolis is getting phone calls. Arizona is getting phone calls. Seattle with the 5th pick in the draft, the 5th pick in this round, they're getting phone calls. You got 4 offensive linemen, Cody Ford, Greg Little, Jawan Taylor, Eric McKay, who is a center. Then you got Drew Lock, who's still available. It's not out of the question for the Denver Broncos at 41, the 9th pick in this round, to maybe trade up, get the quarterback they were considering at number 10. You've got a big run of wide receivers. They're going to start right after some of these trades happen. That's a possibility. And this is going to be a big round for safeties. You know, it could be 6 or 7 safeties going this round. And if you're wondering about Taylor Rapp, stories coming out about him is that teams are flagging him for a hip flexor problem. That's a good news and bad news. The hip problem, which of course you know he had in the bowl game and right before the bowl game, is one of the reasons why he did the 4.72. So now some teams that like him know that he's faster, probably a 4.5 guys, but also now they're a little bit worried about that hip flexor and where that might be. So some teams may, I don't know if take him off the board, but downgrade him a little bit.
The good news is you were slow because of your hip.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
The bad news is your hip's bad.
He's too young to have bad hips.
Yeah.
Wait till you're like me and John's age for
I
that
know.
stuff to happen.
Hey, but at least we're hip.
Seems like, I wouldn't say that. New York Giants, they got their guy. Everybody's really happy about the quarterback. They
Oh, yeah, it's going over big. I mean, it's like, I know Wassel seems to be in favor of it because they got the quarterback that they wanted. But how about Dave Gettleman last night? Dave Gettleman, the one who engineered this, and most people around the league, because I know I was picking up on it in January, thought that Daniel Jones was going to be their quarterback. Some thought at that time it was going to be at the 6th pick, and it goes, no way. There's no way, because you can get him at 17. And so there was the thought that maybe Washington was going to get him at 15. There were some people in the building there, but of course, the people are not Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder was able to get Drew Haskins at the 15th pick. So that turned out to be okay for Washington. But in the case of the Giants, they take him at 6. And then in the press conference, now remember, they could have had Josh Allen. I mean, you look at those top 5, 6 defensive players, those guys could be perennial Pro Bowl players. So then Dave Gettleman even made himself in a worse position when he came back and he says, oh, yeah, and we can sit Daniel Jones for 3 years with Eli Manning at quarterback. And everybody's going, you just took the 6th pick in the draft on somebody you may bench for 3 years. Now, they understand it's going to be a good quarterback room because with David Cutcliffe, the Duke coach who coached the Mannings, you know, brokering all this stuff, they got a great relationship. Daniel Jones said, hey, if I have to sit for a couple of years, I'm fine. But it's like, You took the 6th pick in the draft, and you may have him on the bench for 3 years.
When you get outsmarted by Washington in the draft, it's probably time to call it good.
We're good.
Not a good thing.
Like when Washington runs circles around you, that's a pretty good sign
When
that
Dan Snyder's figured you out.
things have gone drastically off the rails. You think Seattle ends up picking at 37? I think they will, and I base that primarily because they had a pick that they were ready to phone in at 30 before they traded back. I think they're going to make this pick. What do you think?
I think there's a decent chance, because what I wonder about, because if they trade back, I mean, they can still maybe get Jalen Ferguson, the defensive end. But what I'm wondering, particularly now with these phone calls coming, because at 33, it was supposed to be a wide receiver. Now, if Arizona trades that pick so that Byron Murphy can go to another team at 33, Indy trading back at another one, then it's going to be offensive linemen, maybe a couple cornerbacks. Greedy Williams is still available, and what that means is a pretty good receiver is going to be there at 37 if indeed they want to take a wide receiver. If not, you can move back. I mean, Jalen Ferguson is going to be there. Safeties are going to be there. Guy to watch is going to be Juan Thornhill. Juan Thornhill is a safety who can play a little bit of corner, and they think he can also line up well in the slot. Now, again, that's a value pick. They usually don't have to take a cornerback that high, but, of course, a safety, they're a little bit more willing to do that, and so he might be able to play one of the two spots. So you might want to watch for that name.
What's the knock on Jalen Ferguson again? Did he have was he the kid that didn't get invited to the combine because he had a fight when he was like 19 years old?
He had a fight at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, Chad Johnson
You know what
does
happened?
that every.
I'll bet you somebody put onions on his hamburger.
Probably, yeah.
Because I'd have done the same thing.
Oh no, but no. I think what it is, somebody criticized him for putting ketchup on his steak.
Oh, is that
even
what
though
it
you
was?
can't get a steak there.
Yeah.
I would absolutely criticize that.
Ask Dave about the Burger King at Cle Elum.
Okay, let's just move on.
Is it
from
worse
that
than the
right now,
Safeway in
but-
Cle Elum?
No.
The
Anyway.
Burger King at Cle Elum gave Dave a Whopper with onions.
Really?
This is not good draft analysis right here.
Which he had very specifically told the kid, no onions.
Obviously, I know
And
how
then
Dave
there was a
feels.
look
John
in the
doesn't need
kid's-
to know this.
Then there was a look in the kid's eye, and Wyman has forevermore thought about going back to that Burger King at Cle Elum and pulling the kid through the drive-through
I'm
window.
just saying I understand the fight at McDonald's. That's all.
If the kid's still
So,
working there,
the
I
kid's-
feel like that's on him, and he has enough problems. He doesn't need Dave coming back.
But what, 45 sacks, the kid? I mean,
45
all-time
sacks, 17
NCAA
last year.
history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a great candidate for this team because you figured we were able to talk to Gary Patterson, the coach at TCU, and kind of what he was figuring. They were able to get LJ Collins, who is a pretty good 5 technique, 283 pounds.
Yeah.
Last year he ran a 4.72, and he started this year 10 games, but he was part of the rotation for starting at defensive end. But they said it was kind of unfair what we did to him because he's 280, and we asked him to drop into coverage a lot. That's just the way the defense is. But figuring he can be that 5 technique, rushing like a Michael Bennett, and also rush inside. Now they still need that quick twitch guy. That's why I'm wondering about Jalen Ferguson.
Yeah, I just keep thinking they're going to end up getting another defensive end here
Yeah, I do
before
too.
they go to the safeties and the wide receivers and other things that it looks like they probably need. And maybe John doesn't think that way. And I know everyone says we draft not for need, but for whoever the best available is. As you're trying to replace Frank Clark and Danny, I think you're right when you bring up, replacing the front 7 and starting to turn that over. Maybe it's Ferguson, maybe it's Chase Winovich, who I know Brock likes a lot from Michigan. I mean,
That's the long hair.
Yeah, he's the guy with the long hair and the long name.
Danny doesn't like it.
He could be an outside linebacker, Dave. He's technically, I think,
Because he's got the long hair.
I don't want
Mel lists him as an
technically.
outside linebacker.
I don't
Is
want
that enough for
technically
you?
a linebacker.
No,
Mike.
you want an
No.
actual linebacker.
Yeah, Jacob Martin was technically a linebacker.
Yeah, well, I think
and
that-
I love him at defensive end.
I don't know if this kid's going to qualify. John, thank you. We'll talk to you again at 4:30.
Okay.
All right. John Clayton will join us each hour throughout the night, both here, of course, at 710sports.com, where we have the draft video going on all throughout every moment of the draft. All right. Let's start getting serious about number 37. When we come back, Danny, Jake, Dave, we'll really start figuring out what the heck the Seahawks are going to do. We only got about an hour before they pick, and we'll dig into that next here from the Seahawks facility on 710 ESPN Seattle.
ESPN Seattle, streaming nonstop Seahawks draft coverage from the first pick to the last on 710sports.com.
About 15 minutes away from the draft resuming in Nashville. Mike Salk, Danny O'Neill, Jake Heaps, Dave Wyman hanging out here together at Seahawks facility. Seahawks picking at number 37. That's the 5th pick here in the second round. I don't know whether, obviously we don't know whether or not they're going to make that pick, But if they don't, I think we all tend to agree it'll be soon after that. I can't imagine they're going to go from 37 into the 50s or something like that, right? So if they do move down, I can't imagine it's more than a few spots. What do you want? Like, if what are you hoping doesn't come off the board between now and then, and what do you specifically think they want and need to do there?
I want Byron Murphy. I don't think Byron Murphy's on the Seahawks draft board. I love Byron Murphy as a player.
You can't help yourself.
He's a baller, man. From the first time you saw him at Washington, how competitive he is going after the ball, I think he'd be a great fit here. The Seahawks have pretty firm criteria about what they're going to use. Their cornerbacks are going to have 32-inch long arms, and they also don't tend to draft them this high.
Yeah.
They feel that that's a position they can find in the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th round. That's who I want him. I think that kid is going to be a stud.
It also sounds like he's not even going to be there at 37. Every indication is that he might be the first player taken in the 2nd round here by Arizona. So we'll see how that goes. But, yeah, I'm with you. He's a fantastic player, and whoever gets him, I think is going to be very, very lucky and get a really, really good corner. I just don't think, like you said, it's just the Seahawks, they don't really move. Anything that we do know about them, they are very particular about who their guys are, either from a physicality standpoint or from a personality standpoint.
You want them to take a wide receiver, don't you?
Desperately, yes. And it's the quarterback in me, I know, but I also think that the receiver is a bigger need than we might anticipate because we don't know about Doug Baldwin. And the other part of it, too, is that, okay, we get Doug Baldwin for the year. We don't know what's going to happen with his future. His future is very much in doubt. And depending on the type of year Doug Baldwin has, we don't know if he's going to make $10 million a year again.
You've got a plan to replace Doug Baldwin, even if he's playing this year.
You have one, or you need to.
No, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to plan. You have to draft as if you need to find another guy because the reality is that Doug's body and the beating that it's taken, the fact that he's already undergone 3 surgeries, you know that if you get another year out of him, that's great for you. But you've got to prepare for the possibility and the eventuality that you're going to replace him. I know that. I would be totally okay if they just drafted all defensive players. They got 8 more picks, 8 more defensive players.
Yeah.
Let's get this defense going again.
Well, that's what I would take. I'd take any defensive back, safety, corner, whatever. They're so good at developing them here. They're so good at finding them. And, you know, the best defensive backs that have worked out here have been homegrown. Late round, you know, and I always use Deshaun Shedd. He was a free agent. Guy was a decathlete at Portland State. And, you know, and it's funny, I was not a fan in the beginning. I watched him play special teams. I saw him a little bit in the preseason. And when they moved him to corner, I thought it was going to be a disaster. And he was great. You know, he played really well.
It looked like it versus Denver, though.
What's that?
It looked like it versus Denver.
Denver?
Yeah. I mean, it looked like he was a fish out of water, and then he really came into his own. I mean, the development through that year, just to go on your point, was fantastic.
Yeah, he plays so well, and I just think, you know, that comes from Pete. Pete is really good. I mean, he understands what he wants out of those guys. And, you know, the other thing is, you know, the safety position, the pressure is on there between one of those two guys, Tedrick Thompson and Delano Hill, you know, and I wouldn't be adverse to them taking a safety there either because, you know, one of those guys needs to step up and become a really good player because you're replacing Earl Thomas. It's an important position in this defensive backfield, and
I think it's their second biggest need. I'm just not sold on those two guys, and I don't not like them. It's not like
Tedrick and Delano.
Yeah, I think they're fine, but they've been now given 2 years. They didn't pop in their second year. Not that either of them I think was a liability, but if you could upgrade over that and use those guys as sort of the second tier of the backups to replace McDougal and whoever else you can find. I want people who can hit.
Oh, Tedrick Thompson, I think, is I think he might be the best pure hitter on this team. But, you know, there's some hit and miss, too. You know, there were some missed
tackles.
But, yeah, there were. But, man, when he squares people up, it was pretty impressive on that 3rd and 1 with Todd Gurley.
Sure.
Where he comes flying up there. So,
I just got jealous yesterday. I was watching those highlights of Jonathan Abram, who was the safety from Mississippi State, who I think went to Oakland, if I'm not mistaken. I just got jealous. He's just crushing people out there, just throwing his body around. And, you know, look, it's hard to watch the Seahawks without thinking of the Super Bowl year defense in your mind. It's hard not to think of the 12, 13, and 14 Seahawks defense and say, okay, I want it to look just like that. I know it can never look exactly like that again. Like the logical part of my brain can say that, but it's hard not to want another Cam Chancellor. It's hard not to want another Earl Thomas, right?
The 3 guys that I'd really keep an eye on for safety candidates is Nasir Adderley from Delaware. Taylor Rapp is another one, and then the other one is Chancey Gardner-Johnson from Florida. Those three guys I really think are going to be guys that the Seahawks are targeting, and the reason why is because they're versatile. They can play both positions. They can work with Bradley McDougald, and that's what makes Bradley McDougald so special in my mind. He can play free safety, strong safety. Those guys can do it, and if you want them to, they can play nickel corner. I think Taylor Rapp in the nickel corner position could be really special, and I think all three of those guys bring the versatility that this secondary really needs.
On the Taylor Rapp front, Doug Hendrickson, who I believe is his agent, tweeted a few minutes ago saying that contrary to reports, there is no issue with the hip. So he's just slow. It's not that he's hurt. He's just slow.
I don't know if that's good.
I wouldn't have even tweeted that. I'd rather have teams think that he's hurt.
No, there's that concern about
Just
the
'cause
hip
hip
flex there. Because you would
specifically.
say that is he going to have surgery?
Well, then
on
say
that?
he had a hamstring.
Yeah.
Like, no, it was not a hip. It was a quad, and he's going to end up being just
and
fine.
he's perfectly recovered.
Exactly.
We did all the therapy. He's ready to roll.
What's the name of the Florida safety you just mentioned?
Chauncey Johnson.
I think that you're better off taking hyphenated kids on the offensive side of the ball than the defensive
Smart.
side of the
That's
ball.
always
Yeah.
Arciega Whiteside.
That's
like
right.
I'm all for that. Hayward Bay is kind of an argument against that because
How
he
about
didn't
Rogers
really pan out.
Cromartie? Not bad there.
Rogers Cromartie was not bad, but it was a little unwieldy. And
Brock
was,
likes the safety from Utah, Blair, I think is his name. He just keeps talking about him as a hitter.
he is a hitter.
And I just,
He's the one that got ejected from the UW
Sure,
game.
why
Yes, he
not?
is.
Bring in a hitter. Bring in, and I know those guys they fall to the third round or maybe even the fourth because they are limited. They do one thing really well and maybe they don't do everything really well. But isn't that the formula that worked so well for Cam Chancellor, a guy who, in theory, was just a big hitter? And as it turned out, they were able to develop him into doing a whole lot more than that.
Yeah.
I would list safety in my mind as their second biggest need. And I look at their defense. I look
Behind
at
D-line?
D-line, I think, still and remains because you look at that defensive line. I think there's one guy that you've got established as a starter where you would say, like, I could see this team getting back to being a league-leading defense, and that's Jaron Reed. And I think the other three spots, you've got a lot of different opportunities. There's candidates, including LJ Collier, who's there, Quentin Jefferson.
Yeah.
But you look at the other guys that are bouncing around there, the other guys that are going to be starters, Cassius Marsh, Jacob Martin, maybe. But the only guy that I would write in pen on that defensive line is Jaron Reed. There's a lot of room. I'd like
And
to
he's
add
hurt.
competition. to
And
that.
he's hurt in the middle of all of that.
Oh,
Or
he's
at
going to be
least
fine.
At least he's coming
He just
off.
had the
the
sports
hernia
hernia.
thing?
Oh,
Come on.
yeah, sports
man.
hernias are fine.
Yeah,
No,
D
they
linemen
don't bother
go.
anybody.
They don't go down with those.
Wyman's
That's
shoulder
not-
was out of alignment.
Right.
He just
Exactly.
popped that thing back in.
All right,
Those are
guys.
good old days, Jake.
We're just about there. The NFL draft is going to resume coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Round 2. Seahawks should be on the clock within a half hour or so with pick number 5 in the second round. Will they keep it? Will they trade it? Will they pick one of these areas of need? Or will they surprise us all by picking something like a running back? And we all say, what? What the heck did they just do? The NFL draft resumes next on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is the 2019 NFL Draft, brought to you by TSA Jobs on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Come on, man!
The NFL draft just about to resume from Nashville here on 710 ESPN Seattle. Mike Salk, Dave Wyman, Jake Keeps, Danny O'Neill will be hanging out with you guys till 6 o'clock, both on the radio and at 710sports.com. If you want to watch us on the video stream, Dave's waving right now. He's so excited that you're joining him on the video stream. And
there's
that
all
video,
kinds of dignitaries here.
Oh, the dignitaries have shown
The great
up.
John Clayton.
Whoa.
I just wish we could get just to kick us off an LJ Collier. Let's get it. I wish we had like a cut up of that.
Of just him from
just
his phone call
just
last
yelling,
night?
let's get it.
Well,
Or
the phone
maybe
call
Dave
last
Wyman yelling that.
How
That
about
might
the-
be great too.
How about the screaming and yelling in the background on that call last night? I thought Pete was going to get
It's
aggravated.
amazing.
You
at
thought he was
one
getting?
point.
You thought he was going to get angry, or he was angry?
I don't think he was angry.
He seemed annoyed.
I don't think so.
He seemed
man.
frustrated
No,
that he
Pete
couldn't
is
get a word
too
in.
positive for that, man. I think he just sat
All right,
there
we'll
and
play
loved
it.
it.
You
I
tell
would have
me.
been. I would have been annoyed.
You tell me what you think. Curtis, do we have the call from last night? They called LJ Collier right as they were about to pick him with, the 29th pick in the draft last night, and it was quite the scene at his house.
Hello?
LJ,
Who am I talking to?
this is John Schneider. I'm general manager of the Seattle Seahawks.
What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're getting ready to select you here, okay, partner?
What's up? One more time?
Come on in. We want you to come in and get after that quarterback, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. Congratulations, man. Here's Coach Carroll, okay?
Let's go.
All right, man.
Let's get it.
He's like the next Earl Thomas, man. He's fired up.
You know, Jess and I were
Love it.
talking. And I were talking before. Like that's the most common phrase you hear from any athlete when they're fired up. Let's go.
Yeah.
Pretty
It's
much.
probably a fail-safe, so you don't say something else.
Yeah, and it covers everything.
Have you
That's
heard the
right.
opposite phone call that Bill Belichick calling N'Keal Harry?
I have not
If,
heard
if,
that one.
if that phone call that you just heard is as exciting as a phone call could be, cut 3 is Bill Belichick calling N'Keal Harry with the 32nd pick in the draft, and he's not quite as pumped as Schneider.
Hello, it's Coach Belichick with the great. How about you? Good. Congratulations for just your New England Patriot. We're excited to start working with you, and glad to have you aboard.
Thank you, Coach.
Oh my God. Okay. As aggravated as I would have been, that was terrible. And I'll say this though, apparently it's working.
Yeah, it seems to be working out just
It seems
fine.
to be working out for Bill Belichick.
That's
but
exactly
that's
right.
not very inspiring.
As someone who
gosh.
works with Dave every day, I'm going to say that Dave would have appreciated the second call more than the first call because pretty much every day starts with his annoyance at how loud I am 2 seats away from him.
Yeah, you and Jess have volume control.
I'm also
problems.
betting Dave's not quite as excited to be at work every day as he is to be drafted into the
Are
NFL.
you kidding me?
Congratulations, you're about to be a multimillionaire.
Well, I'll
Let's
tell
go!
You know what I make the guys
Congratulations,
do?
you're going to sit here with Jim Moore for the next 3
Every
hours.
day I come into the sports pit, I make these guys say, from Stanford, linebacker, just to get me fired
Play
up.
the little draft sound. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun,
exactly.
dun, dun.
No, but that was really cool, and I think Pete was loving hearing his family, and he's from this small school, and in the beginning I was like I didn't have the perspective on he's from Monday with a U in the middle of Texas and nowhere, and not many people make it out of that town, and he's got his family and friends around him, and it was just like a childhood dream playing out in a moment there, and I don't know if he had any indication that he was going to go in the first round. Agents tell that probably across the country 400 kids that they're going to go in the first and second round, so you never really know, and I just we'll talk to him later, but I think it was probably a huge shock.
We talked to him this morning. He didn't know necessarily that he would go in the first round. He was not surprised that it was Seattle. He knew that they had traded Frank Clark. His agent had talked to him about that. He knew that they had some need there. He had come up here for a visit. He said, more than 4 minutes in the staring contest that they asked him to participate in. So he's obviously got some concentration and some competitiveness.
It's not just a staring contest. You can't blink.
That you can't go 4 minutes without blinking. That's not
Are you sure?
physically possible.
I don't.
Yes.
I
So
don't
are you
think
calling him a liar?
I don't know if that's true.
I think
Mike.
you can blink.
I think
Danny,
maybe you can't go 4
there's-
minutes.
That's
without
right. You're
blinking.
calling him a liar.
Now that I need
Have you
glasses
seen,
to read things, I can barely go 5 seconds.
Have you
without
seen
blinking.
Clockwork Orange?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They just pry their eyeballs
Pry it
open.
up, and then there's somebody to put eye drops in
I'll
there.
tell you what, according to Cut 10 here, he doesn't mind a little bit of the old ultra violence either.
Oh, you got to be mean on the field. Football's not a nice game, so you got to be dirty on the field and a nice guy off the field. You got to leave the on the field stuff on the field and be a nice guy off the field. That's how I like to keep it. And on the field, it's a war zone. That's the mindset I like to bring to it. Hit anybody that ain't wearing the same color as me.
There's also the
I like
cut.
that he said dirty.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind.
There's
Don't
also
play dirty.
There's also the quote where he said, and I'm not sure which cut it is, the one where he's talking about, I'm going to hit him in the mouth. Offensive linemen don't like to be hit in the mouth, which I was like, is there anyone that's like, hey, you know what I really like? I really like getting hit in the mouth. I think that's generally universal.
I like the feeling of being hit in the mouth over and over, and I love to do that. I love the physicality of it, and I love to be in your face the whole game. And I'm not really a player that's going to say much, but if you say something to me, I'm going to let you know it's going to be all game. I'm going to get in your face. I'm going to kick the whole game.
Dude, this kid's
It's that simple, really.
I love
he's
it.
got so much attitude. I love it. He's got some of that Michael Bennett. He might not be as funny, I don't know, but that same sort of he's ready to go at a moment's notice.
He's going to fight at the end of every loss.
He might.
Oh, no, we skipped that part. But,
Yeah, I could live without that.
It's funny when I was coaching high school football, which we were just talking about, and how much shame I had to suffer because of Jake Heaps. When I was coaching at Redmond, it was like 2001. I was like, I want you to go up there and hit him right in the mouth. And, I would use that phrase all the time. And about halfway through, they're like, Coach, what exactly do you mean by that? Hit him in the mouth? Are we allowed to punch him? And I'm like, no, it's just an expression, man. Right. But no, that's what he's talking about.
The Wyman goes, let's go!
Coach, when you say hit him in the mouth, exactly
Not being
where in the
literal.
mouth?
But there we go.
Yes.
But What I like about
Love it.
about him, I mentioned it earlier, but there was a tight end that came to block him on. If you look at Brian Baldinger and what he did on Twitter and the highlights that we saw, and that's the thing. You see highlights, you don't see a game. I thought Tom yesterday made a really good point with Jim Moore, because Jim's talking about a receiver from Iowa State, and he's like, "Well, I just saw him playing a game." Well, that's probably better than looking at his highlight film. There's going to be ups and downs and everything, but we did see in the highlight film him just take on a block. And, I just loved seeing that, because guys are usually using their hands, but every once in a while, if you have the versatility to just lower your shoulder. Are we going to go to the pick here?
Yeah, Roger Goodell stepping to the podium.
Welcome to night 2 of the 2019 NFL Draft. More than 200,000 fans were here with us last night. Thank you for your passion. You're incredible, Nashville. So tonight, we'll have dozens of legends and current players announcing our draft choices. And in the meantime, we have 2 Nashville icons to help kick things off tonight. So help me welcome Titans legend Eddie George and country music superstar and Titans fan Tim McGraw. Guys.
Wow. Yeah. All right, Nashville, I see y'all in the back. How y'all doing up there on the rooftops? Yeah, man, it couldn't be possible without you guys. You guys are the best fans in the world, the greatest game in the world. Enjoy your time here. Thank you very much. And tighten up.
Hey, Nashville, thank you for being such a great city. I'm so proud of this city and so proud of everybody here. Thank y'all for coming out and supporting this. This has been a fantastic deal for our city. And like Eddie said, tighten up.
And we'll all be back here to listen to Tim later tonight. So you guys ready to go? So the second round is now officially open. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock.
There you go. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. They'll find a way to blow this pick, too, probably, would be my guess.
Here's what we got to
That
stop.
team stinks.
We got to stop letting Goodell bring up local heroes
Right.
to insulate him from the booing.
It's the perfect strategy, Danny.
It's a terrible strategy.
It's a perfect strategy.
He is, no, he's a bureaucrat. He deserves to be booed.
Yes.
He shouldn't be allowed to rope other people into and use them as human shields.
It's working.
He should take it like a man.
It's working.
Maybe it's a minor storyline. 200,000 people.
That's a lot of people.
What the heck?
It's insane.
What the NFL
But the
has done.
setup that they have there in Nashville, it looks amazing. Looks amazing. You can sit there, have a great time, be around the local scene. I mean, it looks so cool.
Well, somebody was saying, why would you go
people.
down to it? Like, it looks like fun, actually.
Yes.
So they've done a great job with it.
Would you like to be down at that? Around 200,000 people?
Yeah, why not?
Let's go! Seems like a lot of people.
It
It
is a
seems
lot
like
of
you'd
people.
get
It is.
like crowd claustrophobic and something like that.
Do you think they could ever do that here in Seattle?
Yes. I
You
don't
think
think
so?
we'd have 200,000 people, but
Where,
yeah.
where would you do it?
Here, right here.
Right here?
Yeah,
Okay.
why not?
All
I
right.
don't care. I'm
for
up,
that.
I would be up to try to figure it out. I think Seattle does need more big events like that.
Yeah.
I think we should have the Super Bowl here. I think we should have the draft here. We're going to have the NHL draft here, which will be cool, and the NHL All-Star Game.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring back the Baseball All-Star Game, MLB All-Star Game here in a few years. I love big events like that in the city, and I think Seattle deserves big moments like that. It's a world-class city.
Absolutely.
So if Nashville can handle it, I got to imagine Seattle can, right?
Yeah, you should be able to do it. I think it'd be a great opportunity to have it there. I also
Couldn't
am
you do it just Pioneer Square or something?
Does anybody know Tim McGraw? Is that the dad from Blindside?
That guy
Yes, it
Who
is.
that
could
was?
not have
Okay.
weighed more than 80 pounds who was just on screen. He's a stick. He's so thin.
The fact that Dave is identifying him from the spot role he had in a TV drama is fantastic.
I didn't have any idea who it was, so
a movie.
Dave's one step ahead
It's
of me.
not for all the records that he's sung and the millions of dollars he's made off
a
that.
football movie, not a football drama.
We are on the air here until 6 o'clock together, Jake. If you gave me until then to come up with a Tim McGraw song, I couldn't do it.
Really?
Not a chance. Not a chance of a chance.
Wow.
You
Could
country
you?
guy, Jake?
Yeah, barbecue stand on my white T-shirt. Are you seriously?
That's a song?
Yeah.
All you have to do is say a bunch of words that you think country people
Right.
say, and eventually
Yeah.
you'll hit a
Down
song.
on my luck till I met a cat. Like, is that one?
It's so depressing, man.
My dog in my truck.
I was listening to a song when we were down at spring training. It was a guy standing in the back of a church while another guy marries the woman he loves. I'm like, Geez, I'm about to bust out crying.
That's-
I don't.
It's real feelings right there, Dave. It's real feelings.
It gets real. Anyway, LJ Collier. So this kid comes
Clayton
from
loves it.
small town in Texas, right? He comes from Monday, Texas. He is, according to him, doubted by everybody. We're going to have an interview next week where we talk to one of his high school coaches. Like, no, it's legit. He had 2 offers, one from TCU, the other from either Texas Tech or A&M. I think it was Texas Tech. And they pulled the offer on him. He played 2 ways in high school. The school is so small that they played 2-way football. He played, obviously, defensive end. He played defensive tackle. He played running back. He played tight end. He had a fake punt where he runs the length. I mean, like, whatever it is, he just did it all. He gets offer, obviously, and goes to TCU, and he turns himself into a first-round pick. He's big. He's physical at the point of attack. Dave, you mentioned his hands, the heavy hands. He sure sounds like everything the Seahawks want.
I've gotten somewhat cynical about drafts. This is the 15th one I've covered. And there are certain things that you can predict and expect to have happen. And that is that when the team coach and GM get up there, they're going to tell you that this was the guy that they wanted. In fact, they were considering picking him at the pick they had earlier that they traded back from. You get moments like that call that LJ Collier had yesterday, and you realize that this is a dream for him. That this is the fulfillment of many, many years of hard work. And then you hear and watch how he's played. And yeah, you do think that this fits into the template that Seattle has. The type of players Seattle has had the most success with have been guys that have this real inner fight, that have this ability and this almost defiance, whether it was Marshawn Lynch and his refusal to go down, Richard Sherman, or the fact that he was never going to let anybody tell them that they knew better than him. And this kid seems like someone who fits into that mold of, yeah, I come from a really, really small town. There were 25 people in my graduating class. He had one Division I offer by the time it was all done. And he comes in, and you hear John talking about his heavy hands and the fact that when he went into the Senior Bowl, he wasn't the most athletic defensive lineman on his team. That's Ben Banigou, who still might get drafted, and you're going to hear his name
Could end up
called
being
here
a
pretty
Seahawk
much.
here in about a half hour.
Yeah.
The way that he played at the Senior Bowl and the ability that he had to fight. We go to the podium for the second-round pick of the Cardinals.
33rd pick in the 2019 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Byron Murphy, DB, Washington.
There you go, Danny.
I'm very happy for Byron Murphy. Byron Murphy was a really fun cornerback to watch, and unfortunately for Husky fans, he only played basically a season and a half because he was redshirted. He came in, he broke a bone in his foot. The redshirting clearly a mistake because when you redshirt a guy and then he leaves after his 3rd season, it means you only got 2 years out of him. But, man, from the minute he started playing, you could tell how competitive he was at the ball. Now, he just doesn't fit the prototype for what the Seahawks look for in corners. Not only that, but Seattle tends to believe that while you might have a difference in quality, and Byron Murphy, a corner that you get in the 1st or the 2nd round, might be a better prospect, that they're still able to find guys that fit their system in the later rounds of the draft. They haven't drafted a corner higher than the 3rd round at any point. But, man, I love the way Byron Murphy plays.
I didn't realize he was from Scottsdale, too. So he's going home. That's going to be really cool for him. Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. The Arizona Cardinals are just
He is
a
crying
mess.
right now, man.
They're an
He is
absolute.
bawling on TV. I'm sorry, Dave. He is bawling on TV.
That's
Go ahead,
cool.
I'm sorry.
And Tedrick Thompson did that same thing. Remember? I mean,
Yeah.
Tedrick was crying. I mean, that's a great reaction, too.
I thought it
love
was
that.
because you were the one that announced his
I
pick.
did announce Tedrick Thompson.
That's why he was crying?
I like to put it this way, Danny. I drafted him. Okay?
That's nice of you.
If you don't mind, just say I drafted Tedrick Thompson.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off. Continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's cool that he's going back to Arizona and everything, but that place is a mess. What are they doing? You know, you've got different head coaches. You've got the same GM. You know, you trade up to get the guy last year who's a total
Josh Rosen.
dipstick, as Danny would put it. And, you know, Josh Rosen is just, he's just a mess. And then, you know, hopefully they're able to get something out of that. And then there's all this stuff about Kyler Murray. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's a great teammate at all. You know, I think he's a fantastic player. I would hate to have to put a pass rush on him. But, you know, as far as, I'm just glad Arizona's in the Seahawks division.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, San Francisco looks like, and we all know what the Rams are, and San Francisco looks like they're building to become a threat. But Arizona, my gosh, I just think it's a mess down
They
there.
like their Husky secondary guys, though, right? I mean, they're going to
Buda Baker.
Buda Baker, and I mean that has been something that they have enjoyed in the past. So congratulations. He ends up going to Arizona, the 1st pick in the 2nd round. The Colts are on the clock, and apparently the pick is already in, so they're not wasting any time. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. We'll get you back to the podium here in just a moment for the Colts pick. That means the Seahawks have just a few to go. We're at number 34. I'm sorry, who? 34. Did the Colts pick back-to-back at 33 and 34?
No, 33
33
is
just
the
happened.
Arizona.
Right,
Yeah.
that makes sense. My math's not great, Dan.
Okay.
Don't worry
It's
about me.
radio math is terrible.
The
to
interesting
do.
thing
It's hard
about
to
the
Huge
Byron
mistake.
Murphy pick
Get
as
Bob back
well
here.
is there's been rumors about Patrick Peterson's future in Arizona. So it'll be interesting to see if Byron Murphy is the heir apparent to Patrick Peterson, and maybe they start looking to deal Patrick Peterson here. So that would be interesting, and if that was the case, that would be really nice for the Seahawks. So
This is a good pick, though, for the Seahawks, right? I mean, maybe not necessarily because they're going to have to play Byron Murphy moving forward, but he's not somebody that they were looking to draft at number 37, so that's another player that was not necessarily, in their view, something that they'd like to do, and you get closer and closer to something they truly want.
He was shorter than they generally prefer. They've had some shorter corners, but it's the arm length that was most of it. He didn't have 32-inch arms, and well, the Seahawks have hedged a little bit on that. Justin Coleman, a guy that they acquired in a trade, not drafted. But you're right, he's outside the prototype.
Well, that's good. So ultimately, if they can get to 37 with more guys that they want there, they can trade back, acquire more picks, and still get somebody they want, right?
Do you think they're going to pick there?
No,
I do.
I think they're going to. I think they're going to trade back a few. I don't think it's going to be a lot, but probably a few. Let's go back to Nashville and see who's up next for Indianapolis.
Pro Bowler, Super Bowl 41 champion, and 2011 Colts Man of the Year, Reggie Wayne.
Yeah. Putting all y'all AFC South teams on notice. We back. We are back. I know you're not born. Come on, Tennessee. Y'all done played the Colts 20 times in 10 years, and you done won 3 games.
Oh!
Listen. With the 34th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft,
I
the
love it.
Indianapolis Colts select Rock Yassin, DB Temple. Let's go.
All right, Rock Yassin,
Let's
cornerback
go.
from Temple, is the guy who goes to Indianapolis. But that's not the story.
That was spicy.
Reggie Wayne getting after of the people of Nashville. And by the way, he's not wrong. While he was there, did they ever lose to the Titans?
They had a run of about 10 years where they didn't lose. That line of, we played you 20 games over the past 10 years and you've won 3 of them?
200.
He
said it was 200.
And he pointed out that particular fan. I know you now. is
Hey,
what he said.
how come they didn't ask Marvin
Incredible.
Harrison to do that?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they're worried about his aim.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, gosh.
Danny. Hey, does the fact that
He had a shot.
Hey, Rock Yassin, for the record, may have been a player they were interested in.
He was running the offense out of the pistol formation.
No. If
Mike, he's almost done.
I know. Scatter shot approach. We do have a trade. The Raiders have traded their pick to the Jaguars. So the Jaguars are on the clock at 35. San Francisco picks at 36.
I would anticipate this possibly being Drew Lock here.
And then that would be great. Another person that you can get off the board that you're not particularly interested in. Seattle at 37, just a couple picks away. Rock Yassin as a safety is a name that we have heard as a possibility for the Seahawks, maybe not necessarily in the first round, but he was a name that's come up and in a position that I think we all believe they have some need.
Too high of a draft choice. I mean, look, they do their damage down below, and there's a good chance that he was not on their list. You know, so is the fact that he has a hyphenated name, is it offset, Danny, by his first name is Rock?
Yeah, Rock is pretty.
That's
pretty
awesome.
Especially
football
as a
name.
safety.
Yeah.
Well, he might have the best name in the draft, Rock Yassin.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know how you beat that.
Yeah, it's pretty good name. But Dave's right. It's too high. And I remember talking to somebody the year they drafted Shaquille Griffin, so that was 2 years ago, because Kevin King was a UW corner. He ended up going to Green Bay early in the second round, talking to a guy, and they're like, he's a good player. Like, we have a really high evaluation on him. We think that the difference between him and a guy that we can get in the third round is small enough that we're going to use that higher pick on someone else. Now, that higher pick, I believe, was used on Malik McDowell, so maybe it would have been better spent elsewhere, but that's beside the point.
Right. The theory was right, even if they got the wrong guy.
The general belief is that we're able to find guys that can be difference makers at corner in the middle rounds. You don't have to go as high as the second.
As we continue on here, we're going to talk to the professor in about 10 minutes. The Seahawks should be on the clock right around then. That's going to screw us up. I'll tell you what we should do. We should take a real quick break, and we'll do it a couple minutes early. Make sure we get back in time for the Seahawks to be on the clock. So let's take a real quick break. We'll get that out of the way. We'll come back, tell you what happened with Jacksonville. If they do take Drew Lock, the professor will join us as well, and the Seahawks should be on the clock within the next few minutes. We'll be right back at 7:10 ESPN Seattle. Hey, we're going to take you right to the podium. The 49ers selection is coming in right now, which will put the Seahawks on the clock. Let's go right to Nashville and see who the Niners are going to take. Well, they've changed their mind.
I think they're having a moment.
Of silence. All right. Well, we unfortunately that doesn't play well on the radio. I don't know what the moment of silence is for, but we'll head back out there in a moment when it's finished. It's for Reggie Cobb, who passed away. So we'll get you back to Nashville here in just a second.
2019 NFL Draft.
Thank you, guys. First, I want to thank the NFL for allowing me to do this. I want to thank John, Roger Goodell. They've really went above and beyond for all this. But I know we are here for. So, with the 32nd pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deebo Samuel, South Carolina.
Well, maybe that starts the run on wide receivers. We'll see. Deebo Samuel from South Carolina goes to the 49ers. Just a couple of moments ago, we saw a tackle go to Jacksonville. And so now the Seahawks are, guys, on the clock with pick number 37. I still think they're going to end up trading this pick, but Dave Wyman, I know you disagree, and I think Danny disagrees as well.
Well, I just disagree because I got a 50-50 shot. Of
So
going
why not?
against,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just look. I'm not in the business of predicting what the Seahawks are going to do.
What do you want them to do right
I
now?
want them to get a safety or a corner. I think it's not an emergency really for either of them. Let's go to the podium here. Or are we not ready?
We're
They're
not
trading.
Okay. They've already made a trade.
Oh, they're trading.
You're already made
How
a trade.
fast were you wrong?
Jeez, that didn't even take them long. Seahawks trade pick. There it is. They
There's a
traded to the
surprise.
Panthers. Hey, it's John Clayton who's going to join us here for the next 10 minutes
John?
as well. Hey, John, they made a trade. Go
I know.
figure.
Can you? I know. Well, you can understand because I mean the receiver run didn't start like he was supposed to because Byron Murphy carried over. Rock Ya-Sin, the third cornerback, was there, and then kind of interesting that Jawan Taylor, who the Jacksonville Jaguars considering in the first round because of a knee problem, he slipped to the second round. They traded up to get him, and of course Deebo Samuels goes to the San Francisco 49ers. And so with the receiver run that's not there, if they want a receiver, they can move back and get something. And it looks like they move back substantially if it's Carolina because that's
they
down
don't have a second-round pick.
No, they do. They
do.
at 47.
47.
The
47,
15th
I'm
pick. So
sorry.
they're moving back 10 spots. And I would expect that they're probably going to pick
good
up
haul.
another fourth-round pick here, maybe.
That'll give them 5 for number 4s.
for that, don't you think?
What, third round for
to
10
go back
spots?
10 spots?
No, they got 2 fourths to go back 9 spots in the first round. So I would be surprised if it was as high as a third, but maybe they'll get a third. It depends on who Carolina wants and how badly they wanted them.
Yeah, so we're going to find out here in just a
My
second.
guess is going to be probably an offensive lineman, a tackle, because could be Cody Ford, could play guard or tackle, but I think it's probably going to be an offensive lineman that they move position to do. And remember, you got Cody Ford, Greg Little, Jawan Taylor. Also, I mean, Eric McCoy, who is a center, and he's the second best center in the draft, and so that could be the move up to get him. And the reason that's important with the second best center, there's hardly any third. There's a big drop after that.
Are you surprised at all? Not that the Seahawks made the trade. I don't think that could truly surprise anybody, but that they went back as far as 10 spots?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, because that puts me in a spot where where Wyman could actually turn out to be right for a change on this one, in the sense that they could be moving back for that safety / cornerback at 45, 47. So at 47, that's where they can maybe get that guy that can maybe be on the slot, be a safety, that type of a guy.
You know what, John? 45. The 45 pick is money.
The 45
Every time the 45th pick is money.
That's why the Rams traded back to get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
47 and number 70.
I like
there
this.
You go. Hey, by the way, just has the details of the trade there. They get 47 and 77. So
They
that
do
is
get a third
That is
round
a
pick.
third round
Credit
pick.
Field Yates on that. I didn't break the news myself.
Jessamine
there, but he had
McIntyre
it.
in the war room with John Schneider talking to him and gets the picks.
He said, "Hey, brother."
That's pretty good. They get a second and add a third.
good job, brother.
Panthers are about to make their selection. Let's go back to the podium. Why not?
My honor to introduce with the 37th pick, Greg Little, tackle, Ole Miss.
Greg Little, another John, you mentioned that they might end up taking an offensive tackle. You were absolutely right. It wasn't Ford, but it was Greg Little from Ole Miss.
Yeah, and of course the idea is that Matt Khalil they gave up on. They cut him. He ended up going down to the Houston Texans, and of course Matt had coming off an ACL, so they had that one opening on the line. And their right tackle Darrell Williams had some serious knee problems last year. He's coming back from that, so they've been looking for offensive line help. And really, what happened? They had a big break because they got Brian Burns, who they felt Seattle was interested interested in at 21 had he come down because he's a clean pass rusher from Boston College. But in the case of they needed a tackle and say they get a tackle. And again, that wide receiver run hasn't started. By the way, Doug Hendrickson, I think you mentioned it in the last hour, tweeted out that he's saying that Taylor Rapp's hip is fine, that he doesn't have the hip flexor
So he's
problem.
just slow.
Yes, no, I think that he was when he did the time a month ago at the beginning of the month.
It was hurting him.
It was hurting him. Yeah. So I can see.
Hey, so
that.
by the way, the number 77 pick that the Seahawks acquire there is the 13th pick in the third round. So it's not just a third rounder. It's
this is a great
higher
trade.
third rounder. That seems like a really good trade to move back.
Which
10
now
spots.
means they're up to 10 draft choices.
Yes.
Yeah. How about that?
I would still think, with 10 draft choices, don't you think they'll package a couple of those fourths and come back into the third round again and maybe make 3 third-round selections?
Well, what about coming into the second round?
I'd be okay with that, too.
Yeah. I mean, now they have the opportunity now. Because remember, that third-round pick was lower because of they dropped 8 spots from Kansas City.
Right.
And so now they'd have another opportunity. They go from 21 to 29 in the third round.
It's so funny. It is frustrating to watch the Seahawks draft because you get all geared up for something to happen, and then you get let down over and over again, right? You're like, here we go. It's almost like watching a team convert third downs against you.
Yeah.
Where you're like, okay, here we go. They're going to get off the field. Here they go. No, man. This draft's going to continue, or the drive's going to continue.
It's kind of like when I constantly bring up the compensatory picks and go through the spiels on that. It's kind of like that type of dead anticipation.
And yet, they're doing the right thing, and
yeah.
they're adding picks, and that even though, it's frustrating in the short term, unlike giving up third downs, it should be good for them in the long term. Right?
I agree with that, Mike, but I don't know if we're going to see them move up at all today.
Really?
I really think that, and get the sense for the more that they've talked about it, and John Schneider, his reaction last night was, we feel like we finally got back into this draft when they'd been trading down. I think they're seeing this as an opportunity of, hey, we got a chance to restock things here, and let's go for the volume of players.
Yeah.
And as opposed to, they're at a different spot than their team was when they drafted Tyler Lockett, or even when they drafted Jaron Reed. I think it's not holes. They've got a lot of room for upgrades. They don't have stars. And what is their best way to get stars? I think they look at it and say, give us the multiple bites at the apple, as opposed to putting all our eggs in one basket in the uncertainty of the draft picks. I think they look at it and said, the 3 fourth-round picks is better than having 2 third-round picks.
This is the great thing about the draft, is that both of those strategies seem like good ways to get stars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One is the scattershot approach and say you just got to throw enough picks at it and eventually you'll find them. And the other is to say, no, we think the top, let's say, 130 players are going to be the best 130 in the draft, and so we really want as many as we can in those spots.
And I also think it depends on where you're at as a team. When they were more loaded as a defense, and when they had more established starters, I think there was more incentive to move up because you didn't have as many available spots for guys to make the roster.
John, how do teams view the third versus fourth rounds? Like when they think about what you should be getting out of those 2 rounds, what's the difference between the two?
Well, you can still get starters in the third round, and in this draft, you can get starters maybe in the fourth round because it's a deep draft. It's a deep draft for wide receivers, safeties, offensive linemen. It starts to level out in the third, fourth round as far as the pass rushers. That's one issue that's going to be there. It just depends. But where Seattle's so successful is that they identify players differently, particularly on defense, than others. That's why they can get the 4th and 5th round cornerbacks, that fit the 32.5-inch arm length and all those different things that they like. They just have different dimensions on defense for what they like.
So just so you're joining us just a moment ago, the Seahawks did trade the number 37 pick. They traded it to Carolina. They end up acquiring 2 picks. Carolina's third rounder, which is number 47. So they move back 10 spots. And for their trouble, they end up adding a number 77 pick, which is the 13th pick in the third round, Dave.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, again, I just said we got cut off by going to the podium, but it's going to be a surprise, whoever it is. And it's going to be somebody that is not, a run-of-the-mill household name. And I'm just excited to see them come out here with this. One thing I was going to mention is that, I remember looking at the roster last year, and going into games that it was like 65, 75% of guys that were acquired in the last 2 years, whether it was guys like Coleman and Brown from trades or Jerron Brown or, draft choices. And, they're getting a lot of picks. And you mentioned the volume of picks here. This is going to be just exactly where they want to be. It's going to be a young team, with all these guys. The other thing is, I think depending on how this 2018 draft comes about and how those guys develop, I think some of these guys are going to have a hard time making the roster that get drafted today. So, and that's been one of the things that, and Clayton, you brought this up the other day when we were talking to you. Are we going to the podium? Let's go to the podium.
The Oakland Raiders have traded the 38th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 38th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Cody Ford, tackle, Oklahoma.
Well, so maybe the run turns out to be on offensive tackles.
Yeah.
That's 2 in a row. That puts Tampa Bay on the clock at number 39. The Seahawks are going to pick next at number 47. So you got about 8 picks to go.
To me, this is great. If you're the Seahawks, you want this run right here to start happening for offensive line because this does not affect your pool of safety playmakers, defensive back playmakers, or receivers for that matter.
Defensive ends if you want to go back to defensive end again.
Yeah, absolutely. So to me, within the second, third round here, you have the ability, if you want to go back to the well with a really nice defensive pass rush, you can, and getting a playmaking safety and a nice quality receiver.
Hey, Dave, let me go back to what you were saying a moment ago with guys maybe not making the team, because if I'm a Seahawks fan, that may frustrate me. Right? Hey, you're telling me you traded Frank Clark, you trade back all these times, the team is in need of impact players, and you're drafting guys who aren't going to make the team? That would be awfully frustrating, I think, to some Seahawks fans. I can only hope that the answer back is what, competition?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it can be, I think it's a good thing that, and this is what we look at some of the drafts between 2012 and now.
Yeah.
There was some ones that were kind of look like clunkers, right? I mean, Luke Wilson. The only thing is you don't see the guys that got cut, matriculating back into the NFL anywhere. But, I think it gets frustrating, and you brought this up, John, that I remember Schneider saying that after they acquired Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill, he said, guys that we draft this year are going to have a hard time making this roster. So, because so my answer would be competition, that it's a good thing.
And of course, that's the one. 30 draft choices coming into this draft is what they have. And of course, there's about maybe 7 or 8 on other teams. Remember Mark Lewinsky? They got cut here, and now he's a starter at Indianapolis. Alex Collins,
Sure.
and then he doesn't have a job right now.
He did.
He did.
He talked himself right out of that
He talked himself
job,
out of it. And then
unfortunately.
Cassius Marsh went 2 teams, San Francisco being the last, and now he's back.
All right, here's where we're at. Tampa Bay, their pick is in, so when we come back, we'll give you the Buccaneers pick and see what they did at number 39. The Seahawks are at 47, so I'd estimate they're going to pick in another, let's say, 20 to 25 minutes before the Seahawks get themselves back onto the board. Will they trade again? Danny, they're not going to trade again, will they? They're going to
better
make a
not.
pick
I'm getting
at some
bored.
point. Me too. Make a pick, John Schneider. We'll be right back on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Seahawks draft coverage from the first pick to the last on 710sports.com.
All right, let's give you a recap of what we've seen so far in the second round. Byron Murphy from the University of Washington, congratulations to him. He was pick 33, the first pick of the second round. He will head to see the Seahawks rivals in Arizona, so we'll be able to keep tabs on him. At 34, we had Rock Ya-Sin, who goes to Indianapolis, cornerback from Temple. A couple of offensive tackles taken. First, it was Jawan Taylor, who goes to Jacksonville. Deebo Samuel, the wide receiver, to San Francisco. Ole Miss offensive tackle Greg Little will end up in Carolina. That was the Seahawks pick that they traded. More on that in a second. Let's go to the podium, and then I'll finish this up for you.
Now, hold on. First order of business. In keeping with tradition, you know this is the way Willie Brown would want it. You guys, Mother's Day is coming up. Don't forget about your moms on Mother's Day. Call her, take her out to dinner, buy her something. Don't forget about moms. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, those that are here, and those that we have lost. Willie Brown, we love you, baby. Now let's get down to town business right quick. With the 40th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Oakland Raiders select Trayvon Mullen, DB Clemson.
All right, so here's what we've got. I mentioned when I left this off, Greg Little went to Carolina with the Seahawks pick. Cody Ford goes to Buffalo. Sean Bunting, a cornerback, ends up in Tampa. And there you go. Trayvon Mullen, cornerback from Clemson, ends up with the Oakland Raiders. So that was pick 40. The Seahawks are now at pick 47. They did trade the 37th pick to move back to 47, and they acquired an extra third rounder, the 13th pick in the third rounder, number 77, along the way with that.
Let's take a look at some of the draft value because there's an updated draft chart, and it's based on what Jimmy Johnson put together for the Dallas Cowboys. Walter Football has put together one that's an estimation of one that teams use.
Is that the numbering system?
Yes,
Yeah.
where you assign a certain number of points.
Right.
Seattle moving from 37 to 47 is 100 points. on that chart. The pick that they acquired is 205 points.
Wow.
So there's a significant difference. Usually 100 points translates to a high fourth-round pick, and the Seahawks got a mid-third-round pick. It's not an exact science because, for example, the Seahawks trading down from 21 when they traded all the way down to 30, that's 160 points. The 2 fourth-round picks that they got netted a total of 126 points, so not quite as much as you would expect. But that deal that Seattle got in the second round, that would show you that Carolina really wanted the player that they were going to get. Carolina really wanted to come up and get Greg Little there of Ole Miss, and the Seahawks get the benefit of they've just added another pick, another third-round pick. And, Mike, you asked the difference between what teams see in a third-round pick and a fourth-round pick. How it's been explained to me, third-round picks aren't playing to make the team. They're on your team. You're preparing them to play.
Yeah.
A fourth-round pick has to make your team. And there is a pretty firm cutoff there of that profile, that type, that if you're picked in the first 3 rounds, you're someone that team is grooming and expecting to play, where the fourth-rounder, it's not a flyer, certainly, but you're not penciled in. You're going to have to play your way into the plans.
And that's why I would like to see them make one more deal to come up into the third round again, where they have 4 fourth-round picks right now. They're going to end up, obviously, they had the first-round pick yesterday. We're excited about LJ Collier. They're going to make 2 picks now if nothing else changes in the second round, or one more pick in the second round. They've got 2 in the third. That would give them 4 in the first 3 rounds. 4 guys who you think are just on your team. I'd love to see that be one more and take a couple of those fourth rounders. But I'll tell you what, I'm loving what I'm seeing. If I'm watching the way this second round is playing out, I'm seeing some cornerbacks, which the Seahawks probably wouldn't want to take this high in the draft. I'm seeing a lot of offensive tackles, which the Seahawks don't seem to be prioritizing this year. And I'm not seeing defensive ends move at all. If I'm looking to try to add the other kid from TCU, and I'm going to blank on his name.
Ben Banigou.
Thank you, Ben Banigou. Or maybe I like Chase Winovich. Or maybe I like the other guy you guys mentioned. Or is it Ferguson? I mean, there's still 3 guys that can get after the passer that are still sitting there. You're only six picks away from 47.
Ferguson is the kid who is the all-time sack leader in NCAA. It's 45. He's got 45 sacks. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of value out there. You know, it's funny you were talking about like guys that make the team, like the first round picks. And Mike, you and I were there when they picked Aaron Curry at number 4.
Never forget it.
Yeah,
it's a sad moment in both of our lives.
It was like the most solid pick that you could have had.
You
at
were
that
so
point.
excited.
Do you remember?
Oh, I remember. We were in the other room.
Yeah.
We weren't in here. We were in the other room.
Everybody
it was the
excited.
First, we had just launched the station a month ago.
Right.
And they picked Aaron Curry, who fell to them. We never thought they would have a chance at Aaron Curry. Dave and I are high-fiving. Dave is talking about how they've drafted the next Lawrence Taylor, and he's a complete bust. Not your fault.
First of all, I never high-five people.
You high-five.
And number 2, I didn't compare him to Lawrence Taylor.
Sure
he's
you
an
did.
edge rusher.
Everybody compared him to Lawrence
It was
Taylor.
probably more like Mike Singletary.
Eh.
Yeah. Anyway, but I mean, look.
I thought that was the idea, is the kid could come off the edge.
Yeah. He was an inside linebacker. Yeah, and he picked off passes. You saw what he did at Wake Forest. He was unbelievable, and he was a great athlete. Either way, but
it's possible my memory has failed me.
Agree. Now everything is. You thought he was an edge rusher. Yeah, everything that you said before that may be false. For the entire day, actually.
Yeah, and probably moving forward, there's no reason to make it just in the past. It's probably
no, but everybody thought that he was going to be like,
Yeah,
are we going to the podium?
Yeah, let's go back to the podium and see what Denver does here.
What's up, Nashville? It's your boy. I'm here, baby. How about them Vols? How about them Broncos? Much love. With the 41st pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Dalton Reisner, Kansas State.
Well, there you go. Another offensive tackle. Another offensive tackle, and Dalton Reisner from Kansas State. Did you play with Al Wilson, Dave?
That was Al Wilson?
Yeah.
No, I did not play with him. No. if I was Mike Salk right now, I would say, oh, wait a minute. Yes, I did play with him. That's right. I forgot about that.
That's very confusing. Who could possibly remember?
Somewhere in the Seahawks draft room right now, John Schneider's looking at it saying, where is this run on offensive lineman yesterday?
I know. He's so mad right now.
We could have used this about this time in the first round because you had no offensive lineman go in the first 10 picks of the first round.
I'm sorry, Danny. We're on to pick number 42. That's Cincinnati, who's on the clock. Detroit, Green Bay after that. The Seahawks are going to pick at 47. So we'll take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll have a nice long run. We'll get you caught up with the picks. We'll talk a little bit more about what they can do at 47, and we will have the Seahawks second-round selection for you. Don't go anywhere. We continue on here from the Seahawks draft headquarters here on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Get the most
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is the 2019 NFL Draft, brought to you by TSA Jobs on 710 ESPN Seattle.
Come on, man!
Yeah, we roll on from the Seahawks facility. We are on to pick 43. The Seahawks will pick at 47, so just a few minutes away from the Seahawks making their second selection in this draft. If you're just joining us, they were supposed to pick earlier at 37. They traded down with Carolina. They add that 47th pick and the 77th pick, 13th pick in the third round. So that is where we are at. We did finally see a quarterback go, guys. It's Mike Salk here with Dave Wyman, Jake Heaps, and Danny O'Neill. And Drew Lock has finally been selected out of Missouri. He goes, Jake, to Denver. What kind of quarterback is he?
I think Drew Lock is a real good quarterback here. And now I think this is a perfect value. We talk about value and maybe teams reaching for him. I think Denver really won in this situation. They were able to trade down. They were able to get the quarterback that they evaluated, that they wanted all along. Really, Drew Lock was the quarterback for them. It was either him or nobody, or it was going to be a late round guy. And let's kick it over to the podium for the Lions pick here.
Guy put on a great show, for sure. Go Lions! With the 43rd pick, the Detroit Lions 2019 draft pick, Jelani Tavai, University of Hawaii.
All right, well, that was a little bit confusing, but Jelani Tavai does go to Hawaii. Dave, a linebacker chosen, so you got to be happy. An inside linebacker,
I'm not happy because he's not a Seahawk.
I've never seen these they put ILB on names in the first and second round. I don't see a lot of that.
ILB?
Inside linebackers get picked that high?
It's great.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to go. Great to go in the NFL, but that's going to be a big culture change from Hawaii to Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Detroit is not one of my favorite cities. I'll just say that. I have been to Hawaii. I wanted to say also
Hawaii.
Yeah, I do prefer Hawaii. And also, it took me like 6 years to throw to the podium the way Jake did. And it's his first year. He's a rookie, basically. Threw to the podium. It was really
very
smooth.
annoying.
He's a quarterback.
Nice.
Thank you.
Let me tell you where we're at. Green Bay is on the clock at number 44. After that, we'll have the Rams 45, Colts 46, and then the Seahawks will get back out there at 47. So we're looking at about another, let's call it 12 to 15 minutes, I would guess, before the Seahawks get back onto the clock. If you are hoping for another defensive end, you're in luck, at least thus far.
Yes.
We have not seen a single one taken so far in the second round. If you are looking for safety help, you should be happy. We have not seen safeties taken thus far here in the second round. Now, there have been some corners. There's been a wide receiver. We did see Deebo Samuel, wide receiver out of South Carolina, go. But if you're into the wide receivers, we've not seen the run on wide receivers.
And really
some
not
suggested would happen.
And not anybody that you look at and go, man, I really want this guy. There's been some surprising picks that have gone before, I would say. And so really the guys that you're looking at from a Seahawk fan perspective and ones that fit the Seahawks, they're still on the board and in play, which fires me up.
This has to be really good news for them because if Danny, you're right, it didn't go the way they wanted to yesterday. There was no offensive lineman run that they were hoping for. It's all happening today, which should at least be good news for them today.
If they're looking for a speed rusher in this second round, they've accurately surveyed the field and seen that nobody was in that market, that the teams already who were interested in defensive linemen drafted their defensive linemen yesterday. You had 13 go in the first round.
Would you do that now?
Incredibly high number. Yeah, I probably would have done it at 37 as well. I probably would have gotten itchy and felt that, man, there's a lot of that's if there's a guy that I want there, that's who. I'll take him now, but yes, I would.
And at this point, you got to assume with only 3 picks to go before they get there that of all the names we've talked about, one of them is going to be there, right? I mean, they can't all go in the next 3 rounds. So whether it's Ferguson or whether it's Bonagoo or whether it's Winovich, excuse me, or any of the safeties or wide receivers, there can be a lot of options for them. In the meantime, let's see what Green Bay does. They're up with the 44th pick right now.
Now, this is going to be simple. And it's going to be so much fun. It's the easiest team cheer. We need to do it. Go, Pack, go. 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 Fantastic. With the 44th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Elton Jenkins, guard, Mississippi State.
Things continue to go well for the Seahawks, as James Lofton says there. Elgton Jenkins, the center from Mississippi State.
G is silent.
It is?
I have no idea. We're going to make it, though.
It absolutely
Elgton
should
Jenkins.
be. Anyway, he's going to be a Green Bay Packer, which puts the Rams and then Colts and then back to the Seahawks. So another center, another offensive lineman. Guys, I don't want to say this because I don't want people to get more annoyed, but if you're the Seahawks, you're going to trade down again at 47, knowing that a whole bunch of the guys that fit your positions are still on the board?
I wouldn't, and I don't think they will, because I think that at some point you got to start picking players. And if you've got a guy that's locked in there, I would think that you stop sliding back at some point. You got in some cases pushed out of that 37th spot by Carolina coming up and giving you a third-round pick when probably a fourth-round pick would be more conventional. I think that was a case of Carolina really wanted to go up. I would bet that Seattle, and especially knowing how much they sweated out and worried that all the defensive linemen were gone yesterday, I'd be surprised if they didn't pull the trigger.
But what if neither New England, it looks like New England is traded up for pick number 45, so we'll see what the Patriots do, and then Indy right after that. That's weird, the two Super Bowl teams making a deal with each other. But the Patriots end up now with the 45th pick. What if neither of these teams pick defensive line, and all you got to do is go back a couple more picks to, let's say, 50, and all these defensive edge rushers are still available? I mean, if you could pick up another pick, I sure wouldn't shock me if that happened.
It's pretty sweet for the Seahawks to sit there. I mean, look, if they have, their board's different than everybody else, and they're sitting there going, man, there's really nobody here that we can't get later on that we want, then they can sit there and continue to trade back. I think you're right, Danny, and that's a great position to be in, because Carolina obviously really had a need for that. They started fishing around for it, and Seahawks were happy to move back and get a little bit more.
Jake, is there somebody right now that you're praying does not get taken in the next two picks by the Patriots or Colts?
Yeah, but I don't see the Patriots taking a receiver. I think for from safety position, I think those three guys that I mentioned, Taylor Rapp, Chauncey Johnson, and Adderley are the three guys that I hope that the Patriots don't take. I always feel like the Patriots and Seahawks are somewhat in sync on their evaluations, doing things just a little bit differently than everybody else. So from a safety standpoint, that's what I'm concerned about here, because they do need some safety help, and they do have some. They have Patrick Chung that they signed.
Is there a wide receiver you like here? I know you're a wide receiver guy. Is there a wide receiver you like for the Seahawks at 47?
For me, I really like Hakeem Butler from Iowa State. I like J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. And then you still got some, if you're talking about speedier guys, you've got Paris Campbell still left. And he's a guy that is definitely a smaller guy around the 6-foot range that is speedy and is a playmaker.
Let me ask you about the receivers, because Seattle has some speed at wide receiver, and we've seen them when they've drafted receivers this high. It's usually been a guy. Paul Richardson was an absolute burner. They traded up to get Tyler Lockett. They don't have a bigger receiver. The way their team's made up, would that make you lean more toward getting a bigger body guy like Arcega-Whiteside as opposed to a burner like Paris Campbell?
If they're going with the idea that we are right now, that, hey, a bigger body guy could really help this group out, and especially if you're able to get Doug Baldwin this year, I think that would be an awesome addition. And that's what David Moore was, and that's what they were hoping David Moore would be, ultimately, is this X receiver that could hold it down, catch the go ball, could be your 10-yard stop route guy, having a guy draped over your back and still catching the football. That's why they brought in Brandon Marshall last year. This is because they've been in search of that guy for a long, long time. But if you're trying to keep within the same frame and same model of what you've been doing, I think a Paris Campbell type of player from Oklahoma fits that scheme.
Well, let's not forget they threw it dead last in the NFL. There are 27 attempts per game, which I love, and I know they want to be there. They ran the ball more than anyone else. So, it's just weird with like Jerron Brown. I mean, he had 18 targets and 15 catches and 5 touchdowns. Let's go to the podium.
Yeah, the Patriots are going to make their pick. We'll head to the podium right now, see what they do at number 45.
3-time Super Bowl champion Dante Hightower.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 45th pick to the New England Patriots. And with the 45th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the champs select Juwan Williams, DB, Vanderbilt.
So the cornerback from Vanderbilt, Jawan Williams, goes to the Patriots. That puts the Colts on the clock. If I looked at that trade correctly, guys, the Rams added a third rounder to move back just a couple picks. Is that right?
They moved back 9 picks.
Okay.
So
and also added a third rounder.
But that's really kind of sets off a little bit of there are some teams that are hunting here in the second round, and they're giving up more than you usually would to move up the 10 spots. Carolina did it, giving up a third rounder to move up 10 spots at the top of the round to get the Seahawks pick at 37, and now the Patriots have done it. The Patriots have a little more draft ammunition. They came into this draft with 12 picks.
Sure.
And they've now, that's the fifth cornerback that's come off the board here.
And then we got another trade going on as well as the Colts have traded their pick to the Browns. So we'll see exactly what that looks like. The Seahawks are up next now after the Browns, who pick at number 46. Just so you understand, the Patriots traded that 56th pick and the 101st pick in the third round for number 45. So it was actually, 11 spots that the Rams moved back, Danny, if Adam Schefter is correct, and I'm reading this right. They go from 45 to 56 and add number 101. So that's what Adam Schefter, I'm just looking at his Twitter. Regardless, that's another third-round pick to move back 10 spots. I guess I'd be surprised if the Seahawks went back that far, but we'll see. Cleveland obviously has somebody in mind. They're trying to get ahead of Seattle, ahead of Miami, and a few of the teams after that. So I don't know what they think Seattle wants, whether it's a safety or another edge rusher, or whether they think it's a wide receiver that they want to get in front of with their offense now that's going to continue to look for good wideouts. But, Dave, we're getting real close here.
Yeah, and, there's still some good pass rushers. There's only 3 linebackers been taken at this point. Honestly, I'm not joking about that. Like, at some point, they need to get a succession plan for Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright. And, look, Bobby's not even, I think he's 29. And he'll turn 30 later on, maybe after the season. But look, he is getting old, and you still, you have a pretty old linebacker core. So that would be one. I still like the safety thing. I wouldn't mind seeing a young guy come in here and put some pressure to kind of light a fire under Delano Hill and Tedrick Thompson.
I'm going to keep betting on defensive end and finding one of these edge rushers that they like, and maybe even Banogu. How funny would that be if you ended up taking both bookends from that TCU defense and said, "Hey, just go rush the passer"? And so
it would make Jessamine McIntyre like 2 for 6 as far as getting, we're getting interviews from, because we had Tyler Lockett, right?
Tyler Lockett, and he remembered it too.
Yeah,
why wouldn't he?
But Ben Banogu it's a great kid, man. We had a good conversation with him, and just took a shot there, and he looked really good. So that would be interesting to see that, and we'll see what kind of a guy he is afterwards. But that's the thing that is so important to them, is that you get a guy that's all about football and the grit that you mentioned, Jake. That's something that's huge with Pete Carroll.
When the Seahawks get on the clock and make that decision, I really think that they look at their team, and with the trade of Frank Clark, you need more firepower on that defense. And as much as you could say wide receiver, and Arcega Whiteside would be someone I'd be really interested to see how he fit in here.
Yeah.
I think that you don't have a lot of guys that you have penciled in or even written in pen that this guy's going to be, he's going to help take us from a good defense. And they were good. They were slightly above average last year to back to being a great defense. So I would think that at some point here, Seattle feels that we've gotten ourselves back in this draft, amassing picks. Now it's time to start pulling.
It's so funny, though, because I agree with you, and yet there are so many guys we're talking about that between the 4 of us we would love to see on the Seahawks. Could you move back 6 or 8 spots, add another 4th-round pick, move up back into the 3rd round with then 5 4th-rounders, and just continue to add some really talented guys who could start for you within a year?
You make a great point, Danny. I mean, you talk about penciling guys in. So let's go through it. Jaron Reed.
Yeah.
Bobby, KJ, and
Poona Ford
and Bradley.
Yeah.
But Poona Ford's a prospect still. Bradley McDougall, that's 4. That's 4 guys that you pencil in. I mean, Shaquille Griffin, I think, they don't seem concerned about him. You could say the same thing with Trey Flowers, but he's still a prospect too. He's a rookie.
And it comes back to this concept of adding depth. You've got competition and depth, and you're talking about the lack of being able to pencil guys in. It's because we don't know what they're going to develop from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, and the way that you continue to add to that and to ensure that those guys continue to get better is you light a fire underneath them, just like they did when they made this pick with TJ Collier. They specifically called out Rasheem Green. They didn't need to do that. They absolutely did not need to do that. They could have made it only about Collier, but they specifically mentioned Rasheem Green because they need competition, and they need both of those guys to step their game up. And so that's a way to get it done. And I'm all for defense and adding depth as long as you're continuing to get all that done within the first 3 picks.
All right, well, the Browns moved back 3 spots, moved up 3 spots, gave up a 5th rounder to do so. Jim Brown is going to take the podium and tell you who the Browns pick right before the Seahawks here at number 46.
Thank you. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 46th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 46 picks in 2013 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greedy Williams.
Well, it's still 2019, but Jim Brown, great job just getting out to the podium at his age and doing his thing.
He's doing great, man. I love that guy for what he did for the NFL, and boy, he's getting old, and it took him a while to get out there. God bless him. So
all-time legend.
Just awesome.
Legend.
I mean, if you want to watch a guy who was a man among boys and way ahead of his time, I believe Jim Brown could have played in today's game.
So here you go. The Seahawks are on the clock. Greedy Williams, cornerback out of LSU. I know that's a name a lot of folks have talked about around Seattle as somebody that might fit the Seahawks scheme as a cornerback here. He is off, and so the Seahawks are now on the clock at number 47, and tons of guys that we have mentioned. Nearly every wide receiver. There hadn't been only a couple wide receivers taken so far in this draft. Only 2 so far, so there's a ton of wideouts available if you want to go in the offensive direction. If you want to go back to defensive end, not one has been taken here on day 2 today. So if you do want to go back, and that's what I would like to see them do, is really find a couple of bookends to just go rush the passer and say, hey, you had to trade Frank Clark. Fine, that was because of money. Well, go out and replace him with a bunch of dudes who can get after the passer and affect everything you do on this defense. But there are safeties available as well. There's a lot of choices right now for the Seahawks. The pick is in. So they have not traded their pick until get to the podium as soon as we know who it is.
I'll tell you what, I think Jake made the best point today is that, it's always compete. And that's one of the things that you're bringing these guys in for. And I mentioned the 2018 draft and what I think they're going to be. You're right, man. They mentioned also Jacob Martin, and they mentioned Quentin Jefferson, and that's what they're bringing these guys in for, and to light a fire, if nothing else. And they've mentioned that in the past, that's something that they've done. The other thing, is that whenever we talked to Will Blackman, he said this team does a great job of building sort of the back end of their roster, the sort of base, and so they want depth. And, if they're able to get that with all these picks, and especially if they're guys that I wouldn't be surprised to see the 3 out of the 4 fourth-round picks, Schneider gives a second-round grade.
So here we are, second round pick of the Seahawks is in. They have made their selection. We don't yet know who it is. We are waiting to get to the podium and find out what the Seahawks have done, but they have not traded it. We see on TV that the 47th pick has been made by the Seahawks, and so, again, a lot of options for them between safety, defensive end, wide receiver. We even saw Mel Kiper Jr. thinks they could use another offensive lineman. That would surprise me after trading back like that if they would select an offensive lineman this high in the draft. But as we wait for the Seahawks, their options are like numerous for them. It seems like whoever they take here is somebody they really like.
Who the Seahawks, people have talked about all the safeties and that there's a ton of safeties that are available that are evaluated about in the second round. Could Seattle make a decision here to take their pick of that group? Because we haven't seen a safety go off the board since Jonathan Abram yesterday. Wow. And he went to the Raiders out of Mississippi State. We've seen 6 corners come off the board. That's not a position that Seattle typically uses to draft this high. The fact that they've made this pick, it makes me think that it's probably not one of the safeties, because if they had a couple safeties rated similarly, they'd probably trade back here.
What is the deal with the Seahawks making their pick and then the network's taking like a half hour to tell us who it is? The same thing happened yesterday with LJ Collier. They went to 2 breaks while the Seahawks were on the clock just before finally telling us who the pick is.
They make really nice, genuine phone calls to them. That's probably why.
Are the Seahawks like farther away? They're like in a farther room and someone has to walk all the way down the hall. They got like the last room in the the hotel, and you've got to walk all the way to the elevator in order to get somebody out there to make the pick?
It's the geographic isolation. It only
Is that
makes
what it
sense
is?
that it would take longer to make a phone call from Seattle.
This is why Russell Wilson wanted
I
to
don't know
go
what
to
the
New
problem
They
is.
have to send carrier pigeon from Seattle down to Nashville just to finally figure out who the Seahawks are going to pick. So we are waiting just like all of you. The Seahawks are on the clock. The pick is in, and we are waiting to find out who that person will be. There has been some Twitter speculation. I'm not going to dig into any of that. We're going to wait and see. In the meantime, we wait on the Dolphins, who will be up right after the Seahawks because they are the team that is interested in Josh Rosen. So we wonder whether or not the Dolphins will end up making a deal with Arizona.
Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Saints are now on the clock, that the Dolphins have traded that pick.
So they waited for that?
So
a three-way?
apparently,
A three-way trade?
It's possible. I'm
Those
not
don't
sure
get made in
exactly
the
what's
NFL.
happened, but you have the Miami, which has been said to be the team that is most interested in Josh Rosen, has traded out of that spot right behind the Seahawks in the draft order.
Well, we're continuing to wait. This is really bizarre that the Seahawks pick has been in for, almost 5 minutes, and yet they won't tell us who it is. I don't understand. There's got to be some sort of a, strange, weird Seahawk thing where they don't tell you for longer
Who's
and
this?
longer.
It's Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander
Sean.
is going to make the
All right.
47th pick. We'll take it to Nashville for the Seahawks selection.
Somebody got in his way.
Right now.
The NFL is proud to support St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in its fight to end childhood cancer. Calm down, 12s, calm down. This year, the NFL Network, and Rich Eisen raised more than $500,000 to benefit St. Jude. To announce Seattle's pick is St. Jude patient Owen. Owen started treatment for blood cancer when he was 4 years old, and through the groundbreaking research of St. Jude, he's now cancer-free at 13. Owen, are you ready? Owen, finish the game.
With the 47th pick in the 2019 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Marquis Blair, DB, Utah.
That's really funny. That's the safety that Brock had been talking about for quite a few days. He's one of the only players they could have selected I know something about, and it has nothing to do with me. It's all because Brock keeps talking about him. He's a hitter.
Yeah.
He is a Cam Chancellor replacement. He is a straight-up hitter as a safety coming out of Utah.
Which is fascinating because he's not your 225 typical. If you're talking about Cam Chancellor body type, this isn't it. It's more of the aggressive nature in which he plays. He's about 6'1.5", 195 pounds, 200 pounds, but man, he is fearless coming downhill, and I love it.
He was the guy, and people will remember him in the UW game, the regular season game against the Utes, not the Pac-12 championship game. He was ejected for lowering his helmet for a targeting penalty, which as a Husky fan, when I watched it happen, I was like, guy was playing football.
Yeah,
he is a hard-nosed, tough player, and this answers that question about safety help and wanting to add competition. This isn't about upgrading or replacing Delano Hill or Tedrick Thompson. It's about getting a good football player in a spot to see who exactly comes out of this, adding competition to that pile to make sure that they get – look, the safeties are what were the signature of this defense when they went to back-to-back Super Bowls, Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, and you just got a guy who is going to be an enforcer. Like Bradley McDougald gives this team a lot of flexibility because he can play either safety spot, and now you've just added a guy that can be right off the bat is going to provide some serious firepower.
Yeah, and putting some pressure at that position for, Delano Hill and Tedrick Thompson. But I just remember seeing him make a tackle this year, and there's something about when a guy hits somebody and then he brings his arm over the top, like you really wanted to kill that guy. You didn't, and I don't mean literally. I'm just saying that he really wants to punish people. Maybe literally, Danny, certain players. But yeah, I love this pick. I kind of wanted the safety to begin with. what next? I mean, still they can add to the pass rush on defense. I think Danny brought up a great point about penciling in. I think you need to put as much competition on that defense as possible.
I'm about as pumped up as I could be right now. A big-time hitter at my favorite position on the football field, a big safety who can really hit you in Marquis Blair out of Utah. That is the Seahawks' 47th pick. They've got a couple more to go today. They still have 2 picks in the 3rd round. They may trade back into the 3rd with another pick in there as well. We'll get the professor in here to talk a whole lot more about what the Seahawks have done and what they're going to do next. Don't go anywhere as our draft coverage continues here on 710 ESPN Seattle. Here in the 2nd round, so they have now made 2 selections in this draft. We're joined by John Clayton now, along with Danny O'Neill and Jake Heaps and Dave Wyman. I'm Mike Salkett. We got about another half hour here on 710, and then all of our coverage will continue at 710sports.com. Mariner game will start at 6 with the pregame show, and we will have nonstop video coverage at 710sports.com. The Seahawks do still have 2 picks in the 3rd round. We'll also get you to the conference call when we hear from Marquis Blair, but he is a hitter. John, more than anything else, he is a safety who wants to come up and make physical contact.
Yeah, kind of not as obviously you can't compare him totally to Cam Chancellor, but kind of in that Cam Chancellor mode, in the box type of strong safety. That, of course, is one where they have the competition. He'll compete against Delano Hill, who is the strong safety, and of course, you have the flexibility with Bradley McDougall to be able to put him at free or strong. Now, I kind of wonder now. Does that mean with him here, now again, this competition, will they keep both Tedrick Thompson, and Delano Hill? Could put the possibility that one of the 2 may not be there with the team. But again, you want to have as much depth and they want to have as much competition. Hey, let me update you on a couple things. You notice Josh Rosen still hasn't been traded. Mm-hmm. What ended up happening is that they're still talking, but things aren't going too well because it looked like that was going to go for the 48th pick. And then the Miami Dolphins came back and they traded the 48th pick down to the New Orleans Saints. And so they were able to get a 2nd-round pick in 2020. And so they got good value there. New Orleans came up and took a center, Eric McKay. But they're still trying to talk. But at this stage, the Dolphins are at 62, not getting that ability to give up that lower pick to try to get Josh Rosen. That deal may not go through, and at some point we'll see what's going to happen with Rosen.
Makes you wonder what the rest of the NFL thought about Josh Rosen at the time that he was drafted and that move. We mentioned what a mess Arizona is.
Right.
I just, you've got to have such good leadership from that position. And I don't know, Jake, I mean, you've been around that position for a long time. I just, everything that I saw from him, I agreed with Brock. All the stuff that Brock said and all of his criticisms of Josh Rosen. Not you.
Oh. Yeah, I think, look, this is a situation with Josh Rosen that I think the hard part for him, with all the negative that was surrounding him, I just don't think he's a very accurate passer. I really don't. I don't think he's a natural accurate passer. But he was also in such a horrible situation with Arizona that you really didn't get a genuine feel of what he could be. The one time where I was impressed with him when we saw him versus the Seahawks, I thought he was pretty poised. I thought he has this confidence in himself that ultimately through all of this, I think he could turn around on the other side and be a really good player. But if you're sending him to a place like Miami where they're intentionally trying to tank right now. I mean, every sign is pointing to that. That's a tough situation to be in.
Well, and Arizona also had a terrible offensive line situation last year, all the injuries. But, John, any other trade partners possible with for Rosen?
No.
Other than Miami?
No, because, Washington's out. They got their quarterback. New York Giants are out. They've got their quarterback. Okay. And, of course, right now they got a safety coming for Seattle.
All right, let me just mention Ben Banigou, the defensive end we've talked quite a bit about, did go right after the Seahawks were done to Indianapolis. We're going to take you right now to the conference call as we go to meet Marquis Blair.
Surprised at all to be taken where you were? Or?
No, sir. I'm grateful.
How much contact did you have with the Seahawks leading up to this?
I went on a visit. I took a little visit, so they've been calling my agent. So a little.
Hey, Marquis, what was the safety spot that you played most often at Utah?
I feel like I played both. I don't get 3 the same.
Did you do any nickel stuff?
No, I didn't do no nickel stuff.
Okay. Did the Seahawks give you hints of where they want you to play?
No, they haven't.
Utah's scheme, it sounds like, had you interchange quite a bit down to down between free and strong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Marquis, what did you like about the Seahawks as compared to some of the other teams you might have talked to?
Excuse me?
What did you like about the Seahawks as compared to some of the other teams you talked to? What stood out to you? What differentiated them from other teams?
I feel like the safety coach, I felt like it is one family.
What percentage of the time, approximately, were you the post safety, and what percent were you the box safety?
50-50.
50-50.
Marquis, what skill set do you have that enables you to play both of those positions 50-50?
I can be physical in the box, and I can cover in the back end.
What aspect of your game do you take most pride in?
Excuse me?
What aspect of your game do you take the most pride in?
Definitely my physicality.
All right, there you go. That is a new Seahawks draft pick, Marquis Blair, meeting with the media. Doesn't have a tremendous amount. He's not verbose. He's got a couple of very, very succinct things to say.
That's
yes,
right. He's
and
very,
that's fine.
You know, I always say
physical.
I always say to Danny almost every day, fewer words. Fewer words are better. Too many words. Too many words. I say it to my wife, too. Too many words. Too many words.
And thankfully, we have not drafted Danny to play strong safety for the Seahawks, but Marquis, this kid is absolutely going to. Marquis Blair, he seems like more than anything, he likes to go out there and hit.
He is an enforcer type, but he's built differently.
Mm-hmm.
He's not huge like Cam Chancellor was. Nobody's huge like Cam Chancellor was. Jake mentioned he's 6'1". He's south of 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
He ran a 4.48 in the 40 at the scouting combine, and I can guarantee that was something that opened the Seahawks' eyes, because when the season ended, he was not a player that was seen as a second-round pick and not being forecast. This guy is one of the first safeties to come off the board.
Mm-hmm.
He's the third safety that was drafted. You had Jonathan Abram out of Mississippi State that was drafted at the end of the first round. The fact that he was the first of what was thought to be a number of safeties that were that second, third round range, he's coming off before Taylor Rapp. And there's no coincidence that he's 0.3 seconds faster than Rapp in the 40. I think that speed opened the Seahawks' eyes, because there was no doubt about his ability to.
I mean, speed and physical seems like a really good combo.
Here's the other thing, too, is Pro Football Focus had him as the second best cover safety in the Pac-12 behind Taylor Rapp.
What site did you mention?
I said Pro Football Focus. You're right. You're right. And, hey, I understand. I had your boy Taylor Rapp at number one. But you have to take those with a grain of salt. But the point is that this guy has the ability. He is more unique than just a box safety. He has the ability to be versatile in terms of being able to be down in the box, just like you had, and maybe even more so than with Cam Chancellor, because you had Cam Chancellor, you had Earl Thomas, and they were able to rotate and roll down and play together. Now you have Bradley McDougald, and now you add Marquise. Now, this gives you the opportunity to really be flexible at safety.
I think it's
love
interesting how people are using safeties in the NFL. You know, in the last, 5, 6, 7 years, Deion Buchanan, guys sometimes come down and play, and it gives you the versatility to, have matchup. You don't have a matchup problem, because a lot of times you get stuck with the wrong personnel on the field, and if you have a guy like this that's physical, like he said, he can play in the box, you can bring him down and use him as a linebacker, and then, it's presumed that he is good enough to cover tight ends and running backs, so you're not going to be stuck there.
Anybody have any questions about what the Seahawks are trying to do this draft? The first round, they draft a defensive end who talks about a desire to whoop people's butts all game long. In the second round, they draft a safety who was looking to lower the boom.
Absolutely. And when the other teams in your league are, hey, we're going to have our little pretty offenses like San Francisco is trying to do and like the Rams are certainly trying to do, and now you add Kyler Murray and Cliff Kingsbury to a group in Arizona, they're going to try to do the same thing. What's the best remedy for a team that wants to be pretty and play basketball on grass?
Punch
him in the mouth.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like the most obvious strategy in the world, and I absolutely love it.
You know what's going to happen? They're going to take a receiver next and just ruin the whole thing.
Of course they will.
Hey,
Narratives
it could
be
happen,
damned.
honestly.
Dave, what do you mean when you say punch him in the mouth?
I'll show you during the break, Danny.
All right, here's where we're at. John, before you go, let me ask you. So the Seahawks get back onto the clock here, not until the third round. 2 picks now in the third round, the 13th pick, number 77, And then late in the third round, the pick that they got back in the Frank Clark deal, that is number, I don't have it in front of me, but it's number 92, the 28th pick in that round. What's next for them? Will that be the next two selections they make, or will they trade up to something before that?
They may trade up because, again, you can see that nothing's happened at the wide receiver position. If there's a receiver they like, they may trade up, kind of like they did with Tyler Lockett. That could be a possibility. There still could be a defensive end that they may like that can rush the passer, a kind of quick twitch guy that can rush from the edge. Hey, let me give you a couple updates, too. The KCTV in Kansas City is reporting on Tyreek Hill that they have evidence that sometime in the last week he assaulted his fiancée. They have evidence on that, they claim. We'll see where that's going to go. A couple updates as far as just what happened. Minnesota just took tight end Irv Smith. So now that could mean that Travis Rudolph, the tight end, might be let go for the Minnesota Vikings. Tennessee took A.J. Brown, a wide receiver.
And then Cincinnati just took Drew Sample.
Another Husky. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
So another Husky, the third Husky of the draft comes
That's
off.
a big jump.
Right.
That's
Hey,
a
by
big
the way,
jump right
one
there
more
for him.
thing. You know, the other team is trading back a lot, not just Indianapolis and Seattle. The L.A. Rams. The L.A. Rams has not made a pick yet.
That's
they
true.
made two trade backs, and at the moment, they're set there with the 56th pick, which is about 4, but they haven't made a pick yet.
All right, so they'll be picking here in just a couple of minutes when we come back. Our draft coverage will continue for another 20 minutes here, and of course, nonstop at 710sports.com. You can watch the draft video. You can watch Danny and Dave drive each other crazy all throughout this show. I like it. The little brother, big brother thing will never get old.
I thought I was going home at 6. I have to stay here?
You have to
With
stay
who?
here. With me and Wassel. We're going to have a blast.
Okay.
Actually, you have to hang out with me and Wassel. So we're going to have a blast. I don't
I
know
thought
whether
you said
will.
Danny was going to be here.
No, Danny's.
Just kidding.
Danny's
I'm
going
staying
home.
here.
Can't you
We'll
go
be
home?
right back.
Go home.
Seahawks are not picking for a little while. It is the 710 ESPN Seattle Draft Show. We've now made two selections in the 2019 draft. Yesterday, we were introduced to LJ Collier, a defensive end from TCU. Today, they trade down once again, and we meet Marquis Blair, a hard-hitting safety who just wants to be physical. He comes out of Utah. He goes at the number 47 pick. At least two more to go as of now, as the Seahawks have a couple of picks left in the third round as picking continues in the second. I'm here with Danny O'Neill, Jake Heaps, Dave Wyman. I'm Mike Salk. We got about a few minutes left before we turn things over exclusively at 710sports.com, where we'll have the draft video lounge. But that's where we're at. A couple of picks made so far by the Seahawks. They're physical defensive players.
I think it's impressive that you look at this kid. I mean, he is a hitter. If you watch him play, he's not very big. There's nothing is physically imposing that stands out about him. I said this to Russell Wilson yesterday. I called him short.
You did? How did you take that?
He said shorter than most. No, but the thing I said to him, it always is impressive to me. First of all, when I got in the NFL, I always thought I wanted to be like 6'4", linebacker. And after playing a year in the NFL, I wished I was 5'9", because you're under everybody. Leverage is key, and especially on defense. And, it's always now, it's not like this guy is tiny, but he's not built like Cam Chancellor, and that's impressive to me, that he's 6'1", 195 pounds. He's speedy, but you can tell just a little bit from his interview. He's a man of few words, and I think he just wants to go out and play football. And I just picture him like standing there doing that interview with his fists balled up. He just says, that's the kind of guy that you want on your defense.
I think it was evident last year in the draft that the Seahawks were fixing their running game come hell or high water. They were going to draft a running back in the first round, even though they had Chris Carson, who they liked, was coming back from injury. They were going to, after 3 years of Jimmy Graham, they went out and drafted the best blocking tight end that was available in the draft. That was Will Dissly. I think this year it's about getting back to some of the toughness and having that swagger restored to the defense. That defense, you remember, they allowed the fewest points in the league 4 successive seasons. They allowed the third fewest points in the league as recently as 2006. They've ranked outside the top 10 in that category each of the past 2 years, and that was an average defense last year. You listen to LJ Collier, you listen to Marquis Blair, you see the way they play. This is about getting back to being the bullies in the division.
And they're going to need it, because this division is going to try to play fast. They're going to try to play basketball on grass. And, we've seen that with the Seahawks. I'll always remember the game at CenturyLink against Green Bay where they just started pummeling those receivers. And Green Bay came in with their high-flying offense, and I just remember by the end of the game watching those guys catch the ball and hit the deck immediately.
Was that when Brendan Browner body slammed one of the receivers?
Greg Jennings.
Yeah.
And then he performed what is called in mixed martial arts the full mount, in which he was straddling his chest, and he got up and flexed both arms. It was absolutely fantastic.
It's called that in other things, too. Often the animal kingdom, I believe, refers to it as the full mount. If you watch enough Nature with George Page, that's what they call it.
It was fantastic.
Look, I have this long-held belief that a lot of people will not agree with, that safeties win Super Bowls. That teams who win Super Bowls, and it's not exclusive, not every single year, there's not a foolproof thought, but that most Super Bowl teams have very, very good to great safeties. And when the Seahawks won their Super Bowl, they had two of the best in the league doing it. I think that it's really important to get that back and to bring a guy back who will have a little bit of swagger back there, put some fear into some of those wide receivers who Kingsbury and Schottenheimer and the rest of those guys want to have running around. And at the same time, I think it's, or Shanahan, excuse me, and I think it's important to have safety play that can be dominant in this conference and in this division.
Absolutely. And you got one of those guys in Bradley McDougald. I mean, he is one of the best safeties in the league. And I still can't believe we got him on the deal that we have financially. It's pretty incredible when you look at it. But now you add Blair to the mix of this thing, and now you've got a group. If he can come in and really hone in on the playbook and really understand the communication aspect of things, I feel really good about where the safety, where this defense can be, because one of the big themes that kept popping up, and I remember Bob Stelton, what was it called, the quest for the truth, that he would come up. I felt like every time that would come up every week, it would be, what's going on in the middle of the field? Why is there no one there? And it has a lot to do with communication and the back end help. Bradley McDougald, Earl Thomas, and now he's gone. Now if you add Marquis Blair and he's able to become a bona fide player for you that can roam both sides, be in the box, I mean, that's big time.
And if you're either of the two current safeties, either Delano Hill or Tedrick Thompson, it's a wake-up call. You didn't improve enough last year. It's not to say they had bad years or they're not good players or that one or two of them couldn't end up
They
being
had
a
average
contributor.
years. Let's call it what it was.
They didn't get good enough. They didn't get good enough to make safety not the second need for this team. If one of them had turned himself into a star, into a really good, a solid contributor like that, well, then maybe they're taking Banagoo or somebody else with that second-round pick instead of a safety like Marquis Blair.
It's kind of interesting what you heard a lot from Pete Carroll at the end of the year about Delano Hill.
60.
And if you'd asked me, I would have said, yeah, Tedrick Thompson entirely was the one that came out on top on that one. So, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch that and see those guys come back and with a sense of urgency. Not that they didn't have it before, but that they know that their job is on the line.
Great stuff. Guys, this was a lot of fun. Danny, thank you. Jake, thank you. Dave's going to stick around with me. Tom Wassel's going to show up here as well. We're going to turn things over to the Mariner pregame show leading up to their second game here against Texas, a 14-2 drubbing last night. We'll see if they can keep the bats hot. And so that'll continue on here on 710 ESPN Seattle. We will also have nonstop draft coverage throughout the night at 710sports.com with Wyman, Wassel, myself. I think Jake may even stick around because he's got nothing else to do.
That's right.
And he loves football. So this was a blast. Seahawks make 2 selections so far. More to come as the draft show continues to roll on 710 ESPN Seattle. Let's do it. All right, hey, we're on the air. Look at that. We're online and on the air. Mike Salk, Dave Wyman, Jake Heaps, who's eating dinner, which is fine. Jake, you can take a couple minutes, eat your dinner. That's the casual nature of the Seahawks Draft Lounge.
If you would have said one of the four of us was going to be still eating when we came on,
I was not guessing Jake.
You wouldn't say it was Jake.
No, I would have thought it was Wassel. Hi, Tommy.
I just had a conniption in the car, but now I'm here.
Oh, did you have a little temper tantrum due to the traffic?
Like you wouldn't believe.
Really?
But luckily, for the 90 minutes I was on the highway coming over from Northgate, I heard you guys breaking everything down.
Oh, that's
man.
nice.
I heard you say that you think Super Bowls are won with safeties.
Yeah, that's good. Teams that win Super Bowls generally have great safeties.
When I heard you say that, I couldn't wait to hear your evidence on this.
Well, it's not a perfect thing, but I've gone back to a lot of the teams that have won. It's not perfect. It's not every single year, obviously.
I thought this was like one of those theories that went back like 10
No,
years.
there's not data on this. This is just a Mike
Go back for the
last.
go back to the last 15, 20 years, and many of the teams that almost all of them. Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu and Rodney Harrison, and before him Lawyer Malloy. And when New Orleans won, I forget the kid's name who was there. He had an awesome year as a safety in New Orleans. The one year that Indy won with Peyton Manning, it was the year Bob Sanders went crazy and had an awesome year. I mean, look, this is not, obviously Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor. I mean, most of the teams that have gone to Super Bowls over and over again have gotten great safety play. Now, they've also had great quarterbacks, and there's other reasons why they go there. But I think safety is the most undervalued and underrated position in the NFL.
I'm going to go back through all the Super Bowl championships, and I'm also going to make up a random position that
I know it would probably work out pretty
makes
well.
them win.
So you don't buy it?
No, I'm glad that the safeties are becoming more prevalent. It was kind of a dying, position, and
why? I mean, doesn't everybody love the ball? Isn't turning the ball over the biggest thing in the NFL? And don't safeties create all these turnovers with picks, with hard hits, with forced fumbles?
Yeah.
I've never understood why safety wouldn't be a more valuable spot.
Well, and both free and strong, and especially when you get a guy like this Blair kid that you've got so much versatility. It's funny, if you ever go back, and we talked to Paul Moyer about this a couple weeks ago, about the original Legion of Boom, which was, and that's not what they were about, but that they took the ball away 64 times in 1983. And, Dave Brown had 50 interceptions, and so did John Harris, who played free safety, and they had a guy named Keith Simpson, and, of course, Kenny Easley. So, I mean, your defensive back, when you have a good group back there, and we've been spoiled here as Seahawk fans, right, as far as having a great backside. As you have a guy like Richard Sherman who you don't even worry about. I don't believe that there's such thing as a lockdown corner because you're going to get beat. But, when you don't have to worry about a guy, then that makes it a really nice little convenience when you're watching the game.
When the Seahawks are scouting these guys, I mean, I just heard the conference call you guys played with, was it Blair?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not only is he short on words, he sounds like he is just laser focused in on playing football, right? I mean, that's really what Pete Carroll and Schneider, they have this kind of player that they're looking for, just a guy who's maybe overcome some adversity, a guy who's tough, a guy who's smart. This guy is just focused in on football, and he does bring that sort of toughness to the secondary that I think we're all hoping for.
Absolutely. He is that enforcer on the field, and he's a guy that's not played up. He embraces every single aspect of that role, and you could see, I mean, Dave, you were talking about the way he hits. Every hit that he has, you can tell he is trying to punish people. Mm-hmm. He's not just trying to make the tackle. He's trying to make you feel him. And that's the type of presence that you want to have out there on that field.
Is it risky? Look, Pete Carroll is never going to not try to assemble that kind of tough defense. But as time goes on, we know how the league changes. We know how the league looks at hits and things like that. I wonder if other teams look at that position and say, you know what? I don't know if we can play football that way for that much longer. You talked about being the bullies in the division. That's definitely what we want to have happen. Can you do that anymore?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, a guy like I mentioned earlier, Kenny Easley, or some of those, hard-hitting. Remember Cam Chancellor in 2012? He hits Vernon Davis on the 2-yard line.
On the sideline, yeah.
And they get an unnecessary roughness call. It was absolutely necessary roughness. I mean, it was the exact amount of roughness that you needed because he dislodged him from the ball. And so, that would be frustrating. I do think about that, Tom. Remember when Cam Chancellor came in the league? I remember thinking at one point, I was like, I think his fines are outstripping his pay at one point. And, remember he had a bunch of – but he changed. He actually adapted. He also became a lot better cover guy. So, it's – I see what you're saying. I think you can get around it. And I think also that – we've seen the worst of those hits because the NFL has to get back to the fact that people love that. I'm sorry. People like the big hits. They want that. That's part of the game. It's part of what makes it exciting. And I think the NFL is based on money and revenue and whatever's popular. And I think it's still popular to see those big hits. That's a big part. That's what I watch a game for.
Yeah, well, you look at the Seahawks, and even when the way that they were getting it done with the Legion of Boom, they were way ahead of the curve here in terms of hitting. They were every single Cam Chancellor hit that you see is within the strike zone, is within the actual NFL strike zone now. And they're smart tacklers, and that's one of the things that you have to give credit to the Seahawks on is they teach this stuff from the very beginning, from the very basics. They're forward thinking on tackling. So you add Marquis Blair, and you put him through this program, you're not going. I don't really think you're going to worry about that too much in terms of him being a reckless hitter. I think he's going to be a feared guy out there on the field patrolling, and he has the ability to cover, and that's what ends up helping you from having to go into these dime packages, because now you have two legitimate safeties that can really roam the field and cover.
And it's not all about the hits either. When we talk about great defenses and intimidating defenses, it is about things like being a ball hawk and being able to generate turnovers. Oh, no, we're the Rams. We have to go up to Seattle. We have to face that defense. It's not just that they're going to knock us around.
Yeah.
It's that they're going to generate turnovers.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. They're going to get a short field position.
These teams in their division want to play offense. That's what they've been designed to do. They all have offensive coaches. They all want to get out there and just run up the score on you. Pete is the one defensive coach in the division. He's got to be prepared, and if he wants to be able to compete with those guys, doesn't he need a lot of good defensive players to do it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were talking, Tom, and Danny brought this up, that, if you go through the defense and look at, like, who are the penciled-in starters, and I'm not in that, I'm not including, like, Trey Flowers, because he was a rookie last year. So you
think he's still competing for his job?
No. I think that he's going to be really solid, but we've seen 1 year of it, and it's his rookie year. The guys that have actually, season after season, I only count 3, and that's Bradley McDougald, Bobby Wagner, and KJ Wright. All those other guys, because Shaquille Griffin had a really good first year, but then his second year wasn't great.
Yeah.
So
you wouldn't. Okay, you said pencil, not pen, which is why I thought you meant just to start. Here's what we got.
Penned in, because you're thinking
in.
it can be erased.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that there's still, some. I mean, if you went back 3-4 years ago, there would be 7, 8, 9 guys that were like, okay, these are our starters.
It'd be impossible to make the team.
But shouldn't this be Pete's? This is what Pete wants, is a level of competition, right,
Yeah.
guys? And that it's going to end up making them better to have them compete. So I don't know. I don't find myself as concerned about that. I think it may end up being what Pete wants, and to end up getting the best out of those guys. Hey, Trey Flowers, good rookie year. You want to make sure you keep your job? Well, go out and have an even better second year. Hey, Shaq Griffin, great first year, but we didn't see the improvement we were hoping for. There may be some competition, somebody else gunning for your job.
Well, I think it's that way every year with Pete Carroll, even when you have the 8 guys penned in. But, this is a little bit less sure.
I thought they got away from it for a little while. And I'm not saying that Pete didn't keep preaching it, but it wasn't believable. For a few years, there were so many guys on this team that were in no danger of losing their jobs that there was no real competition, I felt, for some of those gigs. And I thought things got away from them a little bit. We ended up with some of this garbage that got out in the press.
That's the one statement that, as Richard Sherman was walking out the door, I thought there was a lot of it that it wasn't necessarily on that way, but that was one of his big sticking points. I tell you what, that was one of the biggest things that he felt that this program had gotten away from, was true, legitimate competition. And there was complacency in certain spots. And I do agree with him in that aspect. And so I think for the first time this year, this is the first year that I've really felt that level of competition and urgency from John Schneider, Pete Carroll, really pushing on these guys through draft picks. And we'll see how this continues to unfold throughout the day and tomorrow.
Dave, I've heard you talk before about how you always felt like your job was in jeopardy. And just at any moment somebody was coming to take your job. It must have been incredibly motivating.
Well, it's tortured existence, that's for sure. But, Joe Nash was that way too. And Joe Nash was one of the all-time great off defensive lineman for the Seahawks. He had like 10 career blocked field goals, and he was always like, I think most players are that way, and that's exactly how you should feel. And you think they got away from that? Maybe they did, with Richard Sherman and those guys. But yeah, and the thing is, in the NFL, you're always looking to get cheaper and younger, and the Seahawks have been very good at that. And how much did they pay Russell Wilson? $600,000 a year there. Same thing with Sherm and Cam and all those guys.
It's such an opposite view from baseball, right? Baseball has such the opposite view of no one's really in a competition. This is your job. I want you to feel comfortable.
Here's your role. Yeah.
And some of it makes sense, because in baseball you can go through that slump, and what are you going to do, take a guy out because he goes 0 for 15?
You know what, though? To some extent, especially on the defense, if you're going to be a defensive team, you do need, out of those 11 guys, you need at least 6 or 7 that you know are going to be out there and established. I mean, if Sherman's complaining on the way out the door that we've gotten away from that, well, that's because you're blocking everybody. It's you and Earl and everybody else who's blocking everybody else
I'm sure
from
he
coming
doesn't
in.
feel like it was him.
I
It was
know.
all the other places.
everybody else.
I was obviously fine.
Okay,
It's
but-
everybody else.
Right, but it's a combination of those guys being great and nobody else coming in and taking those jobs.
Right.
That's what we're hoping happens
Well, and he
now.
criticized John Schneider on that. I mean, that was part of Sherm's criticism on the way out the door. Obviously, he would have been a better GM than John Schneider. He's let that be known. He'd be better at
And a
that.
play caller.
He'd be a better play caller than Darrell Bevel. He would be a better head of the union than who. I mean, like
That's versatility.
Ooh, I do want him as the head of the union. By
Yeah,
the way.
he actually.
I
would
think
be
he
better
would
at that,
actually get
wouldn't
us
he?
some good money.
Yeah, we'll
no,
see.
but honestly, you think that during that time he believed that John Schneider was not drafting the most competitive? Like he just took a couple years off. I don't really care so much about the corners because we got Sherm. I mean, come on. Really?
That is a genuine belief.
That's ridiculous.
It's a genuine belief.
Yes.
I'm just telling you, that was a genuine belief for them. And I won't get into the details, but yeah,
I'm not saying they didn't believe it.
I think that's the thing that's interesting in all this, and that's where I'm not saying whether they were trying to or not, that there actually genuinely is depth and young players that have to step up and prove who they are right now, and especially at the defensive line position. You look at that position across the board, you've got a lot of young guys that have to prove who they are, and the jury's still out on them.
What is their defensive line to start next year?
I'll
as
tell
we
you
sit
what,
here right now.
You can't tell who's going to be the edge or on the ends. I think
Right. I mean,
both
Jaron Reed's,
sides.
we know where he is.
Jaron Reed's the only one, really.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I mean, is Quentin Jefferson there?
I think it's Puna Ford.
Puna Ford, okay.
I think that
Inside.
kid is incredible. Those two guys inside, I like Jacob Martin off the edge, I think. And then Rasheem Green or this kid, trying to remember his name.
DJ
Collier.
DJ Collier.
I want to call him Collins.
I want to call him Landon Collins.
They also have some money if they want to go out and sign somebody to do that. I mean,
who's
that's
out there, though?
A bunch of guys. I mean, Ndamukong Suh is still out there if you want to play him opposite Jaron Reed. I mean, he's not perfect, but he's out there, and you just saved $17 million this year that you were going to have on the salary cap. You also have both Ziggy Ansah, who's still out there. Now, he's got a shoulder issue, but he's been a really productive player at times in the NFL.
Who's the Green Bay guy?
And you've got Nick Perry.
Nick Perry.
You've got the guy Connor Barwin, who's been around. He was in Philadelphia. I mean,
Derek Morgan from Tennessee was a really nice player. And then the last one that really no one brings up, who I think could potentially be the biggest one of them all, is Shane Ray. He's the youngest one of them all.
Kid from Denver?
Yeah, kid from Denver. He had some injury problems. Oh man, that's a bummer right there. There's the last couple picks. There's been some interesting prospects.
Guys you really like.
Yeah.
By the way, the wide receivers have started to come off. Right.
Yes. Yep.
We saw just a moment ago. We saw Paris Campbell go to Indianapolis. Earlier, we saw the kid from Stanford. Where did he end up going?
J.J. Arcega-Whiteside ended up going to Philly.
He goes to Philadelphia. So maybe some of that wide receiver run. A.J. Brown from Ole Miss went to Tennessee. So we are starting to see some of the wide receivers. If that was a position that you thought was going to be important, well, you're going to be a little further down on the list now.
Yeah, and this is a great pickup for the L.A. Chargers, by the way, with Nasir Adderley. Now you have two safeties. You had one that you drafted in the first round last year in James from Florida State. Now you add Nasir Adderley. That's a pretty good group right there.
Have I ever told you that's how you get to the Super Bowl? Add a couple of safeties, and you're going to be right there. That's all you gotta do.
If that's the case, they got Derwin James.
Put the Chargers there.
The Chargers do. So.
Chargers were a good team last year.
They were.
Unfortunately, they couldn't move the ball when they needed to in the playoffs, but that's a pretty good team and a good defense.
Yeah, and Salk, they just added this kid. They're going Super Bowl bound.
There we go. All right, make the Chargers my pick. Chargers going to beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship.
I'll tell you what, I'm always rooting for them, too, because Anthony Lynn was a teammate of mine. And I would have never guessed that he would be a head coach. But, yeah, he is a good coach. I think he's doing a really good job. They got Thomas Davis, for example. They didn't lose a lot of guys. And then, you know, Derwin James. I mean, they've got some ballers on their defense, especially. So, yeah, and then
they're going to the all powder blues this year at home.
I love the powder
all
blues,
powder blue, though.
It's a good decision.
It's a
at
sweet
home,
look.
yeah.
You think so?
At home, yeah, and then on the road they'll do their whites.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a sweet look.
It is. I like the powder blues, but I like them when they're special. Like, I feel like they should only bring them out once in a while. Like, ooh, they've gone to the powder blues. Because I like kind of their
They
dark
never should have
blue.
changed them to begin with from the Drew
Natron
Brees
Means
era.
ones?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
Bobby Ross era, yeah.
My
Humphrey?
first Pro Bowl,
Stan
professional football game was San Diego. I was born in San Diego. And I think it was John Hadle was the quarterback.
John Hadle. I don't remember him.
HADL. Yeah, and so they had the powder blues. That's why I've always liked him.
He's pre-Stan Humphries at that
And
point?
I was probably like 3 or 4, and I was like, yeah,
I'm going
to
to
play pro
I
football.
thought you meant you played in that game.
Oh, Mike, how old do you think I am?
No, you could have played your first game against San Diego. I don't know who John Hadel is, so maybe he could have been a quarterback that I didn't remember.
If you did know, then it would be pretty bad.
All right, I didn't know.
Because he did have leather helmet.
He did.
No, not
All right.
quite.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Dave. That wasn't supposed to be
He's
an insult.
79 now.
Oh, no. All right. That's my bad. I'm sorry about all that. Jake, you're not happy about the wide receivers?
No, it's not that I'm not happy. It's just now you're getting your slim pickings here. I still think that there's some good players here left to go, but I really liked our Arcega-Whiteside. That might have been a sleeper pick. Paris Campbell is, we were talking about on the smaller side of things and a playmaker. He's one of those guys, but from Ohio State didn't really come out and run. The route tree, I've heard you talk about, Dave, that it's such a hard position to transfer into the NFL because it's so detailed. And the amount that's asked of you as a receiver is so much more from college to the NFL. And Ohio State, I think that transition would be that.
Do you guys think that that's true in this offense in particular? I know it's a run-oriented offense, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't dial. I mean, is the NFL playbook just the NFL playbook, and it's tough for wide receivers to come up and grasp that?
I just think the spots are different. The precision, and you have to run the routes in. Here's the other thing. This is my theory on why receivers are usually the problem children on every team. You run a perfect route and do it just like you're supposed to, and sometimes the ball doesn't come to you.
Absolutely.
Because there's a sack or there's a D lineman in the way or, it's a bad pass by the quarterback. You can do your job perfectly, but you're entirely reliant on the quarterback and the protection and everything else. And so you don't really make your own way. You are kind of you're a product of everybody else doing their job
100%.
perfectly. And I think that's why there's a lot of frustration. I think it's also why you don't see a lot of young guys really standing out as receivers when they come into the league. It's just difficult.
Well, you got to gain the trust of the quarterback, right? They've got to trust you in those spots compared to somebody else who might also be open on the play. And I totally agree with everything you just said. I wonder if that makes it also hard to evaluate those guys because of who's throwing them the ball. How many times are they open and the quarterback doesn't get him the ball? I mean, you guys were mentioning N'Keal Harry earlier. Was it Danny who was saying he just didn't catch too many passes in college? Well, fine. But did he have the quarterbacks who could throw to him when he was actually open?
Well, and that's the thing when you look at film, like, you notice you have to look at the opponent. Yeah. And that's the thing I was looking at with Collier. I was like, wow. I mean, he's moving people. He's really like throwing guys to the ground and everything.
Yeah.
But also you got to look at is that a good offensive lineman that's blocking him, or is he going to be selling insurance?
He did it in the Senior Bowl.
in
To
2
be
years.
fair, I mean, he did it with some guys. He did it with the kid Green Bay picked in the first round.
Yeah.
The guard that they picked. I'm blanking on the kid's name, but he embarrassed that guy at the Senior Bowl in drills. So I mean, that's at least hopeful that he can do it once you get to the
But
NFL
that's
level.
the problem just in general when you're evaluating these kids out of college. So, but yeah, Collier I think looks great. There's a lot of things he does that I like, and I see like a lot of versatility there.
And go ahead.
I was going to say Michael. He was compared to Michael Bennett. Michael Bennett was he a free agent or a late
seventh
round
round maybe?
Yeah,
they cut him
here.
Yeah,
yeah, and his rookie,
Jim Mora had it. It was a Ruskell pick. It
2009.
wasn't a Pete and John pick.
Yeah, exactly. And they cut him. And I remember during the preseason, I went just back to look because my memory also, like you, Salk, is sometimes not so good. And I made him MVP, player of the game, 2 games in the preseason. And I went and looked at his stats, and he had like 4 sacks and 5 hurries and all this. They end up cutting him, and then he goes to Tampa Bay and just flourishes, and then comes back. And I'm just thinking, man, if that had been Pete Carroll, I'm sure he would have been a Seahawk his entire career.
Didn't they end up keeping that other kid who was a pass rusher from Oregon who had
Nick Reed?
Nick Reed, thank you.
I
always get, every time Nick Perry's name comes up, I think of Nick Reed for some reason. I know they look nothing alike.
He got like 9 sacks in the preseason.
He was unbelievable. He was the best preseason player I've ever seen.
But nobody ever blocked him.
And then you know what?
Yeah.
That's because he was unblockable.
No, it's
nobody
because
could block him.
They were blowing assignments, but no, I don't know. Did they keep him?
I don't
I'm not
remember.
sure.
I don't remember what led to Michael Bennett being cut, but it's a good point. Sometimes productivity. Frank Clark was unbelievable in the preseason his rookie
Rasheem
year.
Green was great last year.
Yeah, and what happened
He
there?
was.
He did nothing.
Yeah.
Well, he got hurt. But you're talking about the wide receivers before making the transition. With Collier on the other side of the ball, I'm wondering how much pressure he has immediately to succeed here. We're talking about all these guys who they come in, maybe they have a big preseason, maybe they don't. I don't know if this is going to be sacks by committee or because he's the big first-round pick, if he has to come in and rack up that big sack total. What do you guys think about the pressure that's on him? Is there any?
I don't really think that there's pressure on him. I don't think that this group is saying, hey, you need to come in and replace the production of Frank Clark. He's not the same type of player. He's not the same type of player in the sense that he is going to be a twitchy, rangy, finesse guy on the edge. He's going to be a guy that can play both inside and outside, and on the defensive line, he's going to be able to play all over the place.
We'll just jump in there, Jake, real quick, because we got we have another Husky picked. Taylor Rapp has finally been picked.
Good for him.
In division?
Division.
He goes to the Rams. So you're going to be seeing the entire Washington secondary in the division as he goes to the Rams, and Byron Murphy goes to Arizona. So congratulations to Taylor Rapp. He goes at pick number 61 to the Rams.
Trust me, Taylor Rapp is going to remember the Seahawks not taking him. He is going to be very motivated to play the Seahawks every year. Because
they wanted a different style safety. I mean,
Absolutely.
I don't think he hits the way Blair hits. Do you?
He's a very good tackler.
Will he think about it that way?
He's a very good tackler.
I didn't say he's not. Does he hit the way Blair hits? Is he a punisher? Is he an intimidator?
No, he's not a punisher.
Who lives? I mean, he's a great player. I'm not knocking Taylor Rapp.
He's not a punisher.
Just different skills.
Yeah, he's a different punisher. He is when you talk about versatility, Taylor Rapp is versatile and plays the game the right way. I love his game. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to watch every year.
We just got a transcript of safety Marquis Blair's interview, and most commonly the responses are 5 words long.
Or less.
The longest one is, we're going to
no, that's all right. We can just put this up in front of the camera so everybody can see it here.
Yeah.
You guys can see the whole here we go. Let's get
I liked that he was,
there we go.
Short of words.
What do you think?
So.
That's an entire interview. That's an entire conference call in one spot.
Ooh.
We do have a trade.
Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen's going to go to the Dolphins as originally predicted. So does he go for what, pick 62? Pick 62, it looks
So
like.
Miami will continue to be mired at 7 and 9 for the foreseeable future?
Yeah. If
wow. Good for them.
This may be enough to get them below that. I mean, Josh Rosen's bad enough. They might only win a couple games. He stinks. I think that guy's awful. He can't throw accurately. His teammates don't seem to like him. His coaches never seem to like him. He's awful.
I just don't understand this one. Look, for the Miami Dolphins, look, maybe it's a chance to get on a potential top 10 pick that was there last year. And if he doesn't pan out, then this doesn't really ruin your chances of going and drafting a quarterback next year, because that's what this whole season, the whole narrative was about, that they're not going to be very good, that they're going to have the chance to pick in the top 3 and get their next franchise quarterback. And this doesn't really change that narrative. If it does, then that means that Josh Rosen was a nice surprise.
How quickly does Josh Rosen move to follow the Dolphins on Twitter and Instagram? Because obviously immediately. That's before he even calls and checks in.
Correct.
Right. You heard LJ Collier partying with his friends last night, and then he ended up going to see the Avengers movie at 12:15. Instead, Josh Rosen just goes and follows all the Dolphins guys on Twitter and Instagram. He's here. The millennial quarterback has arrived.
That's right.
I guess I would say I don't blame him.
For unfollowing them?
Yeah.
No, I don't necessarily blame him either. It just seems petty. It just seems like this little petty thing to do.
Well, that'll show him. I'll unfollow.
Yeah, I'm going to unfollow the
If
Cardinals.
I'm Josh Rosen, I need to stop with the contempt for everybody else and just focus on football.
Yes.
There's too much that he's annoyed by.
Who would you rather have, Tom? Josh Rosen
or
Daniel Jones?
Stop it.
I'm asking you a question.
I'll tell you what. I liked the Giants draft yesterday. I understand what they're trying to do.
You're the only one.
I don't care.
I know.
They're my team.
Okay.
This kid is going to be Peyton Manning reincarnate. Okay,
Whoa.
You heard it here.
What about Eli Manning reincarnate?
No, forget about. Well, we're going to have to see another 2 or 3 years of him, unfortunately.
You're not going to see 3 years of Eli Manning while their first-round pick
Mike,
sits.
It's not off the table. Haven't you read the news?
I know, but he's got to say that. That doesn't mean it's actually true.
Oh,
well, what do I care? What's the matter?
I feel for you, man. The fact that you're convincing yourself that Daniel Jones is going to be the next Peyton Manning, that's a tough world to live in. Tough world to live in if you're a Giants fan.
I like Tom's general irritation right now. And
hold on. Time out. How do you know, Heaps? How do you know that?
Heaps.
What? So he doesn't have a big
You want to
arm?
go get dinner?
No, I feel
We'll let these
very,
guys go
very
for a little bit.
confident in this.
That he's going to be a washout?
No, that he's not going to be a washout. But I don't think he projects in that aspect. He's a very much a developmental player.
Okay,
That's
but he's
gonna
not
take
supposed to
years
start
and
him
years.
years and years. What, like 10 years?
No, like
they're
a
going to
couple
sit him
years.
for a couple of years. He'll sit there and learn what not to do
Yes.
from Eli Manning. They'll groom him. He'll be fine.
What not to do? Did you see the Onion headline yesterday about Eli?
Yeah, they're going to bring in a guy to tutor, mentor
They're
Eli
going to
Manning.
draft a quarterback to mentor Eli Manning.
Yeah, I saw that one 3 weeks ago. It was great.
That's funny. Oh, you're such a bitter fan.
It's because
today.
I'm on an island. You guys just believe everything you hear. Oh, this is a terrible pick. Gettleman doesn't know what he's doing.
I believe that Duke quarterbacks have never succeeded in the NFL. That's what I believe. And now you got a UMass kid getting drafted, Andy Isabella from UMass.
Everybody's different, though.
Oh,
you know,
are
you
they?
could have said that before Joe Flacco came along.
That's true. Delaware
no
Delaware
quarterbacks out of
quarterbacks.
Delaware, a game hand.
I don't know.
I don't agree with everything else they're doing over there, but I understand that there's at least a plan and they're trying to execute it.
Okay.
If it doesn't work, he'll be gone.
Yeah, you're right. You're
Which
absolutely
one?
right.
All of them.
Well, yeah. I like the cornerback out of Georgia.
their
the
coach
most.
I'm sorry.
Pat Shermer.
I think there should be more outrage over Arizona and what they've done. I mean, I don't know what they're going to get back. What did they get back for draw?
I don't know yet. I'm looking, trying to figure that out.
They got a whole bunch of
That
draft
was a
picks.
huge,
the 62nd
It was a
pick for
huge
sure.
mistake last year, and I think they're making another huge mistake this year.
I bet that was it.
Everything
I bet it was
I've heard
just
about
that second
Kyler
round
Murray.
pick.
Yeah, wow.
And they took
same
a
GM.
And with that pick, they took a wide receiver out of UMass.
Yeah, the Isabella kid.
Andy Isabella, who's fast, really fast, like a sprinter speed guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some people get enamored with that. I was listening to Brian Baldinger this morning when he was talking about Collier.
Man, he loves him.
Yeah, and I
That
liked
stuff
what
is
he had to
really
say though. I really did. But he was talking about the Underwear Olympics, that is the combine, and that people get honestly they still get just entirely infatuated with players based on speed and doing all kinds of things that you don't do on a football field. You watch this kid Collier, and he's a football player in every way. All the things that he does there that you see, you can't really measure with bench press and broad jump and all that stuff. So anyway, I liked what I saw out of that kid, but you're right. People get enamored with the speed part of it, speed kills, but there's also the thing that a lot of guys don't play up to their speed. There's, you can have a guy that runs a 4.4, you can have a guy that runs a 4.6, and if the 4.6 guy is playing fast, he can be.
Yeah,
he can
Earl
be
Thomas
just as
did not
fast.
have the fastest 40 time, right? But he played as
See,
fast
and
as
aren't
any
you
safety.
surprised to hear that? Like, I don't
Yes,
even know
I'm
what
always
Earl's
surprised.
Earl's
I'm pretty
40
sure
is.
Shaq Griffin ran a faster 40 time than Earl.
Yeah.
Which seems weird given their body types and everything else
Yeah.
about them. And you can check me. I may be wrong on that. I usually
Oh,
am.
I'm sure he ran.
But I'm pretty sure he did.
He ran like a 4.38 or
Crazy,
something.
right?
Yeah, and Earl, I don't think ran that, but man, he was one of those where you had to run it back to see where in the heck did he come from.
Absolutely. He was one of the most, in terms of the NFL, when you talk about speed and how it changes up on you, I really didn't feel that when I was in New York. And then when I got to Seattle,
Hey,
the
we got a
games
trade.
just
The
seemed-
Seahawks are on the clock, by the
Oh,
way.
here we go.
We have a trade. The Seahawks have moved back into the last pick in the second round. They've made a trade with the Patriots, Dave. So the Seahawks will be back on the clock here in the second round. We'll find out exactly what they're giving up. But as we're just sort of casually sitting around, all of a sudden
like
the
it.
buzz in the room. And, the Seahawks are back on the clock. Couple of safeties just went. Juan Thornhill went right before that. We saw the wide receiver from UMass, who, by the way, looks like, the comparison is easy for obvious reasons, but he does have that Wes Welker slot receiver, little quick guy who just kind of runs through the slot. And now the Seahawks are going to jump back in. What do you think it's for?
To me, this is if you're going to get, this is either a defensive end or a receiver here
That's
that
what
they
I'm
felt
saying.
like they
Totally agree.
They felt like they're going to miss out.
I'm
on.
saying it's Chase.
Make that three of us.
Winovich.
Yeah,
Okay.
you like the long hair?
I do. I don't know. Brock
can
was
always
talking
cut his
about
hair.
him, and he. Everyone at Michigan just seemed to think he was the guy that made that defense go much more so than Rashawn Gary, who went in the top 10.
You want to hear the terms of the Josh Rosen deal?
Yeah.
Straight up, the Dolphins get Josh Rosen and a fifth rounder.
Oh.
Next
year?
year's fifth rounder for Arizona's only second rounder. Wow. So Josh Rosen isn't even worth a second rounder.
Yeah, nobody
I'll
wants
tell you
that.
what, you start to look at that puts Frank Clark's trade in perspective. It's hard to get first round
No
draft
kidding.
choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of players. So
You need a team like Kansas City that thinks it makes them the best team in football.
You need a desperate team.
Yeah,
Amari Cooper,
yeah.
Frank Clark.
are a team that thinks that puts them over
Right,
the top.
we're
They're
right
in
there
a
if we
unique
get that
position
guy.
to be able to deal a first rounder. And
Right.
Kansas City was in that spot. They were. I mean, remember, if D4 doesn't jump or line up, not even jump, line up off sides last year, they go to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
And they probably win it.
I like to think about
Oh.
this this phone call between Schneider and Bill Belichick. Hey, Bill, how you doing, brother? Hi, John. Want to make a trade?
The funny thing about Belichick is
Okay.
how much he likes Pete Carroll, though. Because they could obviously not be more opposites as
Yeah.
human beings, and yet Belichick seems to have as much respect for Pete as any coach in the league.
It's awesome.
He
I wonder
loves
if part
Pete.
of that has to look. They've got a lot of experience, but just the age thing. They've
Well,
both been around for so long.
both
they
defensive
respect each other.
coaches.
They're still doing right. Defensive
both
coaches.
DB coaches,
and I
too.
think that Bill is always. I mean, I talked to him a little bit during my year back in Boston. Not a lot. It's not like he would give me a lot of great information, but in talking to him, even just a little off the air, I think he feels for what happened to Pete in New England. I think most people who are familiar with it do, knowing that Bobby Greer, who was the GM there, did not empower him the way he needed to. The players had a stairway to get to Bobby Greer's office and complain about Pete, and he got undercut. And so a lot of people, I think, have a lot of sympathy for how Pete got done dirty in New England.
I wonder if Pete left one of those little notes in the desk for Belichick
He
when
might
he
have.
walked in. Open this note in 5 years
He
or
didn't
whatever.
know who
Probably
it was
hasn't
going to
opened
be,
it yet.
and he probably didn't know who it would be.
Right.
Because Belichick obviously was supposed to be the
Played
head
with the
coach of the
Jets,
Jets.
walked out.
And then that whole thing went down. So I remember that during the Super Bowl, how much Belichick was like really into. I mean, I know he praises everybody.
Belichick has a lot of reference for history, though.
Yeah.
For the history of the
It's
game.
true.
And I think with
Yeah.
all that Pete's accomplished, I think that probably means a lot to him.
Well, they say that if you want to talk to Bill Belichick, talk about the history
Always.
or something other
Lawrence
than
Taylor.
current game. Yeah,
That
like
was
talk
always
about
my
LT.
move. When things got real rough in some of
Yeah.
those on-air interviews, and Dave, they got rough.
Oh, I
they
can
were
imagine.
they were some of the most uncomfortable things I've ever been a part of. When in doubt, I would just ask about
Because you had to ask him about what happened yesterday, and he didn't want to talk about it.
What, and he's sitting there going. It was like listening to my dog sleep. I mean, it's disgusting.
So, what did you have to do? Like, say, so, Coach, what would LT have done?
Pretty much, like
Yeah.
he would go for a while, and then you finally just be like, "All right, so hey, Coach, you know when you guys in New York put this together with the game plan with LT," and he would just start talking, and he'd tell you fascinating things. One of my favorite things, and we're just waiting for the Seahawks pick to come in here any moment, but one of my favorite stories he would ever tell is why defenses were so much better back then, because there was no free agency. And he would talk about the Cowboys defense, and Dave, you probably would understand this a lot more, how complicated they could make it. Because guys were back year after year after year, and you could just keep adding and adding and adding and adding. Whereas the secret to Bill's success with the Patriots, we can't go to the podium. So the secret to Bill's success was always just very simply keep it simple. All right, Cam Chancellor's making the pick. How about that?
Oh, nice.
Let's see. What do we got?
DK Metcalf.
Wow.
Oh, my
DK.
God.
All right.
DK
Wow.
Metcalf. DK Metcalf goes to the Seahawks. That is hysterical. I told you at some point you've got to take him, right?
Well, we
Okay.
said wide receiver or defensive end.
At some point you've got to take DK Metcalf.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, for the value that they were able to get him, for what it was going on, I think that this is something that is great and tremendous. And when you talk about what DK Metcalf is and for his injury history, that is cause for concern.
Sure.
But, I mean, now you've got a receiver that you can really get excited about with his size and speed. This is the type of ceiling and potential project that could be
He's supposed to be a
huge.
top 15 pick.
Yeah, how did he drop this? What did I miss? He
I
dropped
don't,
this
I,
far
I don't
because
think
of what?
I don't think he was ever a top 15
A
pick.
lot of mocks sure had him in the
They
top
were wrong.
50. Well, fine, but the mock drafts all had him in the top 15,
Yeah.
and he ends up going at 64.
At 64.
I mean, that's pretty
correct.
darn good value for the Seahawks.
By the way, the terms of the
6'3",
trade, it's a third-round pick, the 77th minute. They got that from Carolina,
Yeah.
and 118, one of the fourth-round picks that they picked up from the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
You give up the one of the thirds and the fourth to move back into the second round. You still have a third-round pick, and now you've made a second-round pick. So the Seahawks have taken care of the three biggest positions of need they had heading into the draft.
I don't really care what they do from here on out.
Well, I'd still like them to get another pass rusher, but yeah, I mean, this seems like an unbelievable draft already for John Schneider. He's still got another third. He still has 3 fourth-round picks.
Absolutely. He's got a lot of room to work with. I mean, you talk about going into this draft and literally as poor as you could possibly be, as poor as you could possibly be,
Yeah.
and now being as draft rich as you can, and now you've been able to address your biggest needs in defensive end, safety, and now receiver with a player who everybody knew the type of talent that he could have. This is a huge one. I couldn't be more excited right now.
Isn't it at some point you just have to? Like, how far can he possibly go before eventually you say, all right, we just got to take this guy and take the risk. We're almost
Well,
in
they
the
traded
third
to
round.
get him.
Right. Like, at some point, like, he's still out there. I mean, geez, the kid is a physical freak show. My guess, if I have to, like, the negative of it for me is he ends up being hurt more than CJ Pro size.
Right.
I don't know how much it's like having a Ferrari or what, like how much can they not be in the shop? But if he's not, freak show. Complete freak show athlete playing the position.
Jake, was it you saying to me the other day on the air that this is the type of receiver that Pete's been looking for? That they haven't
the Mike
had it
Williams receiver.
Right. I mean,
100%.
was Sidney Rice, was he that big?
Sidney Rice was a big receiver.
Yeah.
He was.
And
he
he
was
ended up
6'4".
getting hurt. He wasn't
tall.
around here as long as he should have been.
I'm just
either,
laughing
but
at the idea of Cam Chancellor, of all people, announcing that pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how much would Cam have relished being out there to just pummel that dude?
Absolutely. Well, it's one rip dude to another rip dude, that's for sure.
You like
he's
this, Dave?
huge, man. This kid.
You like the pick?
Yeah, we said it before. I think all three of us agreed. I don't know what you thought, Tom. Pass rush or a wide receiver.
I wanted,
like
but these
this
are
wide
the two
receiver?
positions I wanted yesterday, and specifically I wanted him. So yeah, great.
Yeah, so we'll see how he.
You know what's
you
funny?
have to believe that there is something, you're talking about the injuries and why did he drop and all that. There's got to be something about him, and we'll hear it from John Schneider and Pete Carroll, that sets him apart and makes him different.
Well, I mean, sure. I think it's his physique. Tom, will you take off your shirt and pull the DK Metcalf thing and show how similar you were built to DK Metcalf since we're in front of the live?
I'm not going to do that right
No?
now.
You don't think that's a good plan?
Thank you for that, by the way. We appreciate that.
You're welcome,
John, the offer is to you as well. I have $5 in my wallet if you want to show people.
I'll pay you
DK
10 to
Metcalf.
keep your shirt on.
Hey, now we're talking. Let's,
What do you
let's
think?
keep this going.
I'll do it if we all do it.
No, I mean, the value is
People
there.
aren't ready for this much hair.
And again, it's the big receiver they'd like. He's 6'3". He's 233 pounds. Just a freakish type of thing. I mean, he was unbelievable at the combine with the 4.3 340. I mean, his big thing is he needs work on the short shuttle because he was horrible on that. He can basically do 9 routes down the field. That's his main thing. It's the short routes he has to work on. I mean, he's going to be a work in progress, but you're getting a lot of talent. Again, he was a high second-round pick.
Would you have rather had him or someone like Andy Isabella, who's going to be a slot receiver, constantly in motion across the middle of the field, open all the time? Which type of receiver would you prefer?
I think they needed the big receiver on the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they've been going at. Because, I mean, you even go back to the Super Bowl days. I mean, there were more slot guys and short guys and undrafted guys and all that. I mean, they're starting to build it up. Now, Jaron Brown is a bigger type receiver, tall, skinny, and, he's developed. Tyler Lockett has really become a very good receiver in this league. I mean, he's made the big jump last year. I mean, some now think that down the line he can become a Pro Bowl type of guy, just like Doug Baldwin was able to do after a couple of years. So, this kind of gives more competition and, again, a good talent, and you're getting him at the 64th pick.
I got to confess, this is the guy that I wanted at 37.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
I knew that the better move would be to trade down.
So you're psyched right now.
Yeah, he probably he's a first-round talent, is he not?
I believe so.
He's that type of talent, right? If there are concerns about injuries, that's fine. But
Crazy.
I
He almost fell into the third round.
Right, I definitely wanted wide receiver. I wanted him specifically. And so, I mean, for them to be able to trade down and still walk away with, actually, and then trade back up to get it.
Yeah, but
Terrific.
in the meantime, they added picks, and they end up picking twice in the second round. Remember, they went into this draft without a second rounder. They end up picking once in the first round, twice in the second round. They've still got a pick in the third round, and they still have 3 fourth-round picks. If they want to come back into the third round again, they're fully stocked to do it. Give up 2 of those fourth-rounders or a fourth and a fifth. They may end up right back in the third round. You end up with 5 picks at that point before the end of the third round. That may be very well 5 starters within 2 years for your team. I would love to see them add one more defensive end. I know they got one yesterday. I'd love to see them get one more. You guys have mentioned, John, there's still a few other defensive ends.
Yeah,
that
one
are left,
just
right?
went. Arizona, with the first pick in the third round, took Zach Allen from Boston College. Now they'll
don't want a
obviously,
BC kid.
he's the BC, and he's
Yeah, I
not.
don't
He
want that.
wasn't real fast. And
Well, he went to BC.
Yeah, he went to BC, which is that's okay.
So
That's
he can
okay.
only be so fast.
Oh, okay.
There's a
But he's
limit
not-
on
He's
that.
a good gambler.
Yeah, but so he's obviously going to be probably playing. I would have to think linebacker because it's a 3-4 defense.
All right. So who's still out there? Ferguson?
Ferguson's still out there.
Yep.
Bryant from Clemson, Nelson from Iowa, and Vinovich. that's Dave
Chase
Wyman's
Daniel,
guy.
I still like Wynn.
Yeah,
I like him.
third round.
I
He's
want
still
him.
there.
All right.
And
well,
the Seahawks still have one more pick in this round.
Yeah, and they could move back. How was it cost for them to move back up into the third round? Could it take 2 of their fourths?
Remember they had 2 picks in the third.
No, I know. They have a second pick in the third.
Yeah, so a 5th round pick is what you're talking about now.
All
So,
right.
yeah.
Well, I'd be into that. Give up a 4th and a 5th, come back into the third, have 2 picks in the third round left to go. I would love to see a bunch of third-round picks for that. I think that would be a sweet spot for them right now.
Yeah, well, they're sitting at the moment, with the 29th pick in the third round.
Right.
So depending on where they go, I mean, it could probably cost 2 picks to move up, but usually it takes, you go back 2 rounds when you start to get into like the third round. Now you're talking 5th round pick if it's going to be a short move, but then you have to go a little bit more. So that's the way it goes. And by the way, terms of the Josh Allen trade is that it's going to be a 5th round pick that they had to throw in from the Dolphins from the Arizona.
Rosen, you mean?
Yeah, on Josh Rosen.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a 2nd round pick, but they had to recompensate with the 5th.
If I'm Steve Keim, I don't think I could. I think my pride would have really hurt there. Like, look, come on, man. Don't embarrass me like that. Don't make me give up a 5th round pick in addition. That's just embarrassing.
Maybe they hate him so bad that they're just like good riddance.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's a 5th round pick next year.
True, but it's still, it's just something. That doesn't even have much value. You're literally just embarrassing Steve. Okay, fine. I'll take your problem
Well, and
off
then how
your
about the
hands,
idea that
but
he
you
had to
better
trade
throw
down?
in another pick for
They
him.
traded down toward the bottom of the 2nd round to get that deal done.
And keep my soda machine stocked for the next decade. Right?
Jeez.
Oh, it's just mean.
With the wide receiver situation, we should talk about one thing. Do you guys think Doug Baldwin's going to play this year?
I do.
Okay.
If my gut tells me that he's going to play, that he's going to be in this, and that he's going to give it one more year. 1, there's $10 million still left on the table, and 2, I think that just from a pride standpoint, he went through all last year banged up, and people doubting him and stuff like that. And I don't think that he would want to end his career on that type of year and that type of note. I think that he wants to show that he can still be the #1 premier receiver in this league on a full healthy season. And really, it's just going to come down to whether mentally he is ready to do that or not.
And it's not that these two guys play the exact same position, but we talk about wide receivers having a tough time transitioning into the NFL.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that they have Lockett, Baldwin together maybe for another year.
Absolutely.
And while he's developing, maybe sort of transition away. That way you're not left with a year where it's just Tyler Lockett on his own.
That's where this pick really becomes exciting, is now you have Lockett, you have Baldwin, and now you add DK Metcalf, and now you've got an opportunity for where Metcalf isn't necessarily your #1 target or the guy that you're relying on, so to speak, that he can continue to develop, like you said, but that he can add another dimension to this offense and truly let Doug Baldwin really work where he does best, which is in the middle of the field.
Look at the 49ers. Is that T.O.?
It is.
Oh, good.
He's got some
boy.
sunglasses
For him,
on. Comes out posing. He's ready to go.
Hey, by the way, a further update. It looks like now at least the Dolphins did have to throw in the 5 and not have to give back the 5. So that recompensates for that move down. So it looks like they get the value of 48.
Okay.
And Josh Rosen going to the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
With DK Metcalf, do you think the Seahawks, that was a case of a player that they had valued falling down the draft board and them looking at it and saying, I can't believe he's still there, let's go get him?
Let's go back.
Or do you think that this was a case of them thinking that, hey, we think we can get him there and trade back into the bottom of the 2nd round? Do you think that they had planned to come and get him?
Well, no, as I think after they start acquiring the draft choices, then they were able to do it. But once they got the deal with Carolina, then they knew they can do it because that was a high pick reasonably in the 3rd round, and that gave them the ability to move up for whatever they wanted at the bottom of the 2nd round.
Because they didn't have as far to go. They were going from 117 to the bottom of the 2nd round as opposed to
going from 77 as opposed to what would have been that lower pick that they had in Kansas City. So this gave them the opportunity, if they like Metcalf or if they like somebody else, they can make that move.
Is there a difference between a guy that when they come into the draft that they target, that they say, we love this guy, we're really going to keep our eye on him, and a guy who may fall to them and say, you know what, I didn't think he was going to get that far? I guess I'm wondering, is Metcalf that guy, or is he a guy that they said, you know what, one way or another, we got to get our hands on him?
It's a great question, Tom, and I think that it'll be interesting to hear from John Schneider and Pete when they come out to see if we can figure that out, because Tyler Lockett, that was a guy that they zeroed in on. Tyler Lockett was a guy that they decided we probably are not going to have a pick and be able to select him when he's available, but we want him. We need a punt returner, Golden Tate, as you pointed out, Jake, when we were on the air, he had left the team in that time. They had a need for a kick returner. Percy Harvin had moved on.
Yep.
They spotlighted Lockett. Another case would be Jaron Reed, and that was something that didn't necessarily come to them. That teams were looking to move out. The Bears was the pick that was there, and the Seahawks were not hunting, and that's the term that Schneider will use, that, hey, we were hunting to come up and get someone. So I don't know if this was a case of them looking up there and saying, I can't believe he's still on the board.
Well, I would, in a moment of honesty, is John Schneider going to admit that wide receiver is a position of need? Because if he says yes, then how could they not have zeroed in on Metcalf?
Well, I think that what he would say is that guy was too good for us to leave him sitting there.
Yeah.
That guy was too good. That player was too good for us to let him.
Exactly.
He won't spotlight it and say that it was a position of need. But that idea of he was too good sitting there and he's alone in their draft grade, because how their board is built, you'll have a player that sits out there. Golden Tate's a great example. Golden Tate was by himself. At the time the Seahawks picked him, it was in the second round in 2010. He was the only guy that was up there. And as Schneider was sitting there re-envisioning it, he was kind of looking up, and I was, like I said, I'm looking up because that's where his name was, and he was the only one that was up there, the only guy that was rated that highly that wasn't off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a case of that where DK Metcalf was the only name that they had rated that high? They're like, okay, at this point, we need to follow. What we're seeing is that this guy's value is significantly higher than the pick we're going to use.
Well, also, it comes right now what looks like the mini run on wide receivers, because you just had San Francisco taking another wide receiver, the second one today, Jalen Hurd. They took him at 67, the third pick in the round. And then Pittsburgh just took Toledo's Deontay Johnson. So I think what it comes down to is you start to see, okay, where's that receiver run? Where's that going to be? Where do we have Metcalf in that group? And we better jump some teams because they may take him.
Right, because, the other part of it is the Seahawks can't be the only team that had their eye on this guy.
Correct, and that's where you see the jump and you see the move and the aggression, and that's where, when they were about to make that pick, that's where I said that with, okay, this is either a defensive end or a receiver that they have identified that they have to go and jump and get. And I firmly believe it. DK Metcalf fell down to him, and I think they're in a situation they couldn't be more ecstatic, the fact that he fell down this far and that they were able to get him.
Well, of course, and then also the local ties, too, with Eric Metcalf and Terry Metcalf.
We need to get into that because there is...
He's related to Eric Metcalf?
Yeah.
There's some discussion of this. We don't know.
Oh.
Eric Metcalf was the son of Terry Metcalf. Terry Metcalf graduated from Franklin High School and then ended up going on and having an NFL career. Terrence Metcalf is DK Metcalf's father.
Okay.
Now, Terrence Metcalf went to Ole Miss, was born in Mississippi, and he also had an NFL career. Terry Metcalf had a brother named Terrence, but it's not this Terrence Metcalf.
What? Oh, weird.
Oh, okay.
But they do believe, and after talking to him, Terry and Terrence, the fathers, have talked about it to see. They think they might be cousins, but I don't know if they've actually sorted it out.
Do we need to do a DNA test?
But there have been a couple, because somebody asked if Eric Metcalf, the former Browns player, he was a
little guy.
Yeah, number 13 overall pick in the year he came out. He was out of Texas.
He was the first genuine third down back, pass catching Dave Meggett type back.
Yeah.
But it's funny because that Metcalf and the guy we just drafted here would seem to have nothing in common as receivers.
And Eric Metcalf was asked, are you his uncle? And he said, no, I'm not his uncle. Now they're talking about each other as cousins. so we'll have to, it'll be interesting to see with DK if they figured out if there is an actual connection, because
I don't know.
Terry Metcalf grew up in
fascinating.
Seattle, and Terrence Metcalf, the father of DK, grew up in Mississippi. That's where their roots are. So it is pretty interesting.
By the way,
Gotta get to the bottom of this.
underrated Tecmo Bowl performer.
I would agree with that.
Eric Metcalf.
Yeah, Eric
you can use
Metcalf
him every
was-
play.
Well, he was a solid player. You know who spoke this into existence? Jake Heaps. Jake Heaps said before our show started on the air this afternoon on 710 ESPN Seattle, he said, I'm going to speak this into existence. I want John to be aggressive. I want
Yes.
John to get some picks to move, and he also wanted a wide receiver. Being
That's
the
right.
quarterback that he is, he wanted a wide receiver.
And they got it done in a big,
All right, so wait a
big,
minute.
big way.
Let me ask you this question: since you're in Russell's camp, was drafting this wide receiver part of Russell's deal? Was that built in there? You know what? You got to go get me a big wide receiver if you want me to stay here and not go to New York, because they got plenty of them there.
Yeah, and spare you of Daniel Jones, the next Peyton Manning. I think that look, this is a big deal. I think when you talk about getting a weapon and getting a surefire weapon for Russell Wilson, I think this is an opportunity and excitement for him to have a young guy like this and to be able to gain that chemistry with him, and hopefully that this DK Metcalf Russell Wilson connection can draw some great production for the Seahawks in years to come. I know that Russell over time has really wanted this type of player and have that opportunity to throw to a guy like this. And what quarterback wouldn't?
Yeah.
This is a quarterback's dream right here. And now we're going to find out a lot about DK Metcalf as soon as he comes here to this facility, starts working out, running routes, and all those types of things. But there is great reason to be excited right now, especially if you're Russell Wilson.
But by the way, for Tom Wassel, just to let you know, they were not going to trade for Russell Wilson with the Giants. Dave Gettleman was probably going to give up a second-round pick to get Paxton Lynch, though.
I can't see if you're smiling or not, so I don't know if you're serious.
He's giving you the business.
Yes, he is.
Trying to give me a heart attack?
The fact that Tom had uncertainty about whether or not the GM of the Giants had actually done that.
That's the problem right there.
I laughed out loud today during your show with Bob when Bob was giving you a hard time about now they're saying he could sit behind Eli Manning for 3 years, and you just go, look, that's not going to happen.
Oh, God. Look, you guys don't know how lucky you are. Look, and I've adopted the Seahawks, but when you've got your quarterback situation figured out, you've got it made. Okay, I mean, you're essentially privileged at that point. Everything else is gravy. What the Seahawks just did here, they made themselves a lot better. But even if they didn't, they're still going to be a heck of a team. There's no reason to really worry about them. I love this draft so far. I mean,
I would agree with
of
you.
every draft they've had since I've been here, so since 2011, this is the only one so far where I don't have any genuine complaint. I mean, last year there's at least a question about, what are they doing in the first round with Rashad Penny? I mean, there's some questions there. This year, they traded away Frank Clark to get more picks, right? They trade down again to acquire more, and then they actually come away on day one with a player, an impact player, theoretically. I think they've addressed everything they need to so far.
I think the Seahawks drafts are interesting, not because you can forecast who they're going to pick, because that's next to impossible, but after it starts going, it's pretty easy to see what they're trying to do. And it doesn't mean it always works. But like in 2011, I remember looking at their draft. First-round pick was James Carpenter. Their third-round pick, they didn't have, and their next pick was John Moffitt. So it was, you know what we're doing? We're going to fix the offensive line. We felt we got pushed around up front. We're going to fix the offensive line. Those players didn't end up accomplishing that.
Right.
But it shows you what their intent was. Last season, what they tried to do, they used a first-round pick on Rashad Penny, even though they had Chris Carson, who was coming back from injury, and they liked. And then in the fourth round, they drafted the best blocking tight end in the draft in Will Dissly. They were going to fix the running game. They were going to fix the running game, or they were going to die trying. They were going to run out of draft picks trying to do it. You see what they're doing this year. The first two players they chose, I think it's about getting back to playing a physical, intimidating, really, really smash them in the mouth style of defense. And it's not about, hey, we think these guys are going to pan out. It's like, we're going to take the guys that we think are going to come in here and thump. We think that LJ Collier is going to come in and be part of this rotation, and the toughness he plays with, he's our kind of player. Absolutely. And they're going to say the same thing about Marquis Blair, and he ran faster, I think, than a lot of people thought at the scouting combine. It was a sub-4.5 40, which I'm sure the Seahawks looked at and said, oh, man, he can run in addition to the way he hits, and they've added those two guys. DK Metcalf, I believe, is someone to try and round out their receiving core. They don't have much size. They just don't.
They really haven't for a little. I mean, Jimmy Graham, if you want to count him, he gave them a lot of size. And you know what? They got a lot of mileage out of his size. He could go up there, and he was a man amongst boys. But this is a little bit different, especially because he's not DK Metcalf's a young player right now. Jimmy Graham really wasn't.
Yeah, this is a guy that is a physical specimen. This is that sort of prototype, and I think that they believe that put in this atmosphere and this environment, he's really going to thrive.
What do you guys think? Just going back to Collier for a second, because we were talking on the air today, Bob and I, and we actually got a little bit of input from Ray Roberts on this. I think he may have felt like Bob and I were minimizing the importance of just the sack totals, and maybe we were. But is this going to be a sack by committee thing where there isn't going to be a 15-sack guy in there, but we're going to have disruptive presences all up and down the line? Do you think that that's where this thing is headed, or do you think somebody's going to emerge and be the guy?
I would like to see, if you're going to ask me what I want, I want it by committee. I want it to be by committee. I don't want it to be singular. And I think that's the point of this thing is, yeah, do you want a guy that can get you 12 to 15 sacks a year? Absolutely. You absolutely do that.
I mean, I'd love them all to do that, but it's not going to happen.
But I want to see great depth, and I want to see a Jacob Martin. I want to see them get, 5 to 8 sacks in that range. I want to see LJ Collier be able to do that as well. Jaron Reed continue to stay on the type of production that he's had and continue to see this group evolve and grow. I mean, the one thing that does excite me is potentially if you have the ability to get a pass rush veteran. Now, if you want to get a serious pass rushing element on third down, you can move LJ Collier inside to work with Jaron Reed. You could have Jacob Martin if he develops, and maybe have that next, free agent, veteran free agent out on the edge. I mean, this could get really fun and dynamic and exciting if these guys can end up panning out. Add Rasheem Green to that mix. I mean, there is some pieces here. It just depends on how these guys develop and what steps do they take from this year going into or in this offseason going into this next year. And I think that's what Pete and John are trying to create here, and that's the thing that we should be excited about. So from here on out, they've addressed their needs. They've addressed defensive end. They have addressed receiver. They have addressed safety. Now, okay, let's see where else they feel like they need to get depth at. And I think that you're going to see a lot more defense here than you are going to be offense driven in the last couple picks.
Yeah, I think you need a couple corners.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the reason that why you're seeing them accumulate those fourth-round picks. I think that they're going to look to add corners.
Is this the part of the draft that, look, I know that they don't ever undervalue late-round draft picks, but is this the part of the show where we start picking guys just to throw things at the wall and see what sticks, or are they identifying players where they say, that guy's going to be great, he's going to take somebody's job?
Jake had a really good point yesterday, and I hadn't thought of it in these terms, but I thought it was really accurate that once you get to the 4th and the 5th round, they're looking for a trait. They're not as concerned about what flaws you have in your game because everybody at that point is going to have some flaws. The reason that they're available in the 4th and 5th round is that there were things that made other teams leery. That's the reason that they didn't get picked. But they look for a singular trait that would allow that person to thrive and succeed.
Mm-hmm.
It's not to say it's a long shot. Long shots they typically take in the 7th round or the 6th round, and those will be players that have very little production, but have Jamison Cons is the guy that I think of as the biggest example of they haven't had much production, maybe have bounced around positions, and it's kind of like a science project where all of the observable physical traits on this guy, his measurements, tell us that that's the kind of incredible football player, but he just hasn't put it together on the field. That's generally where they take more of their long shots. In the 4th and 5th round, it's about this guy does one thing really, really well or has one trait that we think could allow him to succeed.
Let's coach him into a position where he can use that skill.
And the other part of it, too, is not just saying, okay, this guy has this great trait. It's how does it fit in our scheme? How does his great trait accentuate in our scheme? Right, and can we get that to be the focal point here? And I think that's what some teams really get themselves in trouble with is one, they get guys that have way too many negatives and try and convince that they can get the positive out of them. The second thing is that their traits don't necessarily fit their scheme. They just like the player. They fall in love with the player instead of, hey, this is the type of scheme that we run and how is that going to fit? And I think the Seahawks do it better than anybody else in saying, look, this is our scheme fit. This is what this guy can do. And that's why you have a Richard Sherman that gets picked in the late rounds because they looked at the traits that he had, the positive traits, and, man, it fit exactly what they wanted at that corner position in their 3-4 scheme. And it was a beautiful thing.
Refresh my memory on that. When they picked Sherman, was he picked as when he came up on the screen, did it say WR next to his name?
No,
he was a corner. He
played corner his final 2 years
okay.
at Stanford, in large part because he and Jim Harbaugh didn't care for one another,
right.
and Richard needed to get away from the offensive side of the ball.
Because the only thing I remember about his college career, because I wasn't even here yet, was a couple of the big plays that he made in that game for Stanford against USC. I think he made the big catch that set up that touchdown there.
He caught the game-winning touchdown.
Oh, was it that one? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, he was. He was also the Stanford player that caused Dave Wyman to curse more than any other in his final season there. Wyman will tell you he's a better pro player than he was a college player.
Yeah.
Like flat out. Like was a better pro player
so,
than he ever was in college.
And so it is, how did that player go from that to then becoming an all-pro? It's because you look at what this guy's traits are, and they fit exactly what you want, and you think you can accentuate the greatness into your scheme.
How many other players have they drafted over the years? Like, I mean, J.R. Sweezy comes to mind.
Sweezy was that science experiment thing,
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
That was the defensive lineman we're going to take. Cam Chancellor was a guy that a lot of teams thought was too big. The Seahawks had a significantly higher grade on him. They drafted
I mean,
him
Russell
in the
Wilson
fifth
to
round.
be one.
Wilson was.
But he was the
one.
guy that they knew that they wanted.
Yes, and they thought that he had enough. He had enough of the intangibles. John Schneider was a big believer in him. That, hey, the leadership he brings, the presence he brings, and that, yes, all things being equal, you'd prefer a taller quarterback, but they had the same grade on him as they had on Andrew Luck.
Right, and
Like,
they didn't
the
look at him as some
evaluation.
kind of one-trick pony that they're going to bring in and say, hey, let's just coach him into something. He had far more strengths than he did weaknesses at the time.
Yes.
I'm looking at, we were talking before about sacks by committee or one guy sort of emerging. I pulled up the starting defense of the Denver Broncos in that Super Bowl a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
You've got Von Miller, obviously, is the big-time horse there. But, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Danny Trevathan, Brandon Marshall, DeMarcus Ware, Malik Jackson. I mean, those guys, that defense is just packed full of guys who can disrupt.
Pot roast, right? Remember
Yeah.
pot roast? Yeah. They had a bunch of guys all over that front, and that's why I keep pointing back to what, from a Seahawks perspective, what do you want to get back to? You want to get back to the depth that you had in 13 and 14 and the men that you just had across the board as pass rushers and defensive run stuffers. They had a clear 1 and a clear 2, and there was zero drop-off. I mean, Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill were your backups. Like, they weren't your starters. I mean, that's incredible.
That was striking gold, by the way.
Yeah, it
with those two.
was. But you want to get to somewhere like that where you can continue to have a great rotation and stay fresh amongst your defensive line, because too many times last year we saw these guys get worn down.
There's also part of this, and remember, the trade of Frank Clark, that was a commentary about what they perceived as Frank's ceiling. And John was pretty clear about that last night, that this wasn't the case that they wanted to move on from Frank. They had planned to and hoped to extend him. But the price that it got to, the price that he was going to command to sign, was high enough that they looked at it and said, that's outside of our price range. And to me, what that said was that Frank, as good as we think he is and believe he is, he's not the third best defensive lineman. He's not the top pass rushing defensive end that's here, because Seattle's never been afraid or hesitant to pay market rates for defensive players. It also hasn't been $20 million, but that's the going rate for right now. That's what it costs
So when you say his ceiling, did the Seahawks believe that he had reached it?
No.
And that it was going to be a question of rewarding him as such? Or
I think that they believed that his ability and what the production that he would provide wasn't worth the $21.5 million per year, the $63.5 million guaranteed that it was going to take.
Can you imagine what we'd be talking about today had that trade not taken place? That trade essentially defined, or got the ball rolling anyway, on what this draft was going to be.
Yes.
Right? They had the 2 picks in the first round. As a result, they were able to trade down and replace that position.
They picked up 4 picks in large part because of that. Now, maybe they would have traded back from 21 to 29 and still gotten the 2 fourth-round picks there, but they picked up, not to mention the second-round pick that they're going to get next year and the spending room that they got. There's $17 million they're not paying to Frank Clark this year.
I was just sitting in the other room having dinner with Dave. John Schneider's having an awesome draft. We won't know whether these players are good for a while, so I don't know whether it pays off. We can't actually grade it until later, but in terms of theory, in terms of the types of players he got, where he got them and all that, dude, I love this draft.
I just said a second ago to these guys that
I love
in
it.
the time I've been here, this is my 9th draft here. This is the only draft I can remember where thus far, or so far, I really don't have any big major questions about what they're doing.
It's the first time I've been truly pumped about the Seahawks draft, all the way through our first few picks since 2012.
I like it. I don't know why I'm in a position, because I look at it and I was like, okay, where's the speed on the defensive line?
Where's the speed on the?
Maybe
this
that's
is
coming next.
Well,
Is your boy Ferguson still out there?
he might be, but it's getting a little bit. The speed on the defensive line. That would be the one thing that I would say is that it was a historical year in terms of the number of defensive linemen drafted, and they've got a strong. And I like the pick of LJ Collier. I like the pick, and I think he'll fit in well. But you lost your best speed rusher, and you have not added any speed.
But
rusher.
You don't need speed
up
if you're slippery, though.
They also weren't up there in that part of the draft where those guys went. I mean, what are you going to do? They were good enough last year not to be in that spot, and people weren't going to give you that high of a draft for Frank Clark, or that high of a pick. So
I agree with you, Mike.
I really like what they did, and we were talking about it earlier. There's still a bunch of defensive ends out there if you want to sign them. You have $17 million in savings this year from Frank Clark. If you wanted to do short-term deals with some combination of Ndamukong Suh or Ezekiel
Don't all those
Elliott.
guys have a buyer beware sticker?
Sure, of course they
attached
do,
to
but you're not signing them for long-term. You sign short-term deals with, let's say it's Ndamukong Suh and Nick Perry, or it's Nick Perry and Ziggy Ansah, or whatever. I mean, there's enough guys. Connor Barwin is another one. There's a bunch of guys that are out there and available that you could sign short-term for that.
Ndamukong Suh might be a little bit of a problem. I think he's
so?
a nice kid and everything. We saw before the Super Bowl, he's friends with Warren Buffett and all that. He thinks he's
gotta be a nice kid.
an interesting guy and everything. And so, but you know, the word is that he doesn't like to practice. He doesn't go hard in practice, and you know, he played really well in the playoffs, not so much during the regular season. I have a hard time believing that was by design. You know, I feel like you go out and try to play. If you don't play your hardest, you're going to get your butt kicked. But, you know, I think you're trying to get rid of that sort of idea and that part of your locker room. You want to clean that up.
I've been saying all week that this is before we knew that Frank Clark was going to get traded. If it came down to having to replace him, there are all these names we keep throwing around, but fit is so important. Fit is so important, especially when it comes to a Pete Carroll team. Can you just grab, and you're talking about how you have reservations about Suh. Can you just go out and grab anybody and expect him to be that kind of replacement?
Well, I just think it really matters how he fits in your locker room,
right?
As, to your point. And, you know, and Frank actually, I think was a great leader this last year. And reading Jaron Reed's post about that, about him leaving, you know, I thought said a lot about Frank. And so, you know, I think since he came here, other than the punch to Jermaine Ifedi, which I still am like, that wasn't like, you know, it wasn't out on the street. It was on a football field. So
is that better or worse?
Yeah, it's more acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, it was.
I think you and I see that one differently.
Well,
I've never gotten
over
it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
The way it looked.
Yeah.
The way he sneaked up behind him and
No,
punched
that's
him while
not
he
how it
wasn't
happened.
looking.
That's not how it happened.
It sure looked that way from where I was standing.
Where I was standing, it was like a lightning bolt came out of the blue and just dropped a 340
he was like
kind of
Kyle saw the same thing of him.
No,
sort
they
of
were both
crouched
standing
down.
like face to face. Anyway, yeah,
I didn't
that's what
see it
saw.
like that even a little. Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't see it your way even a little.
Huh.
Yeah, but you know, I look. Other than that, it wasn't. You know, there was a little bit with the Twitter, you know, but other than that, he was really a model citizen. He was a good guy, and so yeah, that part I think you did lose something there. Yeah, and I know that sounds weird, but I'd say this: Kansas City's in trouble. I mean, that stuff that's coming out about Tyreek Hill now. They had Kareem Hunt, and you know. I feel bad for Frank because I know that stuff's all going to get brought up again. But anyway, he's, you know, I thought maybe a little bit of a lost leadership there. But Jaron Reed is that guy.
A quick report
Jaron
here.
Reed's really good.
From Adam Schefter. This is as of 7:01. At the age of 30, Seattle Seahawks wide receiver Doug Baldwin may be unable to play again due to the cumulative effect of multiple injuries, league sources told ESPN. There's a real chance that Baldwin, one of the Seahawks' best players, etc., has played his last NFL down.
Well, we've been talking about that as a possibility that he may retire, but I mean that's sort of a different way of looking at it. I mean, given some of the conversation, it's surprising. Is it shocking?
Yeah, why would that report? No, it's not, because we already thought that this was a possibility. But
Right.
Why would that come out now?
I'm not
What's
sure.
the purpose of that report?
Well, the purpose of it is to frame the selection of DK Metcalf.
Oh, okay. Hey, we just got a wide receiver because this is
There's the
case.
possibility that he's not going to be in there.
So it's context.
I think this is going to go all the way up until training
Sure.
camp.
Yeah.
And I don't think that
Doug will
Seattle,
hate that.
Well, I don't think Seattle will have a situation. Don't bring me into your You and your conflict.
Well,
with
I'm
the,
sure
with the
he'll
wide
hate
receiver.
everyone talking about him all the way till training camp.
Doug Baldwin, the fact that you can go all the way up to training camp and decide whether or not he's going to. You don't need that money for something else.
Mhm.
You can give him every opportunity to come back and to heal up. He's gone through 3 off-season surgeries, so it's not like you were expecting him to be there. I'm not surprised by that report from Adam
So,
Schefter.
What is that? I mean, maybe John's the right person to answer this, John Clayton.
Yeah.
Would he be retiring or would he be injured? Like, is that like a Cam Chancellor situation where he's still guaranteed a salary?
No, there's no guarantees in his contract.
Okay, so even if he's injured, if
Yeah.
you needed to cut him, you would just move
You would
on.
just
So it's
move
not a
on.
matter of
No.
if he retires, then it's over and he doesn't get money. But if it's the cumulative effect of injuries, then he does. I mean, is there any difference
He
there?
finished last season. He wasn't hurt playing football last season.
Okay.
He finished playing it.
Got it. So there's there's nothing that would wouldn't
No,
change anything
there's
with that.
there's like a benefit that he can get a little over $1 million, but that's a benefit. It's not a cost for the Seahawks.
Yeah, so he always seemed like a guy that would probably retire, and it would be a surprise when he did. I think Doug feels that needs to go on and do bigger and better things, and I would disagree with him on that. Your clock is ticking for your career, and you can only do it for so long, and you can do that. There's plenty of time. You realize when you get out of the NFL, you're a young man. I mean, you're 31, 32. And it's too bad. I really enjoy watching him play. But if he's not happy and his heart's not in it, I understand the injuries. But to me, if you really loved it and really wanted to come and play, and you just had a burning desire, you'd probably be able to overcome that. But I wouldn't be shocked at all if Doug didn't play this year.
I'm glad that report's there because that's something that I had heard from a number of different people and a number of different people had talked about. But I didn't know how to bring it up respectfully without trying to say that, hey, this person, and speak for someone else's feelings about their body. So the fact that that's out there, that's not surprising.
Well, it's not surprising because, again, we were already kind of clued into this.
People have been talking about it around the team since before last season ended.
Yeah.
And knowing what he played through just to play last year, and the injuries with his knees. He had injuries to both of his knees, and the fact that he had a sports hernia operation.
Yeah, that's a
in
lot of
addition.
injuries. It's not just
Look, he had both his shoulders operated on before he left high school. Like he is a smaller guy, and one of the reasons that smaller guys have a harder time in the NFL is that you're more prone to injury. Like a bigger guy isn't as susceptible to injury. Do you believe in my physiology
I'm not sure.
study?
That sounds like something that would make sense, but I'm not sure if that's true.
It's kind of like how a 340-pound guy has a harder time coming back from a sprained ankle because he's got more weight on his ankle.
That makes sense.
His ankle,
Is that not true?
His ankle has known his whole life that there's 340 pounds resting on me, and so I therefore grow accordingly.
Are you saying his ankle is self-determining?
Yes, it knows, Tom.
Do you have a talking ankle?
knows.
I mean, it's almost like
It's remarkable.
If ankles could talk,
It's more
John.
weight on the ankle. It's more weight on the ankle. That's got to be harder.
I mean, look, if he's overweight, okay, but the guy with a 140-pound frame has, let's call it a Achilles tendon. It's built for a 140-pound man. If he's a 320-pound man, he's got a 320-pound sized Achilles ankle.
But does a 320-pound Achilles ankle have the same recovery time as an 180-pound one?
Yeah, if he's proportional. I mean, if he goes like 50 pounds over as far as weight, and he's just obese, and then your body doesn't handle it. But like I said, the Achilles tendon knows.
I will say this, Danny. You're right. Doug and I have not always gotten along, and a lot of his off-field stuff and the things he says drives me absolutely crazy,
Like
and
what?
probably vice versa. But I will really miss Doug Baldwin, the player.
Like what? What kind of things did you guys disagree on?
I mean, I disagree with the way he's comported himself and the way he's handled Russell Wilson and the things he says about Russ and has gone behind his back and a lot of that stuff. I just disagree with his style on all of it, not to mention, just sort of the way he's gone about it. But I'll miss Doug Baldwin, the player, a lot, if this really is the end for Doug. I mean, he has made some of the most incredible plays in Seahawks history, and the catch he made in Minnesota is in the freezing cold, is one of the best catches I've ever seen. The catch he made against Arizona after Russ had the double pirouette spin move and ended up, I think it was caught at the 1-yard line or whatever, is one of the best plays I've ever watched. I mean, Doug is an incredible player.
Another D end off the board here.
Oh, and that was
Chase
with the
Winovich.
Seahawks old pick.
Yeah.
No, that's too bad. I was hoping
Danny.
for him.
The long hair?
To the
Yeah.
Patriots, by the way.
I was hoping for him. That's a bummer.
Oh, the Patriots took it. You
Yeah.
think Bill Belichick's going to make him cut his hair?
I don't know. Do they
No.
allow long hairs in New England?
I think so.
What franchise is it that they don't allow?
The Yankees don't
the
allow
Yankees.
facial hair. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Anyway,
That's
there
a
it
bummer.
goes.
I would have liked that kid. But yeah, I'll miss Doug. Doug's made some. I mean, he's been a remarkable player for an undrafted and that attitude. And yeah, some of the things that I don't like about him are the things that have made him probably as successful as he's been. So
You know what's interesting about Doug, too, is that he's evolved and matured, whether you like him or not. He has evolved as a person.
Sure.
Right? He's looked at who he is or who he was and grown up, really, before our eyes. I mean, there are other players who I don't think you can really say that about, but he's become something else, both as a man and as a football player.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I want to say the same thing. I always say I don't want this to sound condescending because he's grown up. You know, and remember the Super Bowl, the second Super Bowl, some of the shenanigans that were going on there, and I just think he's...
Who does number 2 work for?
That didn't seem because I was such a surprise. That seems so out of character for him. That was one of the weirdest things that's happened in the Seahawks run. It's especially for him of all people. It seemed I mean, look, of all the things Doug was, he never seemed crass or anything like that. It just seemed like a weird thing for him of all people to have done. Doesn't it?
I would agree with you.
I agree, yeah.
Really surprising.
Yeah.
To the point where I didn't really believe at first that that's what had happened. Like, oh no, obviously he wasn't doing that. This is Doug Baldwin.
Okay, gas mask bong on
Yeah.
draft day or Doug pooping in the park?
Gas
Which
mask,
one more
gas-
shocking?
Gas mask.
Gas mask thing was completely shocking.
Were you guys here?
Yes. I wasn't on the air with
Danny
you,
and
but
I
we were here.
I think it was like, what in the world? Like you're looking at your notes, you're looking down. All of a sudden, I look up, boom! Right there on the TV is a guy with a big gas mask.
To
on.
me, that's still the most shocking moment in draft history,
Yeah,
other than
totally.
maybe Ditka trading the whole thing. I mean,
What about when the Vikings missed their pick?
That was pretty shocking.
Do you remember that?
Rick
utter
Smith?
stupidity.
That was
Rick
hilarious.
Smith, is that the GM who did that?
No, it was Tice.
Was it? Oh, he was the GM.
I don't know if
no,
he
no.
was.
Tice was head coach.
Tice was head
I thought
coach.
Rick Smith was the GM, but I could be wrong
Yeah,
about
that
that.
might be right. That sounds right. Anyway,
For some
I
reason,
think
it just stuck in my head. I could
Tice,
be wrong.
Tice had something to do with it.
Yeah, Tice was there, and
Probably
he
his
said
fault.
afterwards, he goes, "I'm just mad about it. I'll tell you that." I was like, "Yeah, I
Yeah, I
would
bet
be
you
too."
are. I
Couldn't
bet
get
you
the
are.
Trade agreed to, and Byron
Unbelievable.
Leftwich got stolen out from right under your nose.
You know, the other thing, Josh Rosen they're putting his tweets up on the screen there. Let's go, baby. Come on, Miami. Let's ride. Go Fins. Josh Rosen in Miami is a riot. Like, I hadn't even considered that part of it. The fact that Josh Rosen is going to be in South Beach, that is also really funny to me.
Why?
I don't know. He just seems like that would be a bad fit for him. The hot tub kid from UCLA and all that, and now he's going to be in
Oh,
South
you mean
Beach.
bad because
Isn't he
it's
from
like
the
him in his
Northeast?
element?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's from the Northeast. Isn't that where everybody in the Northeast goes to Miami?
No, no,
Florida?
to
They gotta
die.
fly
Yeah,
over
when
there.
they're like 80.
Right, to get ready. God's waiting room, but not like.
I
not
thought
in
that
their
was Palm
20s.
Springs.
That's from the West Coast.
That's the conveyor belt to death.
Hey, have you guys heard the DK Metcalf phone call yet?
No.
I got a chance while I stepped away. It
Yeah.
was incredible.
Yeah?
He was extremely emotional. Could barely talk to John Schneider and Pete Carroll, and at one point told Pete, just crying, like, "Why'd you guys wait so long, man?" and Pete said, "Doesn't matter. You know, we're thrilled to have you." And then took the phone to the whole coaching staff and was like, "Hey, man, we're so fired up to have you here from the coaching staff." Everyone erupted. The excitement between John and Pete and the coaching staff truly about DK Metcalf. This seems like they are so fired up about this pick. It's really cool. And to have a guy like that who was supposed to be a top 15 pick, I love the fact that you got a guy who slid and has probably gone through an emotional roller coaster and now hopefully has a chip on his shoulder and a lot to prove.
You know, this is the underwear Olympics numbers here, but this is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what's the most impressive. The 225 bench press, 27. Yeah, that's David Moore, I think, was 27 or 29 or
That's
something like
more
that.
than Collier.
But he also, and
Collier
he
was
also-
25.
And he ran a 4.33, 40-inch vertical. So, I mean, this guy, what is he, 6'3"?
I know that when I'm looking
Yeah.
at a wide receiver, that's what I wonder is how much can that dude bench? Because that's going to have
6'3",
a lot to do with
230.
exactly what he does.
It's still a
I'll
little
tell you
bizarre.
what, man, it's a well-rounded athlete. This guy's an animal. You think like somebody's trying to tackle him and he stiff arms him, that bench press isn't going to come into play?
It probably will.
Oh, man.
He looks phenomenal.
It's
He'll be part of the guys that get off the bus first, right?
Yeah.
Let him walk through.
35-inch arms, Danny.
Put the bench press in there. That's also more than what the offensive linemen Caleb McGarry and Andre Dillard did on the 225 bench
They've
press.
got long arms. This guy might have little T-Rex arms.
I don't think so.
He's got
Not from what I
35-inch
see.
arms.
That's crazy. I mean, that's seriously the 6'3", the 35-inch arms, and the 27 bench press are all pretty similar to Collier.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That's a freak of nature.
That's a freak.
Right there.
Who was?
I just hope he can stay healthy.
I saw Carl Mecklenburg. He announced the
I
Denver
did. I
Broncos
saw him too.
pick,
Yeah,
and
Mike and I were watching in
I
there.
thought all I can think of him when I see him now is to hear like these pass rushing geniuses.
He had a lot of really funny things to say. He was kind of quiet, sneaky quiet, and funny. But yeah, this is pretty cool. Remember Megatron? What was his name? Charles Johnson?
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson. Remember they on a Monday Night Football thing they had like his catch radius was the size of a 2-car garage.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that graphic.
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah, 2-car garage.
2-car garage.
Yeah, they showed like this 2-car garage in the background. It was like how high he could go, how wide his arms, and they had him standing there. Because what was he, like 6'4", 6'5", something like that?
Yeah, I think
that's what I'm looking at here.
Oh, my
We're looking
goodness.
at a 2-car garage player right here.
A
It's new
2-car
rating.
garage
It's a
guy.
new
With a couple
rating,
of
Tom.
golf carts or like,
How many
Doesn't matter
car-
what's inside.
Durangos.
How many car garage player would you be, Tom? How many cars? Like a golf
I don't
cart.
think I could even do the size of a shed.
You'd be a golf cart shed garage.
Oh, you're right. They've got those.
What are those little sheds called? The
little tough sheds
Yeah,
or
tough-
something.
that's right,
that's right,
Yeah.
tough
Be a little
shed.
tough shed. Tom's a tough shed player. He's a 2-car garage player. We're all different.
But man,
The
this
Seahawks
is
would find
impressive.
a way to utilize that skill and make
That's
it work.
exactly right. Yes, you'd be a toolsy shed, just like Mitch Haniger or something.
So
like that.
Metcalf was broken up when he was on the phone.
Yeah, he was in tears, man. Like
cool.
genuine, could barely talk tears.
So you've heard now from the Seahawks 3 picks with 3 completely different reactions and types of guys,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You got LJ yesterday, LJ Collier, who was as excited and a cheering party as you would ever hear, right? And then he got on and he was all attitude and great on the phone and great
Yep.
in the interview.
Yep.
Then you heard Blair, who was let's call him stoic. All right.
Putting it nice.
Let's go stoic. He was not long on words. He was not long-winded. He's probably not going to take our jobs here at any point.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable.
And then you get DK Metcalf, who was, as you said, emotional and I'm sure. God, can you imagine you're expecting to go yesterday in the first half of the first round, you go the last pick of the second?
That'd be such a roller
That's
coaster
nasty,
ride.
man. That's
That
a
happens.
nasty 2 days.
Doesn't that happen every year? Who are the guys that get stuck in
Was
the
he
green
at
room?
was he at the green room? He wasn't, right?
I don't think
so.
I don't think
No.
he went.
Yeah, but
Good.
there's
Good
always
for
those
him.
guys that that get left behind and
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily at the green room, but they tell these agents come in and they tell what was the issue with him dropping down.
Well, the big thing was his health.
Yeah.
He had a neck injury. Through his career, and he's only really played 17 games. So when you talk about a guy, I know we talk about quarterbacks, and Dwayne Haskins and Daniel Jones and Kyler Murray only playing 1 year. I mean, essentially that's kind of what you're looking at with DK Metcalf, and you're looking at what he was able to do this last year and the productivity that he had, and you're hoping that you're getting that type of player right there.
I think the Seahawks like the last guy in the green room, and whether he's actually there or not, he kind of represents the same idea. Jaron Reed was the last guy in the green room a couple of years ago. He was tweeting about it either today or last night.
Yeah.
It stunk. I had to sit there overnight after being in the green room and not get picked until the next day.
Oh, so he had to pack up, go home,
Yes.
come back the next day.
I don't know whether they.
remember that.
I don't know whether they make you come back into the green room day two.
You're welcome to come
I
back. day
feel
two.
like you can take off at that point, but I don't remember what he did. Based on the way he's handled his business, wouldn't have surprised me if he said, "What do I care? I'm going back in."
Yeah.
Like he just seems like an awesome dude. I love Jaron Reed, one of my favorite players on this team.
Yeah, I love him too, and I love the leadership that he's taken on, and that's what I'm genuinely excited about. Is you got a young group of defensive linemen led by Jaron Reed, and I think when you talk about attitude, I love the idea of Jaron Reed and LJ Collier playing together. Those two guys, if they can be the tone setters on that defensive line, we're in a really good spot as Seattle Seahawks fans and people that cover this team because they're going to be nasty.
I hope not Collier. I hope that Metcalf is excited not only because he got picked, but because he got a phone call from a good team. Bob and I were talking about that today.
Yeah.
For some of these guys, like, look, if you're one of the top 10 picks, Kyler Murray, you know where you're going. You know that it's your job to go in and rebuild a franchise. But you start getting into that, 20 area and a little bit lower, second round, you don't know where the heck you're going to
It could be either one, right?
Yeah, you could be, by that time, teams have traded all
You could be
over
going
the
to the
place.
Chiefs, or you could be going to back to the Cardinals.
Right, or Buffalo or wherever.
Right.
For him to get that call, I mean, think about it. If he's following NFL news, he knows that Russell Wilson just got a big contract.
Yep.
get that call from John Schneider. Man, I'm going to the Seattle Seahawks. They've been a great team forever. I mean, that's got to help him out a little bit, I would think.
Of course it does. Are you kidding me? I mean, getting a chance. I mean, I know N'Keal Harry, watching a couple interviews from him because I was still a little bitter. I mean, I was following him and his reaction to play with Tom Brady and the Patriots, and he couldn't be more excited about that opportunity.
Does this make you feel a little better?
This makes me feel great.
Metcalf make you feel better about N'Keal Harry?
Great.
Would you?
Look, here's the deal. Do I feel comfortable? Do I feel safe with this pick? No, I don't feel safe. There is concern about DK Metcalf and what he can potentially be. The ceiling is really high, and so I am today extremely optimistic, and I love the fact of he's big, he's physical, he's fast, he's got all the intangibles and everything that you would want. The durability is something that you have to look into and question. Did I think N'Keal Harry was a more polished, ready-to-go now player? Yeah, I did. But I love DK Metcalf being a Seahawk, and I love what that represents, and I'm excited about the possibility of what it can be.
What number did Sweat go? Did the heart thing end up affecting him?
Yeah.
He went late. He went late first.
He was supposed to go
mid-20s.
top 12.
I think he was 24.
Okay, so he dropped
24
about
is
10 spots. All right.
Yeah.
But he didn't have to end up dropping this far.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there were some people who thought he was a top 5 or 7 pick.
Yeah.
But then others thought he'd be there at the end of the first round. I mean, just who knows with him.
Correct.
Well, I'll tell you, you were talking about being drafted by the Seahawks. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know. Maybe kids pay more attention to that. I just no. This is going back a long ways, like 18 to 31, 32 years ago. But I just wanted to get in the NFL. I didn't care what franchise.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So I mean, but for the kid, for having to wait, there's not a lot of better.
Look,
franchises.
Eli Manning sat there and bellyached about going to San Diego. I mean, it does matter to some guys, but
but
for him to have this moment and.
He was a quarterback, though.
How's he going to handle having Daniel Jones there? Is Eli going to handle this okay, Tom, or is he going to throw a little fit?
Daniel Jones is like the star pupil of those guys at their little passing academy.
He's going to have the same defeated look on his face that he always has.
What?
Do you remember his first game, Eli Manning? Do you remember how hard he got hit in his first game?
Against Philly?
I don't remember who it was.
I just remember
he came in there, he was backing up Kurt Warner, right? And so he came in. And they gave him a play late in the game, and he was not paying any attention to what was going on, and he got lit up as hard as I've seen someone. And to his credit, I mean, he survived.
He's
and
a
obviously
tough
went on
kid.
to win a couple of. He is much tougher than he looks or acts or seems.
Yeah.
But he got lit up in his first game. It's so funny.
Welcome to the NFL,
Right.
partner.
He just was not paying any attention. And after everything that had happened with, forcing his way from San Diego to New York and all of that.
Like,
it was,
fans got their pound of flesh in that moment.
It was just a poetic moment of Eli just getting drilled.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that moment always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I'm not sure if I've seen a player since then.
Force his way to
Or be
another
that
team.
upset about the fact that he was drafted by a certain team. I don't know if we've had that.
Wasn't
kind of
Archie
moment
involved in that,
Oh,
too?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, he engineered the whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole family did.
Yeah.
And the commissioner probably helped to make sure that they had their guy in New York. Don't you think?
Oh, I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's not a moment I like talking about.
It's an embarrassing
We're all
moment for
very
you.
ashamed.
We got to get this guy to one of these blue-blooded teams. He's not going to San Diego,
well,
for God's
they're
sake.
paying for it now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, they won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah,
during that time. That's
and
pretty
they're paying
good
for
the
that,
league,
too.
So.
Where are we here in the draft anyway? Lions picking?
We're looking at the number 19 pick in the 3rd round here.
So we still got a little ways to go.
Titans.
They're pick 81. What do the Seahawks have?
We have pick.
They are
92, right?
29 in the 2nd round. So that's
92 overall, yeah.
Yeah, 8, 10 from here. So
I was sort of hoping they'd find one more 3rd-round pick.
I
keep kind of
I was
glancing up
too.
there, hoping to see that buzz in the room that we got a few minutes ago, like an hour ago.
Yeah.
Where all of a sudden they take 2 of these 4ths and move into the 3rd again, and end this second or the second day of the draft with a 1st, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds.
Refresh my memory. What did they get after they traded 37?
They got 47 and 77.
Okay, so they went down. Gotcha.
Right, and then they ended up giving back 77 to move up again.
Okay.
Into the 2nd.
When I first heard about the trade, I figured I was kind of with you. I thought that they may end up in the 3rd round as a result of that. But
And,
hey,
and they still
so
could. I
be
mean, they
it,
still
yeah.
have 3
Right.
4th-round picks.
Yeah,
if they want, they could package 2 of those and end up with a 3rd rounder here and end up with 5 picks by the time the day is out.
Yeah, they definitely could. I think that with them, I'm not ruling anything out, but I think with them, they really want to have the opportunity on day 3 to get the opportunity to take some more shots. And we talk about volume shooter of what John Schneider is, and I really believe that that's what he wants to be on day 3, having those picks, being able to pick up a corner, having the freedom to be able to go after some of those positions just to add competition and maybe not necessarily go after the top guy on the board as of right now.
You know what they're going to do. With that last pick, the pick that's coming up here in about 10 picks, they are going to pick someone that no one has ever heard of.
Absolutely.
This feels like prime Seahawk.
When you say no one, you mean nobody, like even in the
One of those ones where you see Mel Kiper like picking up his papers, like, "Hey, do you guys have something on this guy? I don't have who is James Carpenter? We don't have him here for 2 days."
Yeah, no graphic on them come up, and they're still talking about the last pick. Yeah. That definitely could happen, and that wouldn't surprise me in the least. But the interesting thing is, I would love for them in this last pick to go after an edge rusher again. I would love to see that. I would be all over that, just to continue to see them continue to add depth to this defensive line, add competition. And
how many have fallen off the board by now? Because we just saw another one. Was it Winovich who went to the Patriots?
Yep.
That was at the last one. So
there was a good run.
I'm starting to wonder, as deep as this draft is, how deep is it actually going to go? How deep will they actually let it go before they pick another one?
Will you sing a little of that, Tom? We're only on the internet. Come on.
You can't do the Bee Gees without proper harmony, and the 4 of us are not good enough
Jake
to pull
can do it.
that
Jake
off.
can help. Jake's quite the singer.
I could. I got it in me. I was a big Bee Gees fan growing up.
Who's the best harmonizer? What's the secret to good harmony, Tom?
You have to be related to one another like they were.
Is that true?
Aren't you too
Well,
young
their voices
to
all
be a
sound
Bee Gee
exactly the
fan?
same.
Because the Beach Boys have
Culture.
great harmony, and they're all related
They're
to each
related.
other. But they needed Mike
We'll have our
Love.
own separate
You just need
conversation.
good singers. Hey, wait a minute. Are you serious? You're a Bee Gees fan?
Yeah.
Isn't he a little young?
I grew up listening to the Bee Gees.
How many
That's
times have
great.
you seen Saturday Night Fever?
Once.
Only once, so
Only
not
once.
enough.
Not
Not
en-
enough
not-
times
not
yet.
enough. You're
Do you
right.
feel like you
You're
should go
right.
see it again?
No, I don't. I feel fine.
Go see it in the theaters.
I feel good that I saw it one time.
Have you seen it, Dave?
That
Are
was
you
good
Saturday
for
Night
me.
Fever guy?
Oh, yeah.
That's such a good movie.
Couple times.
It's such an underrated movie.
Yeah.
It's a really ridiculous movie, but it's one of those ones where you just gotta. Saturday Night Fever's on. Like,
Jake, I'm more and more impressed with you every day. I got to tell you.
if a fifth
I
of
appreciate it.
Beethoven
That's
is
what
on,
I'm
will
here
you
to
turn
do,
it off?
Tom.
Because he likes the Bee Gees, he gets some capital.
Tom, I'm with you. I don't know how many more pass rushers are available that are
Yeah.
going to be difference makers for you.
How about offensive line? We were just talking, Mike, about Jamarco Jones.
Yeah.
That got hurt last year, and I think they really liked him. I think he was a 5th rounder out of Ohio State, and that's something you can always use. It'll be interesting to see what the priority is there.
How about linebacker?
I've given up. I've given up.
All right, Dave. I'll bet you they make. I will bet you that if they end up with 3 4th-round picks, right? If they don't trade any of these 4th-rounders, that they take a linebacker and a corner in the 4th round.
Okay.
What do you think?
All right. Yeah, I like cornerbacks in the 4th and 5th round. That's good.
It seems
Defensive
like what
backs.
they would do.
But Kevin Pierre-Louis is the only one since Bobby Wagner.
What
that's been
about
drafted.
Shaquem Griffin? Do you count him as a linebacker?
Yeah, he was kind of an edge rusher
Yeah.
linebacker.
They
Did
turned him.
not?
They played him more or
I
less.
swear they don't have
when they
him.
drafted him, he was a safety, and then immediately they declared him that they were going to put him as a linebacker.
Right, but he played edge rush mostly in college, right?
He's listed as outside linebacker. So, and I know that's what they wanted to do. And you know what? Maybe that's part of it. Maybe he was a really good edge rusher at UCF.
Why didn't they let him go rush the edge then?
Yeah.
It was really surprising they didn't do any of that.
They talked about it. They talked about it yesterday. That
Did
is
they?
something that that John talked about it. That's John and Pete talked and said they're going to give him more opportunities to do that, and they're looking into it. So I
that
think
would have been
it's-
perfect for him last year. Excuse me, because when you're a rookie, you could tell in that Denver game he was just thinking way too much.
Oh.
I mean, he did really goofy things, but he was just confused and overwhelmed. You put a guy on the edge and say, "Go rush the quarterback, sick him." That's perfect for a young guy.
John Clayton is back. It's 7:30, just past 7:30. John joins us every hour at the half hour. So what are we looking at? Are there going to be any pass rushers left when the Seahawks get on the clock again?
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, Jalen Ferguson's still going to be there. And again, obviously, they're not as high on him. I mean, he's now slipped into the 3rd round. So that's going to be one of the possibilities. You can also see that they can't get Winovich. Winovich ended up
went
going
to
to
the
the New England
Patriots.
Patriots. Ironically, with the pick that was given to the Seahawks, the Seahawks gave the Patriots in one of the trades. But yeah, there's still maybe about 3 or 4, but we're starting to really run out of the pass rushers. And so if they're going to get one, at least a quick twitch guy, they probably need to get him with this next pick, and that's coming up. We're right now. In fact, it was one of the things that's bad is they're about 4 or 5 picks behind as far as what their presenting. I mean, clock's been going, but they have all these long presentations, so many people walking on the stage and all this stuff.
Any more raffles? They started the whole show off with that nonsense last night.
Was it a 50-50 raffle? It was one of those 50-50s?
It was ridiculous. Never mind.
Yeah, not necessarily a good thing. So we got the Josh Rosen trade done today.
Yep.
I mean, he ended up going for a second-round pick and then a fifth-round pick in 2020. So that gets done. And so Rosen's now a Miami Dolphin. You can see at the top of the round.
What's the Dolphins' record this year, John?
3-13.
Okay.
Yeah, because again,
that bad. Wow.
Well, no, because you got Josh Rosen. He's very consistent in getting 3-13 seasons. Although, and think about this. I mean, you talk about wanting to tank. I mean, you go with Ryan Fitzpatrick as your quarterback. Now, the thing in this league is, a good backup quarterback can win you. This is Ted Marchibroda's line, not mine, but it's true. It's like he can come off the bench and win you 3 games. If you play him 6, he'll lose you 3 games. Right. And if you go back to last year, he's playing for Tampa Bay. He comes out, has a couple of good games, and then goes right in the tank. And then they end up, going back to Jameis Winston at the quarterback position.
What was the original appeal of Josh Rosen? Do you remember? I mean, I remember strong arm.
Yeah.
That was
most ready of all the quarterbacks in last year's
Everybody thought he was NFL ready.
Yeah, NFL ready.
He didn't have that great of a year at UCLA, though.
Accuracy?
Is that something that Brock Hewitt might have said that Jim Mora might have got mad at?
Yeah.
He is inaccurate.
Right.
Yes.
It's crazy watching that guy miss
Well, in
receivers.
college, I mean, he was 55% in the NFL. Yeah, so anyway.
Was he accurate in college, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So that's what my sources tell me.
And those sources would be
I cannot reveal.
Very special sources.
Yeah,
exactly. just to say it, the Dolphins haven't been any worse than 6-10 this decade. So you could make the argument that Rosen actually has a lot to live up to.
He's got to get to 6-10.
Right. I mean, he can't be 3-13 and just.
But isn't Ryan
blend in with what
Fitzpatrick going to be
they've
their
done.
quarterback to start?
Yeah,
They already
to
have
start.
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Do they start him or do they start Rosen?
I mean, they should consider starting Rosen. But
I'd throw him in the fire.
They just paid Ryan Fitzpatrick $17
Hey, the Dolphins
million.
might start them both. Just throw them both out. Throw them both out there. See what happens.
What was Fitzpatrick's contract?
1 year, $5 million.
Oh, it's $5 million.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
He has made so much money.
Yeah,
it's insane. It's
But he never.
Fitzpatrick is so rich.
Think of how much he's saved by not shaving.
Right.
I mean, he's got that beard.
Harvard education.
Exactly.
It is a crazy. And when he got cut from Buffalo, he had some significant capital that was still left on the table from his contract. So I mean, it's amazing how much money he's made through his career, and also the fact that there is a major Fitzpatrick curse. So maybe it's not a good thing that Rosen's there, because every single quarterback that he's gone, every team he's played for, the quarterback's gotten hurt, or at some point in time he's been the backup and has eventually played. So there is a serious curse that's going on with Fitz.
But think about this. In that division, let's say that Rosen does get the job at the beginning of the season. How good is it for Bill Belichick? Because now he's got 2 second-year quarterbacks.
Sheesh.
Josh Allen is, of course, in Buffalo, and then the Jets have Sam Darnold, and now you have 3 second-year quarterbacks you're going against.
What a joke.
And so it's like,
Why don't they just hand Belichick a 12-4 record and say that you're in the
they
the
do.
AFC?
They keep him in the AFC
That's
East.
ridiculous.
I mean, that's why they keep him in the AFC East. It's like they can easily just do that every year.
When I was in Boston, this was for that year in
insane.
13, there was or 14, whatever, 13, 14. When that year, there was this big push that the only reason the Patriots were good was because of their awful division. And to an extent, it's true. The division has been horrible.
For the whole run.
For almost the entirety of Belichick and Brady's run together. But at least at the time, we did the math to look at what their record was versus non-division games versus in-division, and it was the percentage was almost identical.
Non-division games
versus division games. They had almost the exact same winning percentage.
Well, but if you go back over the last 4 years, they've lost 3 games on road trips down to Miami. So they've been 3-1.
They do lose to those teams sometimes.
And so they go usually 5-1 in a division, and then they usually go 6-4 in non-division games. Last year, went 6-4, 5-1, and of course they were 3-5 on the road.
Can you imagine if the NFL hadn't changed the divisional alignment right after 2002?
It was after 01. Yeah.
After the 01 season.
It would have been Peyton
and Brady
Manning.
and Manning had been in the same division all those years.
That would have been wild.
That would have been crazy. Playing 2 games a year against each other and battling.
It's almost better that they weren't, though, because they
made it
wouldn't
an
have
event.
They ended up meeting each other a couple times later in the playoffs
Yeah.
because they had to kind of find their way.
I know.
to
It
each
made
other.
it big events, but can you imagine if those guys had battled battled for supremacy
Be
in the
crazy.
AFC East. It would have been nuts.
Well, and you know how bad I am in studying the schedule, and every year that was the most looked upon game as far as they schedule like the second or third week of November, right after the World Series, trying to get maximum ratings. And it was like, okay, you kind of gear your season. Who's going to win it this time? Is it going to be Manning or is it going to be Brady? And 75% of the time, it was Brady.
How different were division games for you? I'm sorry.
Well, second time around, it was a big deal. Because you knew what they were going to do, and you knew what they were all about. You were more familiar with them. So yeah, I don't ever remember it being a bigger deal.
No, I mean, yeah, it just seems like often weird things happen in division games. I know weird things happen every week in the NFL, and I haven't done a study. So again, this may just be my perception, but it sure seems like it's harder to take care of business against your division foes, even when you're supposed to be the superior team. I wonder if you felt that being in the league.
Not really. I just went into every game. I mean, you'd have the familiarity. You'd see yourself playing and, games and cut-ups and clips and stuff like that. But, But you do see where teams will get each other's numbers. Like Arizona there, even when the Seahawks were really good. Remember, they came up here, I think, 2 out of 3 years and beat them.
Yeah, St. Louis did even when they weren't very good with Jeff Fisher.
Yeah. So I was going to ask, though, before we get out of the AFC East thing, I think you and I had this discussion. Was it Ryan Tannehill that couldn't name the teams in the AFC East?
Yes.
And you claimed that was worse than Jared Goff not knowing which side of the earth the sun came up.
Well, it doesn't really matter, but as an indicator of your overall awareness, know the teams that are in your
How many
division.
people, okay, I look at it this way, Tom. How many people know the teams in the AFC East, and how many people know that the sun comes
Hold on,
up?
population in general or football players?
General population.
Yeah, but hold on. You got to hold on. He's in the football industry, though. I wouldn't
Right.
expect somebody who's outside it to know who's in the AFC East.
What about somebody who worked at our station?
If they don't know the teams,
That's
in
a
the
good-
you
that's a
fire
good
them immediately.
We
kick 'em
bring
out
down
the door.
hell.
That'd be like me not knowing what your names are.
That happens sometimes around here.
But I've worked with you for like 13 years.
That's true. I guess that's part of it.
I don't know.
Which did you think was worse?
I
Dave?
tried, not knowing where the sun rises and sets. I mean, come on.
Well, I better know where it is.
But for a
I've been
quarterback,
staring at it
which
for
is
the
more
last
important
half
for
an
a
hour.
quarterback?
I just think as a person, you can't lead a team if you don't know
It's
which
like-
side of the earth the sun comes up.
I like the idea of Ryan Tannehill just going, why do we keep playing Buffalo?
Yeah.
What is the deal with this team? Why are they constantly on our schedule twice? Why? What is going on here? Where is Tannehill now?
And then at the same
Tennessee.
time saying we get to play the Jets twice a year.
Exactly.
This is great.
Hey, there goes Jalen Ferguson. So that one's out
bummer.
too. So all of these defensive ends are pretty much toast for the Seahawks. Everyone, anyway, that we've talked about as being another defensive end. What's going on? Huh? We got DK Metcalf on the phone. All right, so why don't we go over to the podium? We'll take a listen to what DK Metcalf has to say in the conference call, and the Seahawks will be on the clock before too long. So let's listen to DK.
All right, yeah, bro.
DK, congratulations. How does it feel?
It just feels great just being part of the organization.
Can you tell us what this wait was like for you?
Well, it was kind of I was kind of like anxious just to find out where I was gonna go.
What was it like when John Schneider actually, when he picked up the phone, we kind of heard some of the audio? What'd that feel like?
I mean, it felt great. That was the first time my phone had rang, so just to have a phone call was amazing. But like I said, I'm just blessed to be a part of the organization.
Did you expect to go earlier at all, especially after the combine performance?
I mean, there's not for me to say. I'm just happy that Seattle just took a chance on me and just drafted me.
What do you know about the Seahawks?
I know a lot about Russell, about some of their receivers. I heard their defense is great. The 12th man, I know a little bit about the Seahawks.
Can we get a body fat percentage update, DK?
I'm about at 3%.
What was that?
3.
3, okay.
Me too. Same.
How has your life changed? I mean, today the internet and social media is such a huge deal. How's your life changed in the few months since all that's taken off for you?
My life has changed just, by people taking notice of, what I've been able to do with my body, with my numbers, and it's time for me to just show the football player that I am.
Hey, I've watched plenty of games from the Grove and in Oxford, and that atmosphere is pretty fantastic. Have the Seahawks talked to you, or anybody talked to you about what it's like playing in front of the 12s here in Seattle?
No, ma'am. I haven't heard any stories about that.
You know they have a Richter scale that measures this crowd.
Oh, I would love to be there for one of those. I'm gonna ask Coach Carroll about that tomorrow.
All right.
DK, can you kind of walk us through the neck injuries you've had and how big of an issue that might be or not be for you going forward, how that kind of played out and all of that?
Yeah, I had a neck injury, 7th game of the season, but I got cleared to play full contact on the 21st, so I'm not gonna have any more issues out of it.
DK, what are you best at on the field?
I feel like I'm a complete receiver. I can run routes, I can catch the ball, and I love blocking.
What do you love about Russell Wilson and getting the chance now to play with him?
How accurate he is as a quarterback, and how, if the pocket collapses, how he can, roll out and extend plays.
It appears you have the skill set to run a comprehensive route tree, and yet at Mississippi, it also looks like you were not asked to do that very often. Was that a source of frustration for you, and do you think that contributed to you falling a little bit in the draft?
No, sir. People have different reasons of why I fell in the draft, but at Ole Miss, shout out to our OC, because he just used, the best, used our abilities the best to the way he thought he could. So he knew me and Lodge could go deep, and AJ could be the over the middle guy. So he was just working with what he had.
Summertime's coming. How do I get my abs like yours?
We can get set up a little ab session.
It's a lot of hard work, though, right?
Yes, sir, a little bit.
DK, are you related to Eric Metcalf? I've read a couple stories where you guys thought maybe you were cousins. Have your fathers figured it out?
Yes, sir, we are cousins.
So your dad is Terry Metcalf's cousin because Terry's from out here.
Right. Yes, sir. Okay. That's both of our cousins.
And what does DK stand for?
DKlin.
DK, why do you appreciate blocking, or why do you like blocking? Why is that important as a wide receiver to be a good blocker?
Because my dad was an old lineman, and that's all he did was block. So I feel like I'm a receiver, and I just want to show a different side to where a lot of receivers don't like blocking. So I'm just gonna add that into my game and just incorporate it to something I like to do.
So did it give you some tips on blocking all through the years on how to be a better blocker?
Yes, sir.
There you go. That was DK Metcalf, but we're going to take a break from him because the Seahawks traded up and made another selection at number 88. They did give up their other third-round pick. They swapped 5th and 6th, so they move up to number 88. And, Dave, I'm going to let you take this one because the Seahawks have one of your boys.
Yeah, Cody Barton, linebacker out of Utah. I was just watching him run down man-to-man coverage downfield, and my eyes aren't the best. That is a big red U, right?
It sure is.
Yeah. Yep.
But, he looks like he can play, man.
Two Utah kids.
This is a kid that was a converted safety. Plays linebacker. Was a 3-year captain for the Utes. I mean, this is a really, really good football player. And I love this pick for the Seahawks. And why would you make this pick? Well, we talked about it earlier. Because at the linebacking position right now, it is not a guarantee that, one, KJ Wright had health issues. You re-sign him. You hope that that's not going to be an issue moving forward. 2, Michael Kendricks, we don't know what his legal situation is going to be. But ultimately, now you have a really good young linebacker who can play and is very versatile.
Inside guy.
This
is a Bobby Wagner replacement. This isn't a KJ Wright or a guy on the outside.
I believe this is more of a KJ Wright heir apparent. That's what I perceive this to be.
Guy who can play the will
linebacker position. Yeah, a guy who's going to be asked to play a little bit more coverage than maybe middle linebacker is with
All right.
Bobby Wagner. So this is a pick that I'm really fired up about.
Dave, help me with this position a little bit because I am always get a little confused about the Will linebacker because they list him as an outside linebacker, but he sort of plays more like an inside linebacker in a 4-3. At least that's how it seems.
Yeah.
Can you help me a little bit on that?
4-3, the Will is the guy that's you're on the second level.
Yep.
You're stacked, and you're typically on the backside, the weak side of the formation. And a lot of times,
Away
the
from
beauty
the
of
tight
that,
end.
away from the tight end, away from whether it's receiver strength, wherever they call the strength, meaning this is the way we think we're going to run it. And a lot of times, if you're fast enough, you're not accounted for in blocking schemes. You can just run around and make plays. And I always like being the Will. Unfortunately, I ended up being the Mike a lot of times, which is right in the middle, and you're usually making all the checks, and you're communicating with everybody or communicating with DBs. And I just remember when I played Will, I was like, I don't have
easy.
a care in the world.
That was Leroy
just
Hill, right?
Run around and make plays.
Leroy Hill was a Will before KJ, then it ended up being KJ Wright.
Right.
Do you?
And KJ likes playing that, and KJ does everything. Remember his first start when he came in, he started at Mike. And that's how smart he is. But, you can tell that when he talks about it, like he really wants to play Will.
Pete always says that their defense is, if I get this right, a 4-3 with 3-4 principles.
Yeah.
Does that affect that Will linebacker at all?
No, I don't
That's
think
more
so.
up front.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is in a 3-4, you've got a backside, which we used to call a buck, linebacker who's standing up on the line of scrimmage. And in this situation, it's the Leo or whatever is lined up outside a little bit and plays like an outside linebacker, but he's more of like a defensive end. Every once in a while, they'll drop those guys out into coverage, but yeah, it's just it's a fun place to play, and I think what it does for the Seahawks, though, they really do need to start planning for that because that's been something, and I don't even want to talk about it because I can't imagine this team without Bobby Wagner. And, same thing with KJ Wright, too. I was so glad when he re-signed. I mean, it would have been great for him if he would have been able to be one of those guys like Quan Alexander and get, $12, $13 million a year, but it was great for the team that he stayed here. But this is something that they've needed to plan for a while now. And, you had Brock Coyle there for a while, which he wasn't drafted. Was Brock? I think he was.
I don't remember.
I don't think Brock Coyle was a draft.
No, he was undrafted.
I'm the wrong person.
Yeah.
Don't look at me.
Undrafted free agent. They had Corey Toomey there for a while, who I really liked.
Toomer,
right?
Corey
Sorry.
Toomer?
Yeah, and he actually is down with the Chargers now. And then, and then of course we had Kevin Pierre-Louis. So yeah, hopefully this
Now, they
is
do
a
have
guy
Michael
that's able to.
Kendricks, right? I mean, they
got Kendricks is a really fantastic player.
Brock loves him.
Yeah.
He is 100% all in on Kendricks.
Yeah.
Like, he thinks he has a gift.
He has.
He's just only a year younger than KJ though.
Oh.
You would think he's a lot younger than that. He's not.
Yeah,
He's,
well,
I don't
he's
even think
Bobby's
it's a full
age.
year.
He got drafted right before
Yeah.
Bobby, and he plays with a lot of like energy and juice that Frank Clark plays with. Where you see the quick twitch and he's just all over.
How are they
going
to get him on the field? I mean, that's going to be an interesting one. I mean, injuries and some of these things always take care of themselves. But I was thinking of him earlier, Dave, when you were making the point of how many guys are in pencil or in pen on this defense.
Yeah.
Kendricks is good enough to be in pen. It's just that he plays a position primarily where they already. Do you think he ends up moving over to that Barkevius Mingo position on the strong side, and they just
to
find
get him
a way
on
to
the
get him on the field?
Yeah, you know what? The other thing is, I mean, is the guy that's the stud linebacker or whatever they call the strong linebacker here. You're not covering as much ground, and you're a sort of an edge player a lot of times. And, eventually if KJ's knees start to slow him down, he could play there.
Yeah.
Kendricks could play on the backside as the Will. So, yeah, they might try to get, more situations where they can get him on the field. I really liked what Barkevius Mingo did last year at linebacker, especially for somebody who hadn't played that position before. But, yeah, they'll try to find ways to get the best players on the field. But other than that, outside of that, always compete, man. You've got three really good linebackers there that are, and Bobby's going to be in there either way. So, it's just going to be an incentive for Michael Kendricks to go out and try to make a name for himself and try to get himself on the field.
John, they traded up again. So can we have some trade details? And then also, what does it mean when the Seahawks identify somebody who they think they need to trade up
Yeah,
for?
they gave away a 5th-round pick, one of their extra 5th-round picks, and they also got a 6th-round pick back, number 209. So that was pretty much it in that swap. So, now what are they? I think at 8 draft choices or no, I think maybe they're still at 9, but they're in good shape there. And, I guess the idea is that you can see that, again, as we expected. This is a defensive draft. Sure, they took DK Metcalf, but it's kind of like going one by one by the positions. They get the safety. They get we'll see about a cornerback coming up. They got one defensive end. See if they'll get a second defensive end. And then, DK Metcalf being the one guy on offense, but that was the priority, building depth and competition. I mean, you think about what they did all last year. I mean, they had to replace 11 starters, both on offense and defense. And, that prevented them from using the compensatory picks where they would have had 4, including, a third rounder and 2 4s and a 6. And so now they've made that up with all these moves. So now they're building some depth. You can see, particularly with the last 2 drafts, the defensive players that they're all drafting all have speed. They're getting a little bit now more with the physical type of guys, particularly in the first round, then this, with the safety, a little more physical stuff. So they're kind of, regrouping and kind of redeveloping, and now they have a lot of young players. Are they going to be good enough with the pass rush without Frank Clark? That's one of the major questions right now. But they have a lot of options.
Was this kid supposed to be a third-round pick? Is this a reach? Is this a fall? Was he just sort of in this range?
To me, this was more of a reach. I would say that this guy was going to be more. You talk about Barton. I think he was going to be more of a 4th-rounder. I think
strange to
more in
trade
that
up
range.
for a guy and then reach.
I do. I think it's interesting to see that. But I think the one thing that he brings is versatility. His ability, he plays all over the field. He plays with great energy. Like I said, he's you talk about Seahawk type of guy. He fits that mold, and he can play a number of different positions. He has the leadership qualities to play a Mike linebacker. He has the range and ability to cover, to play Will, and maybe even Sam. So he's a guy they can put in a bunch of different positions as they're trying to figure out the shape of what their linebacking core is ultimately going to be.
NFL.com had him in the 4th and maybe even the 5th round, so it's definitely a reach from that standpoint.
Dave, you're watching some film on him. What do you say?
Yeah, he's got great technique, and that's the thing that's going to serve him well is that, his feet are square, he's low, and, that's the hardest part. When you get in the NFL, you realize, no, your step needs to be here, and it's like 2 inches. Like, come on, I just want to go play, and that's the thing that makes it tough. So that's a good start for him. But, yeah, he's all over the field. I think he can run. And, we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But I like they have him up on the line. They're doing all kinds of different things with him.
All right, so here I'm being summoned. So let me jump out for a minute, and you guys go do your thing. It's not every day I get
hope
summoned
you're not in
like
trouble,
that. Wow.
Mike.
Okay.
You might be in trouble.
Bring your playbook.
Yeah.
Is there anything from here on out that could happen that would puzzle you guys? Like, what are we doing here? Because think about it. They've addressed positions of need, even though I know that they don't necessarily look at it that way, but we do. They've traded down. They've gotten more picks. They've made moves that I think at least most of us seem to think make sense. Depending on what's coming here next, is there anything that would be perplexing to you guys?
Well, I think this pick is perplexing.
Because it's
I don't think this was something that we thought this was going to be a 3rd-round need, right?
Right.
An inside linebacker position. Now, Wyman had talked about, it being that way in terms of depth. It's a what the kids call it these days, a low-key need. But if you look at it over time, but I would have assumed that they would have tried to have either added a corner to get that competition more in the secondary or get another pass rusher.
Yeah, I guess the shocking things would be running back.
Okay, yeah.
I don't quarterback maybe. We'll see. They got Paxton Lynch now, and what are your thoughts on Paxton Lynch, by the way?
I'm not sold on him at all.
Yeah.
I think they have to add competition to that situation and legitimate competition. Now they're probably going to do it. They could draft a guy late in the rounds if they got someone that they really like. I think a Tyree Jackson would maybe fit into that mold. Now I think that he's going to be more of a 4th-round pick when it's all said and done, 4th or 5th-round pick. So I don't know. I doubt the Seahawks will reach that high for a guy. It would be, kind of like an Alex Magoo type of thing, a 7th rounder, a guy that they identify that they really like, that maybe they think they won't be able to get through the undrafted market. So that one would be surprising.
Go young, though, either way.
Will
You don't
go
think
young.
they'll bring in, I'm not sure who's available at the moment, like a Mark Sanchez or whoever.
No, they don't. Right now, the quarterback free agent market isn't strong. There really isn't anybody that just makes a ton of sense. I mean, even Austin Davis, it's not a guy that's super flashy, but he makes sense when it's all said and done. So there's not really one that's out there that excites me or I feel like can be a real stabilizing factor. So you just got to get young. You got to add to the backup position and let those guys compete. And ultimately, when you bring a guy like Paxton Lynch in, he's a former first rounder. So you're hoping that you can get something out of him and reclaim that talent. And you have to do that by making him feel threatened a little bit.
It's kind of like Felix, I think. You know, like you feel like, okay, you can pull some greatness out of him, right?
Yeah.
Like he still has it in there somewhere.
But there was greatness to begin with Felix,
well,
right?
Paxton Lynch in college.
Okay, in college, yeah.
And he's a first-round draft choice. Not that necessarily means everything, because so was Josh Rosen.
Right.
but you know, the thing that bothered me about it was that he, I guess, was playing a lot of video games. They were able to track
It was
on
all
his
the
pad.
off-the-field stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so they hand out, he probably didn't know this, is the iPads or whatever for guys to study, and they found out he was playing more video games than watching film.
Yeah, and
So-
that's
Man.
at that position you can't be that type of player, and that's something that you have the ability to learn and overcome. But to me, when you have at the ultimate spot, you're a first round pick, and you have the ability to get yourself back onto the field in a great market in Denver. To me, it was a wasted opportunity, and to me, that says a lot about a person. And it's really hard to overcome that. You either, just like we're talking about with, I don't want to compare it to this, but you're either a good guy or you're a bad guy. You're either a really hard worker and you're all about the game, or you're not. And to me, that's something that just doesn't all of a sudden flip a switch and you change.
Whether you're a first-round draft pick or an undrafted free agent, when you're in team meetings, don't you have enough respect for the situation you're in where that kind of thought doesn't even enter your mind? Should I play video? Should I do something other than what's expected of me right now?
Tom, Cliff Kingsbury wants to have 30-minute social media breaks for the players so they can go and check their phones and things like that. Sorry, I'm with you, man. I'm like, you can't dedicate a straight 2-3 hours to your job that you're getting paid millions of dollars to do. It's ridiculous.
In my experience, I've been around guys that, look, you have your install, and you have your install given for the next day, and this is what's required of you to know it. That's your job. Your job in the National Football League, wherever you're at, undrafted, you're the starter, you get an install, the next day you're expected to know it.
And whether you
and if you don't know it, then you got to ask questions, you got to figure it out. And I've been in rooms where there are guys that simply don't take the time to study and to put forth that effort. And that's the type of stuff that you can't coach as a player. You either want it or you don't.
Whether you get it or not, at least try.
Yeah.
At least try.
Well, you know what? It's like, to me, it's like showing up to camp totally out of shape.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, those are just two things. It's just so fundamental. Study and be in shape.
And you're letting your teammates down. Like whether it's a place of business or a football team, everybody's on a team. And if you're not carrying your weight, you're not trying. Just because you're screwing around, you don't have a legitimate. And that's just. I don't understand that at all.
I would say this. Hopefully, he learned from that.
Yeah.
And I talked to John Elway about him a few weeks ago, and we had him on the show, and he's like, I really like him. I still think there's a chance for him. Obviously, they moved on from him, but it wasn't like he felt like the guy was. Of course, I'm sure he wasn't going to trash him on the radio show. But
what do you think Russell Wilson's reaction to that would be if he had a guy following him around? Yeah. And he knew that he just, wasn't giving his all. What do you think he would? What would he try to do? Would he try to help him, scold him? How do you think he'd react?
To me, I think Russell's been around this. I mean, in his 7 years, how many backup quarterbacks has he had?
Yeah,
it's been a lot. And at some point in time, it's like it's nice that you're here with me, but you're probably not going to be here.
It's your job to follow me.
And so you don't really develop those relationships. The reason why I was able to develop a relationship with him was because I worked my tail off. I worked my butt off over time, and it was something that there was mutual respect that was given there at some point. That, hey, this guy I appreciate, and I maybe want this guy around in my room. Where Paxton Lynch has to do that. It doesn't matter. You go follow him around like a puppy and you try and do all these things. I've seen guys do that before. It's whether or not you show up to work and you know your business and you know your responsibilities. Those are things that aren't fake. You either know it or you don't. You have the ability to perform or you don't. And you bring value to the room or you don't. It's simple.
And the thing is, there's so many things in your career you can't really control.
Yep.
Like, injuries, for example, and that was the biggest problem for me by far. And this is something you can control, man. You just go put hard work in.
Yep, exactly. And that's the one part, being from a perspective of an undrafted free agent, man, that's something that you just don't have a tolerance for at
All right,
all.
we're going to go up and we're going to hear from linebacker Cody Barton.
Media here just to ask you a few questions.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Cody, can you describe your linebacker role at Utah? I know you played outside, but what kind of role, and did you do a lot of strong, weak, flopping around?
Yeah, so at Utah, I mean, my role was really, there was no really strong or weak flopping around. It was me and Chase Hansen, so it was just, we're both physically about the same, so it was just, one quarter I'd want to play the field, one quarter he'd want to play the next, so it was just no really strong or weak. But then I was outside my first few years at Utah, but then my last year I moved more to the inside predominantly. And, my senior year I had a great season, and from there I felt really more comfortable at inside. I did make some plays from outside, but I felt really comfortable more in the inside, being able to play off the ball, shoot gaps, go sideline to sideline, and command from the field there. But, at Utah I had experience at both positions, and I feel like that gave me great tools to use into the draft and make me more valuable to teams.
Did the Seahawks tell you specifically how they want to use you?
They did not, actually. They haven't. But, I'm just excited to go there and compete with the team, come camp, and learn as much as I can. And just, I'm honored for this opportunity. I'm very grateful.
To know that you have Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright, and Michael Kendricks to potentially learn from, how big of a thing is that for you, knowing that that's the situation you're walking into?
I mean, I'm looking forward to it because, those are some great players. And, I want to learn as much as I can from those guys. And, that's a chance for me to pick their brains and learn as much as I can from those kind of guys and become an even better player. And so I'm really looking forward to that.
Bobby's a Utah State grad. Are you a little worried about what your rookie initiation could be?
I haven't thought about that, but now that you say that, I don't know. But no, I don't. You know what? I'm not sure about. I'm just so excited that this happened. I've made my parents really proud, and that's what I'm really excited about that, and I'm ready to get up there and start going.
What's it like teaming up with Marquis Blair again?
That's amazing. That was one of the first things I thought about. I was like, they drafted Marquis, so that's going to be awesome. A familiar face up there and something that we can go through together as rookies and just having that same teammate as mine. Me and him are actually pretty close friends, so that'll be a really cool experience going to the same team together.
What kind of player is Marquis? Just tell us a little bit about him.
Marquis is a great player. He. Like it said on the TV, he flies around, he can hit, he's very physical and just a great athlete, has great speed, can cover. So I'm excited to see what he does in the NFL. He's going to do great things.
What's the hardest hit you've ever seen Marquis Blair lay on somebody?
The hardest hit is the one they played on TV earlier when he got drafted was the one versus Arizona in 2017 on that quarterback. Killed him.
Have you talked to him, or do you have plans to talk to him after this call?
I have plans to reach out to him. I haven't yet because as soon as I got drafted, I've had a lot of Seattle personnel calling me, a lot of family calls. So I've been on the phone predominantly with Seattle personnel and my agent, and then so once I get a moment, I'll be able to call him. But until then.
How does Coach Whittingham's system get you guys ready for the NFL?
That's a good question. Coach Witt's system is really, his system transfers over to the NFL pretty well because of the terminology and also the way our defenses ran and the way we fit things. Obviously, depending on the scheme, it's different, but just as far as the knowledge of the game and also the way he has us play, we're a very physical, nasty team, and we run a lot and just the things he teaches us at Utah transfers over to the NFL greatly. Because it's great work habits, leadership, accountability, all those aspects transfer over great to the NFL and can help us in the future.
What do you like to do off the field?
Off the field, if I'm not doing anything formally like working out or running, I like to hunt, fish, ride horses, go out to the ranch. That's what I love doing.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck
Thanks.
to you.
Thanks, Cody.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
All right, that's new Seahawks quarterback Cody Barton, huh?
He's pretty fired up.
He sounds like a quarterback.
Sound excited. He sounds very young.
He sounds like a quarterback. That's how quarterback sounds to me.
That's because he was a quarterback in high school.
Ah.
He's a quarterback of the defense.
There you go.
They're just as smart as any quarterback.
That's right.
Middle
Well, that's
linebackers
why
are.
he fit in there so well, and he probably did it better than most linebackers because he was a quarterback that transferred. You know, I
See how
mean,
Jake Jake is.
it's just
amazing.
it
What do we
works
got?
out.
One more. Are we on the last? We got 2 more third-round picks here. Is that it? We just got 95 and 96, right? And then do we get comp picks today? Do those happen tonight also, or are we toast after 96?
We're toast.
Okay,
We're toast.
When do the comp picks happen? Tomorrow? They do happen tonight. All right, we still have comp picks to go.
Round 4 and 5. So we got tomorrow 4 4s and 2 5s.
But we have what? 8 comp picks. Taylor says there before we get there. That like the compensation picks that come after the third round. So that's got to start at what? Pick 97, I guess it would be, right? So
yes.
All right. So we're going to get a couple of comp picks, which cannot be traded, right? You can't trade comp picks until next year. Is that right?
Yeah. Is there a new rule on that?
I think
there
next
is.
year you can trade them,
You know
but
who
not
would know?
this year.
The professor.
Hey, Professor Clayton over there.
Clayton.
Hey, John. Can you trade comp picks this year? You can this year. So these next 8 picks could be dealt. So the Seahawks could still make another selection if they decided to trade in for one of these third-round comp picks.
You're allowed to do anything with these.
Okay.
And it started about 3 years ago. In fact, I know John Snyder was happy
Just
about
missed
that.
3 years. Me and Jim Brown, we missed a couple of years. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so yeah, you can do anything you want, of course, and they have a 3, a 4, a 6, and a 7. Now, what you have to do is that you have to put a little clause in there in case your regular picks are gone. You know, if you don't have a pick in that round, you have to find a way to compensate. But they have picks in each one of those rounds because they have 12 draft choices.
Right.
So, for example, if they ended up trading one of their regular picks, and they use the comp pick. But if they use the comp pick and they have to use a regular pick, but yeah, you can do anything you want as far as trades.
Got it. So there will be 8 more picks tonight. Now that they're done here with the third round,
Yeah,
we're going to get 8 comp picks
8
tonight.
comp picks tonight,
All
right. These are all.
And those could be dealt, so they could trade in and out of those 8 picks.
I mean, there's been several that have been moved so far.
Got
I know
it.
Baltimore moved one within the last hour.
Okay.
So yeah, you could do anything you want with these.
Thank you, John. We appreciate it. That is professor-level information that you can only get from John Clayton
That's
on
right.
the 710 Draft Show. I hope you guys are all enjoying that because that is unique information. You couldn't have Googled that.
That's right. No, you couldn't.
I mean, you could have.
Maybe.
But it would have taken longer than just asking John.
I tuned out about halfway through, but I'll just ask him tomorrow.
Don't you think?
Or Monday.
It's like having Alexa. John is you just ask him the question, he just has the answer. It's perfect. Yeah, there you go.
I do not understand that request.
What have you been doing over there, Tom?
I just needed some. Well, first I had to go to the bathroom.
All right.
I needed a quick refreshment, and then I just watched my Giants pick. I believe that defensive end out of Old Dominion that Heaps was talking about the other day. How do you pronounce his name?
Gosh,
It's a tough one.
It's one of those that I need to see right in front of my face to even.
I think we
attempt
may
it.
need Clayton for that one.
We'll get him back over here.
It's ridiculous.
What is it, Taylor?
I think it's O'Shane is his first name.
O'Shane, yeah.
But it's his last name that's tricky.
Well, Taylor's not going to attempt that. He's sticking with O'Shane, which is just fine.
Jimenez.
Okay.
Yeah.
It begins with an X.
Yep.
Doug Baldwin's going to retire, huh? That's kind of crazy. That's huge news to come out of it. I know we've all been talking about it, and for those of us who are in this business, and we've been sort of hearing these rumblings behind the scenes, and we've been talking about it and hinting at it and kind of skirting around it and sort of mentioning it. But for the majority of the Seahawks fans out there, look, most Seahawks fans, not you. If you're watching right now, you are unbelievably dedicated. You are a 12 of 12s.
Yep.
You are watching the 710sports.com live stream at 8:11 on a Friday night during the draft.
You like the Seahawks a little too
You're
much.
all in.
You're
You know
into the
everybody in the 53-man roster.
That's right.
For Joe Schmo Seahawks fan, Doug Baldwin is one of 5 players they can name off the top of their head.
Yeah, easily. And he's been a staple. He's been a staple of this deal. And
He precedes Russell. He was here the year before Russ.
yeah, you're
He
right.
used to wear jersey number 15.
He did.
Yep.
Doesn't it seem like he's been here longer than 8 years?
Feels like an eternity.
It does to me. And here's the other thing. He's missed 5 games. He's missed 5 games in his career, and he's retiring because of injuries.
Crazy.
You know, so I mean, either he was, gutting it up for a long time there, or he just has had it.
He's a tough dude.
Look, he's won a Super Bowl, but it'd be a shame in a way if this team really is Super Bowl ready. If they went out there and won one without him, there's sometimes on those championship teams, there's that one player that misses the cut. by like a year.
Could he be
my last year in the league was 95 with Denver.
Oh.
They had the best record in
96.
the NFL in 96, and then they got beat at home by Jacksonville in the
Right.
playoffs.
Yeah, and then the Patriots
they won
beat
the next
Jacksonville.
two.
Yours truly popped a champagne bottle. I know that's petty and everything.
You
but
did?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you were super mad at Shanahan, right?
No, I didn't like
Oh,
Shanahan.
gotcha.
So,
But you still didn't root for your teammates?
Huh?
You didn't care about your teammates?
Oh, I
though?
cared about my teammates.
and their demise.
I was like, no, I said they can win it next year.
Right.
And they did.
And they did,
And
twice.
they won 2 years in a row. So
They were the best team in
it took
football
the
that year, too.
It took the sting out of it a little bit anyway. So, yeah, I mean, that would be rough for Doug.
Mark Brunell, man, great game he had against them that game, right?
Yeah,
It was like
yeah.
Brunell was a
It was
rookie
up
or
in
second
Denver,
year
too.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Patriots, I just remember, got super lucky because they were going to have to go to Mile High,
Yeah.
and instead they got Jacksonville at home. It was like a complete.
Oh,
Jacksonville
yeah.
wasn't even supposed to be there.
Right.
And then Pittsburgh came out of it from the other side. You ended up with the fog game where Drew Bledsoe threw deep to Terry Glenn on the first play. That's way too much detail that you guys were not expecting.
That was.
I have
that
a
was good.
very vivid memory of the '96 playoffs, at least in the AFC.
By the way, last night when the Patriots drafted, what's his name? What was the kid's name? Harry?
N'Keal Harry.
Yeah, he was the first
First-round pick since Terry Glenn.
since Terry Glenn.
That makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
That would
Which
make
is like
sense.
20 years ago, more than
Yeah.
that even.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Anyway, Doug Baldwin's got to be a really, really tough dude. I wonder, and this couldn't be more speculation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he retires and he decides he's not going to play. Could he be a guy that decides halfway through the season he wants to join and come back?
I say no.
No?
Yeah.
Can you do that in football? You do it in basketball all the time.
I mean, if there
Jason
was-
Witten's going to do it.
That's
Yeah.
true. But
If-
can you do it mid-year?
If there was anybody
think
that
so.
if there was anybody that could
shape.
do it, it would be Doug, and also who also has said that, who's left the door open for that, is Gronk as well.
Oh, that's obvious. Of course he is.
He's left the door open for that, but like
He wants everybody.
but
to,
it-
they
but it-
both probably wouldn't mind people talking about it.
That's right. I mean, but if Doug wanted to come back, I mean, he knows this offense like the back of his hand. Russell and Doug would have that chemistry instantly. Like you don't lose out on that in that short amount of time. But for Doug to make this decision, this is ultimately because he's just mentally beat down. It's really what it is. When you get to a point, and Dave, you could speak to it better than anybody. When you get to a point when you're physically just getting torn up and having to overcome injuries, it's a ton of work. It's a much more than physical. Mentally, you've got to get yourself ready to go and get yourself in the right mindset to overcome that and play at an extremely high level.
I can't relate. Just because with all of the injuries and everything, I still wanted to play no matter what. I would have played. I'd still be playing.
Yeah.
If I could. I mean, it's just surprising to me that, and I'm not trying to say he doesn't love football, and I'm sure he's banged up, but like I said, he's missed 5 games. You know, try missing 6 on average per season. That's pretty much what I had. And, and I'm not trying to compare myself to him. I'm sure everybody has their own level.
Yeah.
Where they're like, okay, I'm done. 8 years and a couple, 3 surgeries for him. And, maybe there's a lot of stuff that we don't know about, but yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy either. It's just that everybody has a different idea of what, I think I always worry that guys that do that are going to regret it.
Yeah.
That retire before they really have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when are you going to make that much money again? I mean, I know that's not true for everybody or not a big deal for everyone, but you're almost never going to make as much money as you do in the NFL.
For these guys, it doesn't matter, right?
Right,
They
they've
have
made
enough
so much.
put away, but
Still,
but you can
an extra
never
10 a year wouldn't
You can
wouldn't
never
hurt.
do it
Correct.
again. You can
Right.
never do it again. And that the other thing is, like, I almost honestly, I think every player believes that the season's not going to go off without them. And I've always described it this way: it's like getting stuck on a dock as a boat sails off without you, with all your family and friends and hopes and dreams. And
When
like
you
when
could
the
have gotten
football
on.
season, yeah, and but you're not allowed on anymore. Whatever, it's terrible. I had like nightmares for years, and I know everybody's like, oh, well, poor you. You played 9 years in the NFL, but for every guy, when it ends playing football, it gets in your blood, and it's something you love. And so that's what I worry about for Doug. That I hope that a year or 2 from now he doesn't go.
Would you rather have that choice made for you so that you don't have to worry about the regret? Because let's say Doug wants to walk away,
Yeah.
and they start off
Jake?
7-0, and they're romping. What?
Just giving Jake grief.
Well, look, okay, Max Strong. It was made for
I'm saying
him.
because of injury. I'm not. That's not what I meant.
Max Strong had to leave because of injury.
That's what Salt 100%.
Right? I mean, remember he had the neck thing, and so he's played 15 years, 16 years. He's got 2 kids. If he gets hit again, he could be paralyzed, whatever. That's made for you, right? That's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes it, I think, a little bit easier when you do it on your own. Especially for Doug, there's not very many guys that voluntarily retire.
Right.
I mean, even John Elway was sobbing at the podium that he couldn't do it the way he wanted to anymore after 2 Super Bowl MVPs.
When you realized you've lost a step, though, I mean, I think it was with Warren Sapp chasing Brett Favre around. He knew that one time when he just couldn't do it anymore.
Do you remember how long they talked about Phil Simms coming out of retirement? For whatever reason, Phil Simms was a convert. For 5 years after he was done, Phil Simms could come back. It was the strangest thing. I don't know why him of all people, but every year they would talk about.
He was
Phil
coming
Simms
off a huge year in his
the
last
thing
year.
is,
That might have
talk
something
about
to do with it.
losing a step. Doug hasn't lost a step.
He hasn't. That's why it would be such a difficult decision,
He's still one of the best.
What is he, 30, 31?
30.
He's not old.
He's 30, and that's the part where he could be. If he came back and he was able to stay healthy through the season, he'd be one of the best receivers.
But here's
in
the
the
other
National
thing.
Football.
The other thing
that's
that's
the part
happened,
that's
Jake.
so hard.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, that was my finish.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was cutting you off.
That was a big finish.
The big dramatic moment. The locker room's turned over on him, too.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, this group of Seahawks seemed like they were so close, so tight, that none of them have seemed to deal very well with turnover and not being together. It seems like they had so much fun being boys in that locker room together. And God love them. What an awesome experience that must have been. That they haven't been able to handle that changing.
Who's he have left now?
No one.
Tyler Lockett's the only one.
But of his original
extremely
crew,
close
of his original crew,
he was kind of like a
gone.
big brother to Lockett,
Yes.
right? And
Bobby Wagner would be one.
All right, Bobby, but
KJ.
Bobby and
but
KJ.
but those other guys are gone, and I think he misses. I couldn't be speculating more. I don't know him very well.
But he also.
But it
mentioned
sure
that.
seems like he has. He sure seems like he misses. Coming in and shooting the you-know-what with Michael Bennett and with Richard Sherman and with his Cam and Earl and their brothers.
Yeah, and P. Rich and all these other guys. I mean, this was a really close group,
Right.
and I was lucky to experience that with those guys there. It was bizarre, and the reason why I say it's bizarre is because in the NFL, and you know this by being in different locker rooms, is there's different locker rooms where it is strictly business. You don't have real genuine relationships. You have work relationships. You're there together, and that's really it. And then you've got these rare locker rooms with really good teams where you develop genuine bonds and relationships. And those guys genuinely believed, like, hey, this is brothers. We're brothers here, and it was a really cool environment. It was the closest thing that I had ever felt to high school football. And, playing with my friends growing up when I was a little kid to playing high school football, it was as pure as that. And that was bizarre, especially coming from my experience when I was with the Jets, and it couldn't have been more sterile.
Well, now, wait a minute. Is Doug close to the current group of players? Like, doesn't Tyler Lockett call him, like, dad or something?
Yeah, I mean, he's close with them. They all love and respect him, but it's different when it's those guys that you've forged really close bonds with instead of being friendly with everybody. It's a little different. It's not that Doug couldn't be close with them. It's just look, you have your best friends, and how many more can you really have?
It feels like the culmination of a story that's been brewing over the last couple of years with that, and I'm not sure I recognized it in the moment. I don't know that any of us really did, but I was thinking, remember those stories about, I think it was Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill talking about, I think Frank originally and Jermaine Ifedi and some of that younger. I'm just getting mad that they didn't listen enough and these rookies aren't the same. It just felt like there's been tension with the next generation versus that core group for a while now.
Yeah.
And maybe it's so unfun or the way it used to be.
You know what's
That's too
interesting
much for
about
'em.
that group, that initial group? They never really had to deal with like a senior level.
No, they were them.
Teammate here. It was a clean slate for them to just come in and make it what they want.
There were
And
no
so,
real holdovers from the old era.
right. And so when this next group came in, we'll say in like
John
2015, 2016, when they came
Mebane's
in,
the one. Mebane would be the one guy
Marcus
who was sort of a
Trufant.
holdover.
right? But think about, but he didn't represent, with all due respect,
there's only
he
three
didn't
guys.
represent a championship caliber
Right.
football. I mean, what was he really coming from? So that group that came in after 2015, 2016, if they disappointed them in some way,
what was Trufant going to say, right? They didn't have a huge group of guys other than maybe Mebane and him to have that awkwardness that it sure seemed like occurred.
And just when that next group was maturing, Frank Clark,
Yeah.
you send him off to Kansas City.
Right.
I mean, I thought this was his defense. That to me is the most surprising part of this whole thing. He became a very good player, and it seemed like the defense was in his hands, and then they shipped him.
And then the market said he was worth $21 million a year.
Right.
And they just couldn't.
And they
do
had
it.
to- they had to make a
He said, we just
football
can't
business
do
decision.
$21 million a year.
And that's where the way
for
Pete
him.
and John put it, right?
Yeah.
The market went crazy.
Yep.
So
This is an
do you
intriguing
do?
selection right here by the Carolina Panthers here with Will Greer,
Oh, yeah.
taking him in the late third. This is a little bit higher than I would have selected Will Greer. I thought he would have been a really good day 3 quarterback. People had him going in day 2, but quarterbacks continuing to slide here. And Carolina, I don't know what kind of statement this makes, but they're trying to solidify their backup position under Cam, and maybe they're not sure exactly what Cam's shoulder situation is coming off of surgery.
What's the backup's name there? Goofy name.
Taylor Heineke.
Heineke. I knew it had something to do with beer.
yeah.
I was going to say
that's-
Coors. Heineke.
Bob Amstel.
And then they also have Kyle Allen there, who played well his last game of the season. So it just
You think they
adds
take a
competition
quarterback
there.
tomorrow?
The Seahawks?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit.
Brock
when
likes
you
a
were
kid from
gone.
Penn State.
Really, Trace
McSorley. That was like the one guy Brock thought he would like to see them take late.
I want to hear you rip Brock's.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not a big Trace McSorley fan. I just don't see him being a NFL guy that's going to make waves. I think he's a nice player. I think he's a guy that's mobile. I love his competitive fire. So there's aspects of that I do like, but I don't see him being a difference maker.
Who would
I don't
you like to
him
see as a
playing,
late round quarterback for them?
the guys that I think, Brett Rippon to me from Boise State, I think would fit in this offense extremely well.
Rippon?
Yeah.
Was
Is that his
Yeah,
kid?
yep. No, it's Uncle.
Ah.
Yep. So
Big rip.
Yeah. So he to me, he's a guy that can make all the throws. He's your prototype pocket passer. He's not a mobile guy, but he is extremely intelligent.
Do you evaluate a potential backup quarterback differently? I don't mean standard-wise. I mean skill-wise differently than you would, say, somebody who's going to be drafted up top. Like, hey, I know you're not going to start necessarily, so I need X, Y, and Z from you, not A, B, and C.
It depends on how you look at the position. Are you looking for security or are you looking at potential?
Yeah.
Because if you're looking at potential, another name that is intriguing is Tyree Jackson from Buffalo. That kid's 6'7", he's 250 pounds. Who knows what this kid could develop to be? He's a raw project, but if he turned into something, now you've got trade capital down the line. So he's an intriguing one to look at as well. And then, there's been a lot of hype around Jake Browning and his newfound arm strength and all those things. He could be a nice undrafted signing to the Seahawks. He came here on his own separate, not a local day, but his own separate prospect visit here. So that's something to look at.
Seahawks have made 4 selections, right? So they've got 5 left to go tomorrow.
Yes.
What do you need to see? What do you guys? I mean, we only have so much time left here. As they're kind of wrapping up the 3rd round. We'll wait for Pete and John to come out, carry their little press conference, and then that'll be it for tonight. And we'll wait for tomorrow morning at 9:00. But what
corner?
What do you want to see?
Corner in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
How about the 4th rounders? We got 3 4th rounders to think about.
Yeah.
Okay.
We do.
So
But
you want
Richard
corners.
Sherman was drafted in the 5th round.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So that's sort of your
I
spot
wouldn't-
for corners.
I wouldn't mind seeing a backup quarterback, and then whatever left over as far as offensive line
How about,
goes.
I was going to say a lineman for some depth there.
Yeah.
They haven't drafted a quarterback since Russ, right?
Magoo.
Oh,
last
Magoo
year.
in the 7th round.
In the
You're right.
7th.
Sorry.
And that's
Excuse me.
that's what I could see too, is them using their 7th
Mm.
to do that. Is a guy that they've targeted and said, this guy's going to be really competitive in the undrafted market, so we're going to draft him in the late 7th. So that's something they could do there. But yeah, I would love to see corner to add competition there. I wouldn't be, if they found some value at defensive end in adding just more to that competition. Now, this is where we've talked about this part right here in the draft, that there's not a whole lot of depth left. So maybe they don't do that. And now the news with Doug Baldwin,
Another
might
wideout?
sound crazy, but I would be all for another
Sure.
wideout. Absolutely.
I mean, they went in with DK Metcalf, who's a big body, tall, lanky, long, fast wide receiver. Is there a quick guy Is there a potential quick off the ball Doug Baldwin style player?
Give me 2 seconds. So actually, right now, when you look at it, a guy that stands out to me is Riley Ridley from Georgia. He's a guy that is. I'm actually really surprised.
That's the other Ridley's brother, right?
Yeah, who played at Alabama. Yeah, I'm surprised that he's fallen down to this point because he comes from a system that is a very pro-style system that asks you to run every route in the route tree. So he'll come in and be a little bit more polished than some of the other guys, and I think he could be a really good fit there.
How much faith do you think they have in David Moore right now? Started off kind of high. Was he kind of in the right place at the right time early in the year, catching all those touchdown passes? Or was he making plays?
He was making plays, but it was go balls. And that's the thing is at some point he became a one-trick pony. And when you're looking at a receiver like David Moore, what you want to see is continued growth throughout the season. And he had some games where he exploded, but it was through the deep ball and through nothing else. It was feast or famine for him.
Right.
And the one that comes screaming into my mind was towards the end of the year, and you had mentioned it earlier today, Dave, was they were at a point in the season where they were about to set the record for least amount of turnovers and set the record for turnover differential. And what was the play that put the nail in the coffin? It was David Moore on a slant route where he loafed it, and the DB was able to pick it off. So those are the types of things from a trust standpoint you cannot do as a receiver. And so he has to – you can't make errors like that and expect to, have your job very long. And so they believe in David Moore. They like him, but he can never have any of those moments from here on out.
It's a big year for him. It's a big offseason. He really has, and I think that's harder to do than the go route.
Yeah.
Getting that timing down and running precise routes and everything. And so, Golden Tate did it. I mean, he was very unpolished early on, and then he got better and better.
Yeah.
You'd see, it's a 5.5-yard slant. No, it's 6, man.
Yep.
It has to be. So hopefully David Moore takes that
With
step.
Golden Tate, though, he was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
I mean, he better improve a little bit. David Moore's a 7th rounder.
Yeah, but if you're relying on him, it doesn't matter what round he came in. He's either on your roster and he's a legitimate guy, or he's not. At this point, what round he came in is irrelevant.
I understand that, but you don't have expectations one way or the other, depending on
maybe not us as fans.
You think Pete Carroll has the same expectation of Golden Tate as he does of David Moore?
I think if you're relying on this guy to be a legitimate player for you, yeah, absolutely. Now, look, does Golden Tate have more playmaking ability than what David Moore had? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's all I'm saying.
But from a standpoint of can you be an every down receiver for us that can be a trustworthy guy, now that Doug Baldwin's gone, that's at a premium, guys. That is a premium task. You've got Tyler Lockett, who can try and fill that void, but you got to be able to find the production across the board to be able to replace what Doug gave you.
Professor, you look like you have something to say.
No, just coming into the draft. We've completed the second day of the draft.
Are they done?
They are done.
I'm tired.
It is complete, and of course there was there was even a compensatory trade.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, I mean New England. New England traded down, and the Rams traded up, and they took tackle Bobby Evans. It was only a move of 2 compensatory picks. They move up 4 spots, and they take an offensive tackle. And by the way, there's one interesting one. Carolina took Will Greer.
Yeah.
Now, that's not the guy from the Little House on the Prairie, is it? No, that's the quarterback from West Virginia.
Before my time, man. I'm not a Little House in the Prairie.
Clayton, I'm with you on that one, buddy.
You're going to have to talk to Wyman. The rest of us might be too young for that.
I was the one that laughed, so yeah. No, John, it's not. This is
different. This is a different one. Yeah,
Pam Greer?
It's the quarterback.
Pam Greer.
Pam Greer, yeah.
Pam
was it
Greer.
Will Greer, the big guy with the big beard?
Yeah, exactly.
It was like the neighbor or something like that?
Pam Greer was a Jackie Brown. Her I know.
Jackie Brown.
So what does that, John? What does that tell you that they take Will Greer in the 3rd round? What does that mean? Is there anything that you could connect the dots between?
Yeah,
what
they need a
feel
backup
about
quarterback.
Cam? So you feel it's more of a backup quarterback?
Yeah, backup
than
quarterback, and
Cam.
in case Cam has some problems coming back from injuries.
Okay.
I mean, they're grooming a guy, but you can't read any more into it than that because they needed one, and they've been looking around for the last couple of years. I mean, they never really filled the spot that Derek Anderson left when they were there.
Right.
I mean,
how do you ever replace Derek Anderson?
Taylor Heineke at $805,000 is their backup quarterback right now.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know you've always been a big Taylor Heineke fan.
Of course, yes.
And particularly, I mean, with the Heineke and you put the salt on it.
That's right. That's right up Wyman's alley.
All right, we were talking earlier about Bobby Greer because he was the GM when Pete was there in New England. His son Mike Greer was a pro NHL hockey player, and then wasn't there an NFL official, Johnny Greer, right? Wasn't he a ref?
Yeah,
for
but I don't
years
think
and
it's
years?
related.
What about Rusty Greer?
He was
Played
a
for the Texas
baseball
Rangers,
player.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and then there was Charlie Greer.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
You're just making up Greer.
He just probably exists somewhere.
No, but Chris Greer,
Enough
of course,
with the Greers.
he's running the Miami
Chris Greer?
Dolphins.
Chris Greer.
Yeah.
Is he related to Bobby?
Son. No, he's not related. I mean, he's the son of the former Patriots general manager.
Bobby Greer.
Bobby Greer.
And his other son played pro hockey.
Yeah.
That's quite the family.
It really is.
Wow. All right.
Gotta-
Well,
gotta respect
This
that.
has been quite the lesson in Greers here at the end of the draft. You never know what you're going to get on the 7-10 draft.
Jabari
stream.
Greer, do we say him?
I didn't even get to Jabari Greer. You just look up famous Greers?
Yeah, I looked up surname.
It's two different spellings.
How about
right?
Josh
Right.
Rosen's tweet, Professor? Are you buying it? It says, let's go, baby.
Oh, isn't that great?
I told you it was in his contract. They had to draft a wideout.
What?
Russell Wilson's tweet. He's happy about getting Metcalf, right?
We're talking about
He said Josh Rosen's tweet.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it meant Russell
All
Wilson.
right,
Excuse
go
me.
back to sleep, Tom.
Okay,
Tom,
no.
don't worry about it.
That's what my social studies teacher used to say.
Social studies.
Yeah.
Well,
Go back to sleep.
One little piece of news that kind of is slipping out of there. Did you see in the second round, Kansas City took a fast wide receiver, and that probably means that pretty soon
yeah.
Tyreek Hill is going to be released.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, Nico Hardman, a wide receiver, they were able to take with the 56th pick.
Yeah.
And so in the 4-3 guy.
Don't you think that offense is going to – I mean, look, putting aside the horribleness of what went on with Tyreek Hill, and
Yeah.
it's a whole nother conversation for another day, isn't he replaceable with another fast – like, isn't that offense so good and that quarterback so good that you can just replace him with another guy who's fast?
I would say yes, but that guy was freakish.
Sure,
I mean,
yeah.
he was
And
next
maybe you
level.
lose a little bit,
I
but-
mean, Salk, I kid you not. You watch the tape, and I had to look down at my hand to see if I was putting the button on fast forward. I mean, that's how fast and uniquely different he looks from everybody else in the field. So, yeah, I mean, if you're able to find somebody, but I don't think it's as simple as plug and play.
It's not as much as like when they got rid of Kareem Hunt. It seemed like they didn't miss a beat.
Correct.
After that.
Well, no,
Correct.
but it was interesting because the guy that turned out to be good was their third string. I mean, remember they had Spencer Ware,
Right.
and he was going to take over as a running back, but he's more of an inside runner. But then they had Damian Williams, and he fit better because again he was able to catch the ball and he did some of the things that Kareem Hunt was able to do, and their offense was able to regain some things after he replaced Spencer Ware. Not as good as they were with Hunt because Hunt was a rookie Pro Bowl running
Right.
back.
Yeah, but I should have looked for the best available Greer. They would have been all set.
That could have really helped.
You know, that Hunt thing, though, long term, I know that they survived without him
Yeah,
after that, but long term, I mean, I go back to when Marshawn went down, they ended up going with Thomas Rawls, which
Yeah.
worked temporarily.
Yeah.
But after that, I mean, where did it really go?
Well, the big thing is, I mean, when you got one of the best young quarterbacks, if not the best young quarterback in the league, a guy that's got talent to get you to a Super Bowl every year.
Yeah.
I mean, you can cover for a lot of things. Quarterbacks can do that.
You think
right,
he's going to
Jake?
throw 50 touchdowns
that is
a
right.
year, though?
You are right, John. Absolutely. So, and when you have
No.
a tremendous offensive coordinator and offensive mind in Andy Reid, you're able to find ways to accentuate what your guys' talents are and to get your playmakers the ball. And they were able to do that as well as anybody last year in the NFL.
I'm tired.
5.5 hours is
Get
enough
these
for
guys
now.
out here. Let's
Come
go,
on,
Pete and
Salk.
John. I'm
Come on,
done.
stop talking.
This is back to back.
We're waiting for them.
We're waiting for them.
Oh, man. Dollar waiting on a
Dave's
dime.
already Dave's cleaned up.
I got
You're
my
ready to
keys
go
out.
home.
Hey, Dave,
go
are-
ahead. Just go. Don't worry.
Okay,
about
Dave, are
it.
you ready to leave? You want to take me over to the
Dave's
house?
done. Poor Dave.
Yeah, I'll give you a ride.
I
Okay,
don't
that'll be
blame
good.
you. Why don't you guys
Absolutely.
go? We'll wrap this up. For
No, I
you.
want
listen
to
on the way
hear
home.
Pete and John.
Well, they should be out any minute. There's nothing left to do, right?
I'm going to go.
There's all the
right.
hustle and bustle that you
Clayton
like.
and
in the
I are
meeting
leaving.
room.
Okay.
All right.
Good night,
I'll
everybody.
See you guys later.
What did you
guys-
like so much about Cody Barton where we had
Danny's
the
going to
draft?
come hang out, so we'll be fine. Wyman's been watching film on Cody Barton for like
I got it.
45.
I got
He's so happy
headphones.
they finally draft a
They're good and
linebacker.
sweaty for you.
The organization of the draft show is incredible, I would say. It's going to be fun tomorrow morning.
This is an improvement over last year, though, because we actually have headsets this
Right.
time.
The
As opposed to the
mics
mics. It was a little.
I would agree with that. That was a bit much. Hey, Danny. Danny's coming back. Oh, he left Danny a pen sticking straight up on that seat. That wasn't very
Taylor,
nice.
how many people we got watching us right now?
We got a few thousand on 710sports.com. And
A few thousand right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think? This is Bush League?
A couple hundred on YouTube.com.
Are you questioning the passion of our fans?
Hey, Danny.
I'm just wondering.
What's going on?
A lot's happened since we saw you last. Doug Baldwin's going to retire. The Seahawks have made all kinds of picks. Things have gone crazy since you left.
Are we sure Doug Baldwin's retiring?
Well, he sure wants us to talk about it.
Are we sure Doug Baldwin's retiring? I hope he doesn't.
No.
I think he's gonna.
You think he's done?
I think he's done.
It's kaput.
Well, I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of willy won't he. I mean, I think we're getting a Brett Favre situation going on. And I said to these guys earlier, it will not shock me, and this is not a shot at Doug at all, if he does and then ends up coming back mid-season or something like that, because he just misses it, because he's too young, because he's only 30, and he's still a really good player.
I don't know about him coming back mid-season.
Really?
Here's what I would, and the question I have. Adam Schefter releases this tweet shortly after DK Metcalf is taken. Now, on one hand, you could say that maybe that's spurred by the selection of Metcalf, and the Seahawks, they didn't want anything to slip out and kept a pretty tight lid on things because they didn't want other teams to know how desperate or the need for another starting wide receiver. At the same time, this has been kicking itself around, and it's not like anybody – if I knew that that was a consideration, I'm fairly certain the 31 other NFL teams were cognizant of the uncertainty about Doug Baldwin.
Yeah, but
let me nominate a second possibility.
Okay.
Which is that the possibility of Doug Baldwin retiring is floated after the selection of DK Metcalf, in part to ignite a fire under Doug Baldwin's buttocks of we don't know if he's going to be there, and we've just drafted this wide receiver at the end of the second round.
We're all assuming
Quit messing around with us.
That is something to consider, Danny, because we all assume that some of these leaks on this side comes from the player and the agent, and that's not always the case, guys. That it really could be.
Teams talk to reporters? No way.
Oh, yes.
Really? Teams release their
yes.
agendas through chosen hands?
I am intrigued by your theory.
And I
what do you think about it,
Danny?
Well, I think I like it.
It makes more sense, doesn't it?
They both make sense.
Why would
But the
Doug
timing.
Baldwin? Why would Doug Baldwin, if it came from the player's side, why would Doug Baldwin or his agent let it slip right now?
Well, they
that he
might have
be
said it a while
retiring?
ago and said, hey, you can't say anything until after the third round of the draft or whatever. I mean, that's
fair.
That could have happened.
That could have happened.
I think both things, honestly, both things are possible. But I love your suggestion because it's much more devious.
Now I think about it, I'm not buying it.
Go ask Pete.
But what's the intention, though?
If Doug was going to do this, I think he would do it, not to say that, he's going to seek attention, but I think he would do it at a different time where there would be a little bit of a ceremony to this. Instead of, okay, if they pick DK Metcalf, now I'm going to say this.
That's a little interesting.
I just don't think so. And I think that from what I do know, here's what I do know, that this team did not know the status of Doug Baldwin.
Hey, let's go over to the podium. We're going to wrap this long, long day and night up with Pete and John, who are sitting down to talk about all the picks they made today.
Okay. Take it, Jenny. Okay. Thanks for coming out. We're getting started early tomorrow, so you're going to have to get up early if you guys are up for it. Really good night tonight. A lot of activity. Our guys did a great job in there. We moved around a little bit. We actually traded up, which is really weird for us. But yeah, it was great. Excited about tonight.
What do you like most about Marquis?
Man, just physical, great athlete. He ran fast, true competitor. When he worked out at the combine, we were like, man, this guy could play corner. He's just that kind of athlete. Really intense tempo setter. Just tough, just tough dude.
I know he said he did both in college, but where do you see him fitting in for you?
We'd like to start him at safety and inside, knowing that there's other things that he may be able to do, but try to zero him in. We really like him attacking the line of scrimmage. He blitzes well, tackles well, hits well, great feel. It's his toughness that we really are excited about. He happens to be a really good athlete as well, but we're going to zero him in to make it, focused for him as he starts out at strong safety.
And you said he has the athleticism to play corner. Could he maybe do nickel stuff, or is that out of the question?
There'll be opportunities for some special stuff for him to match up.
So many players, so many scouts were saying that they thought maybe Marquis was undisciplined. What was it that you guys saw in him that you thought?
Undisciplined?
Yeah, that you weren't fine with being able to.
He's really violent, really aggressive. So I don't know what they were
Yeah, we're fine about it.
Yeah, we're cool with it.
Were the ejections like a problem that he had?
He's just hitting people.
Yeah,
He needs to do it right, you know,
Physical.
and make sure that he's always looking for the big hit and the big play, and so he found himself in some situations that he was, you know, got penalized for. But I think we can focus that and make sure that we're, you know, he's zeroed in, understands what it's going to take to stay within the rules and all that. We certainly want him to do that, but he was always just trying to make his plays and work hard at it.
He's really quiet. He's like a silent assassin, man. This guy is like, he's scary tough.
I was going to ask what those conversations were like. We got a couple words.
I know. I know exactly what you're saying because I call him like, hey, are you there? You know, everything cool? He's just like, it's all good. Yeah, let's go. I'm like, all right, well, here's Pete.
You made another phone call tonight that was pretty emotional. What
Yeah.
was it like? Just DK, I'm sure he'd been waiting around for a while. That was pretty.
Yeah, it hit him really hard. You know, that's what I mean, that's who he is. You know, he's an all-in guy. Puts his head down, works his tail off, and yeah, he was really emotional.
Yeah, he got me tearing up too. He was so emotional about the wait. You know, he was in anticipation of the pick. It was hard on him and challenged him, and he was most grateful and excited and all that, but you couldn't help but feel his emotions. We know that he's a great worker, and it means the world to him to be great, and so it's not a surprise that it was emotional for him to finally get it figured out, and so he's come to a place we're really excited about him. I thought the way that was handled, I thought John did a fantastic job of setting us up the opportunity to get the guy, and just watch it. It just worked beautifully, and this is a guy, as we know, he's he has extraordinary potential, and we're really excited about the fact that he's a downfield guy because he has great speed, but he's also a big guy, and I know his QB was watching this one. He was really excited about it too, so we look forward to it.
He knows what he needs to work on. You know, so.
What are the ways that his unique skill set play out in a football game? What gets you most excited about what he can do?
Yeah, well, he's equipped to do a lot of stuff, not just the stuff that he can do in the throwing game, but in the running game too. He's going to be a big factor for us, the team that loves to run the football. He's going to be a factor, and he's going to be able to help us in the play-action game. He releases off the line of scrimmage with great violence. I mean, he's one of the great starters in the draft. You know, he ran 1.46 or something in his 10, which is an amazing time. Not to mention how big he is. And his feet can move and fire, so that we know that he can do a lot of stuff. We're anxious to really fit him into the whole play-action game and all the things we love doing, and just find out where it fits for him. We want to use his speed, running, get him down the field, and threaten the defense in ways that will really complement the rest of our guys.
Have either of you seen a guy built like that at that position?
No.
David Boston was pretty
yeah,
impressive.
he was
Now,
big.
you know,
He was big. That's a good.
T.O. was pretty yoked. There's been some good ones.
With all those traits that Pete just rounded off, are you surprised he was there at the end of the second round?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
We thought he was going to go. We thought he was going to go earlier, and that's why we, made the move to go get him.
DK said he was when you first saw him, Pete. That you said you were surprised, and he kind of joked about it. What was your impression of him?
Well, I was surprised that he came into our interview with his shirt off.
That's right. And so Aaron basically got him to take his shirt. Aaron Heinlein, basically got him to take his shirt off before he went into the interview at the Crown Plaza. That's pretty funny.
Pete, you said he can really fire his feet. That he really.
Yeah, we're serious. He did. He came in with his shirt off, and it kind of pissed me off, so I took my shirt off too. Not for long though.
Yeah. Too long. Too long.
Much longer than that. Right.
You said he can really fire his feet, which leads you to think that he can do a lot of other things. At Mississippi State, that a lot of people, or Mississippi, excuse me, a lot of people said he didn't run the complete route tree. It didn't seem like they asked him to do a lot. Of
Right.
that. So
Right.
maybe expand on that.
Yeah, that's right. Should I mention that? Yeah. The offense wasn't designed where they had to do that kind of stuff, and they had another really good player on the other side, AJ Brown. They ran totally different concepts in their route run, and he was basically a down the field guy and then underneath stuff, and so there's development to be had here. He worked out with one of the great wide receiver coaches in the offseason, Jerry Sullivan, and he's working hard at developing his game, and we know that there's a lot of potential here in future to expand his stuff. I mean, we're not worried about it at all. Really, we're not at all. We're going to go to his strengths. Anytime we get a young guy, we want to go with his strengths and maximize those first, and then build from there. And we're not going to, as we uncover what the issues are as we work with them, we're not going to do any more, hopefully, than what's really fitted for him, and then we'll build from there. So there's plenty of positives.
His dad was a offensive tackle, so I don't know if he was out there like helping him run routes and stuff. You know what I mean? He did a good job in the weight room, though.
Yes, he did.
Holy smokes!
He had the neck injury. Any concerns about that, or?
No, our guys were cool with it.
Not long after Marquis came off the board, then we hear news from Adam Schefter saying that Doug Baldwin might have played his last down as a Seahawker in the NFL. How do those two kind of weigh in, and can you say anything about Doug's situation now?
It didn't really weigh in. We know Doug's going to have a hard time. There's a process we need to go through with Doug, but at that point with DK, that didn't really weigh in. But I mean, there's still several doggone good receivers on the board, so we're going to work our way through that.
Has Doug expressed to you that he's thinking about retiring?
Considering it, yeah, but there's a process to go through with that.
How recently did he express that?
None of your friggin' business. Sorry. We just can't get into it, really.
Yeah, I'll take the opportunity to say that he has been an extraordinary part of this program since we've been here, and he has given us everything he has had. Been a great competitor, a good player, and all that. And we believe in him so much and trust in him so much that wherever this goes, we're going to support him forever. And he's been a great contributor in so many ways, and not just on the team, but in the community and everything else he's done. He's been awesome. So we'll see what happens, and he's working through it, and we're going to follow Doug on this one.
Yeah.
We'll see how
Just trust us. There's a process. We're trying to respect Doug as much as we can.
Has he still been in the facility working?
Yep.
Yeah, he's been rehabbing here.
Rehabbing like crazy.
Can you say what the most specific issue is, or I mean, he's had several different surgeries, or?
No, I mean, there's just when you get to this point, he's at a point in his career where he's considering a lot of things, and once you get there, there's a lot of different ways. You don't just. There's stuff with the league office, with the union that we need to work through with him.
You wrote him a letter before you guys picked him up.
Yeah.
Just saying all the potential that he had, what he could do.
Yeah.
Don't worry about being undrafted. All this time later.
Yeah.
Seems like he lived up to all that.
Yeah, that was the lockout year, so yeah, I had time to actually sit there and write him a letter, and yeah, we told him we weren't going to re-sign Brandon Stokely, and told him that he was going to compete with I apologize, I can't remember who else the player was at the time, but that he would.
There's a lot of guys coming through at the time.
He would have an opportunity to compete, and he'd be a phenomenal slot receiver for us. Instant separation, really quick eyes, really quick hands, and he was super tough. Did a great job on special teams for us right away. So he was just his alpha style. He was amazing.
Did he exceed expectations for you? I mean,
not really.
Well, we hoped he would come
Yeah.
through like that. I think he had. Didn't he have one of the best
Yeah,
statistical years ever of a free agent?
Yeah, his
in the
first
league,
year.
something like that.
Yeah, we had him as a 5th-round player, and he just lasted.
Pete, what's the likelihood that he's played his last game? How realistic?
We'll find out. We're going to deal with Doug and respect everything that's going on. Okay, I don't know. We don't know. We'll see.
To clarify,
Sorry.
did he have knee surgery too this offseason?
He had a process that was done. It wasn't. I don't think it was real surgery, but it was a process that was done, and he still has some concerns about it.
Pete, what can a receiver with size like DK bring to an offense? You had Dwayne Jarrett, Mike Williams at USC. Haven't really had that piece in your offense.
Yeah. It's been we've been attempting to find that guy because it is a real factor if it fits right. That wide, the split end spot is there for a guy that can match up one-on-ones. You get a lot of one-on-ones over there, and if a guy can do a good job of beating whoever he's going against, then you can have a real weapon on that side. We loved it over the years, but we have not had that guy. DK has an opportunity to be that type of player. So it's, you can force the one-on-ones there more than any other spot, and if the guy can, have the chemistry with the quarterback and all that, then you can really create a weapon. I know Russ. I talked to Russ already. He was excited about working with him, and he asked, what kind of a worker is he? For all that we know, DK is a great worker, and it's really important to him to do all of the stuff you got to do to get right, and so that matches up great with our quarterback because they're birds of a feather there. So hopefully, we'll see what we can do with it, and there's a lot of optimism about some. There's a big role to be played there.
What did you make of his combine? I know he had the blazing 40 time, and then the agility drills. Some of that wasn't quite as impressive.
Yeah, he walked in looking like Willie McGinnis when Willie came to the combine.
Really?
Willie came in with like a tank top on, where everybody was like, "Holy smokes!" That's basically what it looked like. No, I mean he is a big, strong, powerful guy, and like we said, there's some things that he knows that he needs to clean up, and he just continues to work on it. So he was in a system like Pete was talking about. He had a specific role, and so now he's working his way there.
How much of John, your guys' trade up was targeting and hunting after DK, and how much of it was kind of your board and your
Both because they started disappearing really quick. Once Debo went, and then once McCole went, then Prince went, and then it's like, okay, here we go. And I think that was the order.
What do you guys like about Cody? What's he bring? Linebacker.
Versatility, size, 6'6", 2.5. He can play all three spots. Has always been a phenomenal special teams player. I mean, the guy's really intense. Loves football. He's got true grit to him. His dad was drafted by the Blue Jays, and his mom was a big time basketball player at Utah, and yeah, so we got the two Utes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Got the two Utes in here. They actually had a really, really good defense, and he comes from a system that's Coach Whittingham is really tough and demanding, and so both these guys are coming out of a system that is they're just well disciplined guys when they come out.
You see Barton fitting? Is it a very NFL-like system like Collins?
The stuff they do does carry over. They have enough versatility in their scheme that we can see guys do a lot of stuff. Cody played inside the box and played like the middle linebacker, played like the weak side linebacker, and played out on the slot as well. Showed comfort in all of that. He's really smart. He handled a lot of the communications. That versatility is really important to us, and we know that he's an incredibly gifted special teams player as well. He'll have a chance to learn under terrifically experienced guys. He'll be a great asset to us. We see him, being a part of a lot of stuff right off the bat. So we're really excited about that.
He had a great East-West week.
Yeah.
He really
runs fast too.
Really stood out there. Yep.
Everything about him.
And Scott Fitter was talking about. Scott was the one that went to the Utah workout, and he talked about how it was, the school workout, the pro day, and he talked about just the fact that he's had so much juice about him, and that the players just kind of were attracted to him.
Anything else?
Attracted to him, but you know what I mean.
Where does Cody fit, in defense, behind KJ or?
He's going to be able to play all of the spots eventually. We'll start him off inside in Mike and the Will spots, and just let him learn the system and see where he takes it. He's fitted, size-wise and speed-wise and makeup-wise and background-wise to be able to do it all. So we won't ask him to do all that, but we'll start him inside.
Any more trades we should prepare for tomorrow? Or you guys got
He's just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A little curveball tuck.
Yeah, no, we trade him up. We always trade up.
Right there.
I think we only did it 3 times today, right?
We only had 3 picks.
That's
When
right.
you had 4 picks to start the week, was it realistic you'd get up to this point? Or was it mission impossible?
No, I feel really blessed that we were able to be able to have
Absolutely.
partners, and our guys done a really good job in that room, and we've done a really good job working relationships and having quick, strong negotiations and clear, concise communication, I think.
Having the extra one starting off just gave John the flexibility to do a bunch of stuff, and it just changed you know, the whole complexion of our draft, and we're in the midst of, with a huge day coming up tomorrow, of really making a statement here for our club, and it's I don't know, it's the result of experience and understanding how to do it. I think this is a marvelous turnaround for when going in. We were kind of kicking our lip around a little bit with 4 picks,
Seriously.
and we were, but man, it just the opportunities were there. John and his guys just clicked to nail it. I mean, look at the trades just today, and more fun tomorrow. So we're really excited about that turnaround.
Yeah, when we met with you guys the other day, it was, I wasn't really fired up at all. I don't think you quite tell.
You played off really well.
Yeah.
We had to have Dwayne Brown in the second round just to make us feel okay.
Yeah, seriously. We literally put his tag up there because we have red tags, where we don't have picks, so you can look over it and see like what teams don't have picks in those rounds. And I'm like, can somebody please put a Dwayne Brown sticker up there? So, cool.
All right, thank you.
Have a good evening.
All right, go to bed, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. We've been talking about the draft
Seattle.
forever and ever.
We got a draft.
Go Hawks! All right. Well, we'll wait and find out what happens with Doug Baldwin. But I think if you're hoping that Doug is not going to retire, that certainly made it seem as if it is getting closer and closer to reality. Didn't you think?
That it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
That was what I heard, and that there are some considerations and discussions and the process that happens next, going through the league office and the Players Association.
Some past
Did
tense
that,
type of talk.
did that in any way confirm your suspicions about who floated that story?
I would think that was more of a conceal this until we pick a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And then once you do that, go ahead and let them know that I would think that it's less likely that was done as an attempt to sort of, okay, well, if you're not going to play, we're going to be ready to turn the page.
Sort
I
of the
think that
tone,
was,
right?
that there was, Doug's going to make the call. He's continuing to rehab. They know it's going to be a challenge. They don't want to close the door on him.
It was sort of reminded me of the same tone we heard with Cliff and with Cam before those announcements.
I don't think it was that dire. I still think he's here, he's
respect. I don't mean, yes, you're right. Of course, I don't mean the severity, but just sort of the same. We're going to respect him. We're going to respect his process, his timeline, and kind of let him do his thing.
Maybe it's because I knew both of those injuries, the severity that it was. But I would say that this was, hey, we're not assuming anything from Doug because we know Doug's got a huge physical challenge. He's continuing to be here at the facility rehabbing, which would say to me that there's still a possibility there, whereas I don't think there was ever much of a chance for Cliff or for Cam.
Danny, you'll be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock.
That's right.
Jake, you'll be back with him at 1 o'clock after some important quarterback skills work in the morning. Right. Tom, you and I are done. We just get to go home and be done for the weekend.
I'm just going to stare at my ceiling all weekend.
It sounds perfect.
I'll have the draft on in the background.
Just you won't stare at it, though. Just look at the ceiling.
You'll be tuning
while the
into the
draft
stream,
goes
though, right?
I got to go.
All right. Tom's got to go. He can't answer such hard
Of course I will. Of course I will.
I think you're going to be trying to get to the bottom of just what Daniel Jones is going to do during his 3-year apprenticeship.
Oh,
That's not going to happen.
How dare you talk about the next Peyton
Seriously,
Manning.
thank you guys. This was awesome. Jake, you didn't have to stick around. Danny, you didn't either. So thank you for coming in. We appreciate it. To Dave, who was here for half the day also. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed doing this with you guys throughout the night and watching the draft and hanging out together and just kind of, it was fun doing what you do when you watch the draft. Lydia and Curtis will got you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Clayton will start at 8, and then Lydia and Curtis at 9. Jake will come in with Danny and Jim at 1 o'clock, and they'll take you through the end of the draft or the Mariners game, which gets going at 5, whichever happens first. So
should be a fun day.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, guys. We will catch you all tomorrow. Thank you for watching the 710 video stream. We'll see you later.
See you guys.